El Carrillo back towards the west, just a little bit. I want to say Leo Carrillo is just a little east of Malibu, 42-mile-per-hour wind gusts there. So again, these winds are becoming more widespread. The relative humidity values will continue to drop. And God willing, we won't see any more fires, so that all of the resources that we have available to us can go to fighting this Malibu fire before it continues to spread and before the winds get stronger. I'm really concerned about how strong the winds are going to get if we're looking at these gusts at already in the 50s, because remember, the winds are just getting started and we're expecting the winds to get stronger overnight. The potential for wind gusts to get closer to 70 and even 80 miles per hour in this area, in the northwestern end of the viewing area where that particularly dangerous situation has been issued, is going to be greater. So there's a lot to prepare for as we head into those early morning hours. Well, we are in the early morning hours, I should say, because it's 1:28 in the morning. But as we head towards sunrise, that's really what I'm starting to get really concerned about is right before sunrise.
Vera, right before sunrise, I mean, my jaw just dropped. Did you say 70 to 80 mile per hour winds?
Yeah, in this area, in the northwestern end of the viewing area, we do have the potential for, 60 easily. I mean, if we're already clocking wind speeds of 52 miles per hour, I mean, 60, 70, and 80 miles per hour is not unthinkable. In fact, that is why the PDS was issued, because of the winds, the potential for them to reach those wind speeds. And remember, this is going to be at those ridge tops where there's nothing at the ridge tops to create what we call friction. Friction is anything that gets in the way of winds to slow them down. Buildings are friction, trees are friction, hillsides and mountains are friction. But when you're talking about wind speeds at the higher levels, at the ridge tops, there is nothing to slow them down. And so as they come over those ridge tops, they come with a lot of force, and then as they get funneled through those passes and canyons and they drop in elevation, remember, as they drop in elevation, they pick up speed. Like, visualize, if you will, a marble or a rock falling down a hillside. That's essentially what the winds are. They're pockets of force, like rushing downhill, and as they drop in elevation, the force of gravity, all of that works together, and the winds just they get stronger and stronger. And when it happens to be a warm or a hot Santa Ana wind event, it also creates a lot of energy, and that's how we get that heat. But thankfully, this is not a hot Santa Ana wind event, because of course all of that heat as it's generated also dries out the vegetation, and it's all about the fuel, what's available to chew up, what's available for the fire to spread through. So yes, there is going to be a lot of work ahead for the crews that are out there, for the people that live in those communities, no matter how small the population or how many people are out there. I mean, everybody needs to plan ahead and get ready, park the car, you know what to do, face out, get your go bags ready, get your medications ready, get your documents ready. All of that needs to be in place as we work through those overnight hours, because this has the potential to get, I'm not saying that it's going to happen, but as you know me, I don't like to be an alarmist. But seeing what's happening and how fast this fire is spreading is giving me pause, and it's making me get more concerned.
And you mentioned, have your go bag and park your car facing out and get your medications. And these are all important things. And also to add to that, you have to have an evacuation plan.
Yes.
Where are you going to go?
Where are you going?
But we've been putting up here in case that was not in case you didn't know where to go, or maybe perhaps your friend lives in Malibu and is calling you, who's at home watching this, and they don't know where to go. Here's the evacuation center. It's Palisades Recreation Center. It's at 851 Alma Real Drive in the Pacific Palisades. I wanted to give you information too on where to bring large animals and where their shelter would be, and that's at Pierce College. Many times Pierce College in situations like this have taken in the large animals there to shelter them. That is at 6201 Winnetka Avenue, Woodland Hills. So tell your friends, text them, let them know, take a screenshot, ask them to get on the KTLA app or KTLA.com on their phones when they get out of their house and have evacuated, so that they can keep up to date with what is happening in their neighborhood. It is, at 300 acres now and growing, and structures are burning. That is the reality. It is happening at the Sarah Retreat. We want to go to Rich Prickett. He's overhead in Sky 5. Rich, show us what's happening at the Sarah Retreat.
Sherry, yeah. So as far as we're hearing from the scanner traffic, there are some ranch-style properties that are being threatened or on fire as we speak. It's right in the center of our shot. It's really difficult to see the homes or the structures that are actually on fire. It's completely consumed in smoke. But right there in that area, we were hearing an address that was being thrown out, 3619 Sweetwater Canyon. That was a property that the firefighters were concerned with, or we're talking about possible loss of a structure here. I know we see firefighters that are right in that block, but that is Sweetwater Road that runs right through there. There's Sweetwater Mesa Road. These could quite possibly be structures. It's just really difficult to tell right now. Okay, so that's a bull area here, but there is an idea of the homes and the structures that are tucked in there, and Sarah Retreat Center right there in the middle of the shot. Go back here live, and that's what it looks like right now. So once the smoke clears through here, we'll see what sort of loss there was in property, but there's certainly some structures that are burning. We're waiting to get an update as far as Pepperdine University as well. We're trying to confirm with the fire department. The fire department also trying to work with the campus security there to see if students will be, if everyone on the campus will remain in a shelter in place, if they're actually in a shelter in place at this time. I know there was some consideration as to evacuating the campus entirely, as the fire did jump over to Malibu Canyon Road and start making a push towards the campus as well as the laboratories that is up on the top of the ridge line. When we have an opportunity, we'll try and give you an updated look from the west side of the fire, but for right now, the smoke has really started to build here. The wind has slightly shifted, so it's actually pushing everything towards the ocean here, and it just looks like just an inferno up here from Sky 5 HD. I'll send it back to you.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's go over to Sandra Mitchell. She's right by the fire line. Sandy, what do you have?
Yeah, Cher, we have moved a little bit closer to the flames. I want you to know that we feel like we are in a safe area because there is a creek running just below us. But you could see the flames just over my right shoulder here. They are just powering through this field and up the hillside behind us. We do understand there are some structures back there. Again, this is the Sarah Retreat. I'm going to step out of the way this way as we've got more fire crews coming in. This is the Sarah Retreat. Watch your back there, Joshy. Yeah, so the... Uh-oh. Hey! Okay, we've got several dangerous conditions out here. Everybody's okay, but a lot of people trying to evacuate, trying to get by the fire crews. There are fire crews in the hillside just behind us taking on this firefight. They told us it's about 20 to 30 minutes till it comes through this area. But the winds are swirling, the ash just flying through the air here. And the conditions are deteriorating rapidly. We've seen a lot of embers flying through the air, so we are aware of that situation as well. But again, there's a creek running right under us. That will provide sort of a natural barrier for this area, but already up there, it's a very dangerous situation. We've got fire crews deploying throughout the area. We've had 3 helicopters overhead throughout the evening. However, I have not heard them in the last 30 minutes or so, so I'm not sure I'm not sure exactly if the fire crews are still able to fight this fire. That's LA County fire crews doing their best out here, really doing an extremely great job in some really, really tough conditions. So if you look up at the hillside there, you can see just how big those flames are. I would estimate about 20 feet or so. I'm not sure, something's going on behind us, but I'm not sure. We've had horses running through the area as well. So when we describe this situation as chaotic, it is, but we don't know of any injuries. It appears that a lot of people are still evacuating from this area. Cher?
Just want to check first that Josh is okay, because it looked like he was maybe grazed by that pickup truck.
Yeah, I think what happened is the pickup truck went by and his mirror hit the tripod. So yes, Josh Jenkins, our photographer, is okay. It is very dark out here. As we mentioned earlier, SoCal Edison has turned off the power in the area. So we're dealing with a number of challenges. It is very dark. There are a lot of people who are panicking, who are really desperate to get their animals out of here, get their families out of here. And then we've got the fire crews coming in as well. We don't want to get in the way of any of those people, but we do want to bring you the information on exactly what's happening out here.
So you're by the Sarah retreat right now, and I know that you were talking about a creek that is separating you from the fire and the flames that we're looking at that were over your shoulder. But were you able to see if any structures were burning?
No, Cher, I haven't been able to see that. This is as close as we have been. I believe the structures are further down into the canyon, but some of the people that we talked to earlier that were coming out, they did confirm the structures here were burning. I don't know if they're specifically on the property of the Sarah retreat.
With the people that you spoke to that said that there were structures burning, were they able to give you a number of how many that they saw roundabout, just so that we have an idea of what to expect once these numbers come out?
No, I'm sorry. They didn't give us any information on exactly what was burning or how many. They just told us that there were structures burning in the area, and I believe it's on the property of a private homeowner, and they said that there were a number of buildings on that area. They didn't confirm if it was homes or outbuildings, but they did mention that it was on the property of a private homeowner. So I don't know if anything has burned exactly on the retreat property, but this is a place where people come for relief.
I think we lost her
anybody
signal.
who was on the property, if there were any retreats going on.
Right. I was trying to look at their calendar to see if there were any retreats going on there, but there are a number of people that reside, on a permanent basis there. That's their home as well. A lot of Franciscan friars. You mentioned Sandy, LA County Fire, and other personnel that was up there. A lot of times in these situations, we see multiple agencies coming together to help in a fire, from all around Southern California, north, south, east, west. Have you seen that too tonight?
I've only seen LA County firefighters exiting. I know this is a multi-agency response and that there are other departments here. And just a moment ago, I told you that I hadn't heard the helicopters in a while. I did just hear the helicopter, but it sounds like it is quite a distance from where we are.
Very good. Okay, Sandra Mitchell reporting for us live there in Malibu, right at the fire line. Dangerous evening, well, actually morning. For this area, Malibu, and we were talking about Pepperdine University. We've been mentioning how they've had this shelter-in-place protocol, and Pepperdine University actually tweeted at 1:09 a.m. this: the university is now activating its shelter-in-place protocol. All community members on the Malibu campus are directed to shelter in place at the Tyler Campus Center or Payson Library. Despite any evacuation orders from Malibu City or surrounding areas, the university community should follow university instructions. We do not evacuate the campus even when surrounding areas might. This shelter-in-place protocol is approved by LA County Fire and executed with their cooperation. Again, a shelter in place is still in effect. That is the protocol that is happening on Pepperdine University. The university earlier saying that it wasn't close enough to their campus, and that was going to be their action today, this morning. I've been on the air since 10. Sorry about that. But you know, this is they've directed to shelter in place at certain areas in the campus, despite the orders from Malibu City or surrounding areas. So that's what's happening on the Pepperdine University. As we go up back to Rich Prickett, where are you now?
We're on the eastern edge of the fire here as it continues to move through that open area here, on at least on the east side of the fire. However, on the west side of the fire, it's a whole other story. It has made its way over Malibu Canyon Road. It has surrounded the laboratories that are just up above Pepperdine University. We're actually seeing the fire make a push towards the northern portion of the campus. It's somewhat of a I guess you could say an optical persuasion. It's sometimes difficult to judge just how close it is to the campus, but I can tell you that it's gotten certainly a lot closer to that area within the last the last hour to 30 minutes. It's definitely gotten much closer to the campus. We saw the laboratories that perched right above the campus, and the fire had burned completely around it. So hopefully that structure will make it, but definitely right here in the center of the screen here, we'll bring up another perspective here, and well, there's the laboratories that's right above the campus, and there's Pepperdine University. So that's what it looks like without the smoke, and this is what it looks like currently with the fire and the smoke. So it's difficult to see exactly how close it is to the campus, but it's certainly making a push towards it. There's Malibu Canyon. Now, when we first got overhead of the fire was on the east side of Malibu Canyon Road entirely, so it was working as a natural fire break. Then we saw a little hot spot somewhat in this area, and firefighters were trying to keep it in check with what they could with the resources along Malibu Canyon Road. How many resources are still along Malibu Canyon Road, it's difficult to tell with all that smoke. But here is how much has burned now on the west side of Malibu Canyon Road within the last hour or so. And there is the laboratory. We're seeing a little bit of the lights here of the laboratories right above Pepperdine University, some of the power stations here. And right on the other side, that's the campus. So we'll see what happens here with the staff members and people that are on the campus here with very shortly here. I know there's a lot of structures there at the campus. There's likely some dormitories, some living quarters that are down there. Firefighters are going to do everything they can to help protect the people that are down there, but we'll see what happens here within the next 30 minutes to an hour. Okay, so here's another area that we'll try and show you here. This is the area of Sarah Retreat. We know that some of the structures here in this area have been lost. How many of those are homes? We just don't know at this point. That's what the topography looks like on any normal day, and this is what it looks like live here. And you're seeing lots of hot spots that are mixed in here. There's some structure protection. There's a home there. The fire that has burned completely around that home. We've seen these ranch-style properties with, storage units, RVs. We saw one shed or storage unit that caught fire before the smoke had consumed this area. A couple of RVs that were in danger. We don't know if those RVs were lost. We're hearing communication with the firefighters that are tucked in there with the fire, with the smoke, trying to give updates, trying to get resources in here for structure protection, make sure that people have made it out of the area. But as over the coming hours here, as we see this smoke clear and the fire make its way through, we're going to see what has remained here in this area, but in this area of Sarah Retreat. But it is starting to make its way closer and closer to Pacific Coast Highway and Pepperdine University off to the west.
Pepperdine University at its most here has a population of 3,100 people. you know, final exams and maybe some people leaving a little bit early, we're still looking at a couple of thousand people that are going to be on campus on December 10th that are going to need to evacuate. And again, about an hour ago at 1:09, the university tweeted, posted on X that they are going to activate their shelter-in-place protocol regardless of what is happening around in Malibu. So we're waiting to see if that's going to change. We'll let you know if it does. And we're watching this. I'm watching it. Everybody here at KTLA from our newsroom all the way through to see if that's going to be, you know, switched, if they're going to change their mind about that shelter-in-place protocol as it starts to inch toward the university campus. And again, we've heard that several structures have burned. We believe that those structures are in the Sarah Retreat area. It's been a lot of smoke, as you can see. You know, it's very difficult to see through some of that smoke. It almost looks like, we heard from one of the residents there, he says it feels like a volcano. And even though it's cool out tonight, and this is a cold Santa Ana wind event, those flames, you know, at this night, he said, feels like a volcano. It looks like lava that is engulfing this area right now. There are places where you can go if you want to get some shelter tonight. And if you have friends that need it and need to tell them where it is, you can tell them to go to Palisades Recreation Center. That is the temporary evacuation point at 851 Alma Real Drive, Pacific Palisades. And then for the large animals, we have already talked to some residents there who are trying to corral their 3 horses and that have obviously have a lot of anxiety about this situation and running around, and so they were trying to catch them. And their large animal shelter, once you get a hold of these animals, or if you have animals that you want to move to Pierce College, and that's in Woodland Hills at the 6201 Winnetka Avenue area. We've seen water dropping helicopters. There is air support that's happening here tonight, and you know, doing their best to try and save the structures and put the fires out. This Franklin fire started at 10:45, and that happened near South Malibu Canyon Road. And that the fire actually jumped Malibu Canyon Road at one point, maybe about a half an hour ago. So this is a rapid fire. Let's go up to Rich Prickett. He's in Sky 5. Tell us what we're looking at right now.
Well, to me, this appears to be a portion of the Pepperdine University. That looks to be a parking structure there. Some of the buildings that, as far as I know, are connected to the campus. It's very dark. It's a little difficult to see how close it is to the main portion of the campus and where the majority of people are. I know they were trying to move people to a particular area of the campus to shelter in place. That could still be the case here. Again, there's the laboratories area that is right above the...
Looks like we lost you for a second there. Let's see. Are you there, Rich? Okay. We lost him for just a moment there. That is always going to happen when we cover these kinds of story. Here's some video from earlier of the hand crews that were trying to get a hold of the fire there. And you see the embers, you know, blowing through. Vera, I saw a palm tree on fire. Oh. That is common, but it happens, and
It does, and it's going to continue to happen, unfortunately. You know, I've been really watching the area here, and if there's any good news to report, is that the wind speeds haven't increased all that much. We went from 36 to now 37. The gusts have remained the same. The relative humidity does continue to drop, though. We started at 8 and now we're down to 7%, and that will probably be the case as we continue. I've been looking at the wind speeds in other areas because we're starting to see the winds get stronger, and outside of Malibu and LA County, for example, Chino Hills already earlier this evening or morning registered 60-mile-per-hour winds. Highland Springs is just a little south of the Banning Pass in the Inland Empire. If you're heading out towards, let's say, Palm Springs, that's the area that I'm talking about. They've hit wind speeds of 62 miles per hour. Fremont Canyon in the Santa Ana foothills there in the mountains of Santa Ana in Orange County, 62 and 63. There is a place called Chileo. It's one of the reading sites, and that's in the Angeles National Forest. They've already hit 62 miles per hour. Miller Ranch near Oxnard. Again, I'm watching that just because it's so close to Pepperdine and, of course, Malibu. We're looking at wind speeds there of 56 miles per hour. So those are some of the wind speeds that I am watching. The relative humidity values, as I mentioned, will continue to also drop as the winds get stronger. As the winds continue, it will continue to dry out. Let's talk a little bit about the red flag warning and the PDS, the particularly strong situation or dangerous situation. So that is going to expire at about 2 p.m. Tuesday afternoon. So this afternoon at 2 p.m., that, if everything works out according to plan and according to what the model data says, that will expire at 2 p.m. However, once that is done, the red flag warning is going to continue. What that means is that the winds will no longer be as strong as they have the potential to get. So we will see the possibility of 60, 70, 80 per mile per hour winds diminish. Those gusts are going to continue to diminish, we hope, if everything works out according to plan. But the red flag warning will still remain in place because the winds will still be dangerously strong, like 25, 35 miles per hour. Plus, we're going to see the combination of low relative humidity values and the dry fuels. So once this PDS expires, if it does at 2 o'clock like it's supposed to, we're still going to have dangerous conditions. Now, keep in mind that if you are outside of LA County and you're in Riverside, San Bernardino, or Orange County, you don't have any wind advisories. We don't have any wind advisories, but we're also going to see those conditions. And now I believe we have Sandra Mitchell with us. So Sandy, if you can talk to us, where are you and what update do you have for us? The winds have picked up. Clearly they've picked up where you are.
Oh my goodness, you are exactly right, Cher. Yeah, it is getting very windy out here. It's blowing me around a little bit. We are just off PCH at Creek Crossing. Take a look at the hillside behind us. You're going to see those flames. A moment ago, the flames were just rushing up that hillside. They're a little bit lower right now. I think most of the what is burnable or flammable at the top of the hill has already burned, but you can see that pretty distinct fire line. A moment ago, we were live just down the road from where we are near the Sarah Retreat, and I told you that we were in a safe area because there was a creek behind us. There was a road in front of us. We did what you're supposed to do. We pointed our news truck in the outward direction, but then somebody yelled at us, "Hey, the fire is right there." And we looked across and the fire was in front of our news truck. So we packed up, we jumped in, we moved down to the road. Again, I tell you that we feel like we're in a safe position, but these conditions out here are really challenging, and the firefighters are up against so much. Not only the wind, not only the extreme dry conditions, but this topography. You take a look at that hillside behind us. It's too dangerous to try and put any hand crews in that area right now. It is just steep uphill. It is very dark. It is very rugged terrain. We haven't heard the helicopters over the past 30 to 40 minutes. So again, that is a challenge, keeping the helicopters up safely in this wind. And the fire really being driven by this dry brush out here. There is a lot of it. Part of what makes Malibu so beautiful is also what makes Malibu so dangerous. There is so much dry brush right now and so many winds just whipping through those canyons. We've had most of the people in this area evacuate. We had some people trying to get horses out earlier. They were able to get one of their 3 horses out safely, but told us that they just had to leave them behind. It was really heartbreaking for the woman that we talked to. She was a caretaker for the property up there near Sarah Retreat, which is a spiritual retreat. And we could see that she was just choked up emotionally, that she had to make a decision and she had to leave them behind. They were running free on the property. She just could not corral them. So when we hear the emergency alerts that get out, get ready, she's a perfect example. She woke up at about midnight, she said, and the fire was just all around and out of control. Woke up everyone else who was in the house with her, but it was really too late to try and corral some of the horses who just took off in a panic during the fire. But animals are pretty instinctual, so we're hoping to get a good report on them later. We've got some people walking up here. I'm going to try and grab them and see if they're evacuees. We are in a shopping center. If you're familiar with the Malibu area, there's a Whole Foods here. There's a Prince Street Pizza. We are just outside a coffee shop. Hey, are you guys evacuees?
What was that?
Are you evacuees?
Yeah, we're in the area. Yeah.
What's it? I'm gonna try and grab these guys and see what's going on. I noticed that you're holding. You don't have a mask.
Yeah,
What's it feel like out here to you?
This is insane. We just got back from the neighborhood down there. We're exploring down over there, and there was like the trees on the side of the road were like just barely starting on fire.
I saw an ember literally like fall onto the tree, and then 30 seconds later, the whole tree was up on fire.
30 seconds later,
It blocked the whole street just down there.
Yeah, we made it out just in time before like we made it there before the firefighters and all of them, and then there was a bunch of cars and people, their homes evacuating over there, but I don't know if they even made it out because now the whole road is blocked. Yeah. But this is insane. This is like absolutely insane.
Do you live nearby, or what?
Yeah, we live over near Canaan, and we're just grabbing some food, and we were like, what is all this commotion? We were like on Citizen.
Yeah, I got the notification on Citizen app, and we drove 5 minutes to here, and then we saw everything, and it was pretty crazy.
So we're just kind of just exploring, kind of like what you guys are doing. This is insane, just seeing if anyone needs help.
You have a car nearby?
Yes. We're in a Tesla like right down the street.
Okay, and I can see that your eyes are watering a little bit. Tell me about what it feels like out here, because we've got protective gear on, but you don't.
Yeah, no, we're kind of just winging it. We're just 2 young guys just winging it. If you guys have any spare masks, we'd love that. But
I might have one in the truck. So you told me that you saw an ember take off, and you saw it actually start a fire. Did you see buildings burning?
Down there, I saw residential property. People were taking their horses out because their ranch was on fire.
When you say down there, what road specifically? What neighborhood?
So when you go down to the stop sign, you make a left and you just go all the way down into the gated community back there, and once you get past the gated community, there's a left where the main ranches are in that community, and all those people were just evacuating with their horses and whatever animals that they have. Yeah.
What did that evacuation look like to you? Did you see panic? Were they pretty orderly? Were people helping each other?
Yeah, no, it seemed like everyone was helping each other. I don't think anyone was panicking. There was no traffic blocks or anything. Even when we went to the neighborhood and the road was blocked, everyone was just, exiting out normally. It wasn't that bad. There's honestly not much firefighters down there that, we'd expect there to be more firefighters and police officers, but I guess there's not.
Much on their hands. They're trying to balance all of this.
Yeah.
We saw them helping escort the horses though out. The firefighters were helping, but there's just so much, as you can see the hill. It's all on fire. So.
And you guys came out here to see if you could help?
Yes, absolutely. It's just the fire spreads so quickly, and our eyes are watering. There's so much ash in the air.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
With fires like this, animals get scared a lot, and I feel like people lose their animals. Our friends, I don't know if you heard, but the Moore Park fires that happened not long ago, it was down in Ventura County, the Moore Park fires. a few of our friends actually like lost, one of them lost their cat and one of them lost their dog, and those homes were actually like on fire. I don't know if there's actual homes on fire here, but I don't know.
I would guess.
Yeah, I mean, I would guess so. Especially that house that we saw in the back corner at the very end of the community over there. I guarantee you by now it's on fire, 100%. Because 15 minutes ago when we were there, it wasn't. I promise you, it's on fire now. Yeah.
All right, as the night goes on, as morning comes, what's your plan for tonight?
Our plan for tonight, I mean, the biggest thing for us is like, I'm a cat lover, he's a dog lover. He has a bunch of dogs, so we're just trying to see if there's any animals that we could just pick up, honestly. I mean, we're just two college students. We got nothing much going on tomorrow, so.
No finals?
He's got finals.
Yeah, we'll see if he cancels.
Yeah, probably cancel, because we have a lot of friends that go to Pepperdine. Pepperdine wasn't looking good at all.
Yeah.
The fire was getting to Pepperdine. Oh, I can't even.
I know.
What's your name?
My name is Matt.
And?
Blake.
All right, Matt and Blake, thank you so much for speaking with KTLA tonight. You guys, thanks for what you're doing. All right, Matt and Blake, two young men just walking by telling us that they are animal lovers. They were out here to help anybody who might need help evacuating their pets. So we've got the fire burning on the hillside behind us. Again, we are just off PCH at Creek Crossing in a shopping center area. This is an area with a Whole Foods, with a Prince Street Pizza, a lot of other shops. Right now, it does not look like that shopping center is threatened, but we are hearing about lost structures. I have someone else walking up to me. Ma'am, are you an evacuee?
Yeah.
We're live on KTLA 5.
Oh, great. Well, I'm in Sarah Retreat, in a big house in Sarah Retreat. And all of a sudden, I smelled smoke, and anyhow, my husband and I just packed up the cars, the dog. Oh, man, I just wondered, do you know of any houses that burned?
We don't have any specific information right now on houses, but you live on the property of Sarah Retreat?
Oh, yeah.
And what was the fire like when you left?
Oh, my, look at this now going up the hill.
What are you seeing?
I'm seeing big flames going up towards Pepperdine. Wow. And there's all kinds of houses there in the knolls there. Oh, unbelievable. Oh, my eyes. Jeez.
It's really bad. What are the conditions like? What are you feeling? I've got protective gear on. You don't.
Oh, I wish I had the glasses. I don't need a mask, but I sure need the glasses because I can't see. I've been trying to get a couple of pictures, but it's not working.
What do you think the conditions are around your house?
Well, just around the bend, Ginsburg's house, they said, the fire was right there. So, and we're just 2 houses down from that. And there's John Paul DeGiorio's house, huge house, which is across the street. We have all kinds of, VIP type people that live up there.
Do you have brush clearance around your house, or has it been pretty dry, and are you concerned?
Oh, I'm a bit concerned. We just had all our trees trimmed, which is good, and we have a lot of grass, but the trees are tall and they're 5 feet away from the house, so who knows?
We've been feeling the winds really pick up over the last few minutes. What's it feel like to you out here as far as the winds go?
No, it didn't seem like it's not, but now I see, look at these. These are major flames. Wow.
And what's your name?
Linda Feldhorn.
All right. Linda, you are not trying to go back to your home?
Can't. Oh, no, can't. They evacuated all of Sarah Retreat, which is this neighborhood right over there. So.
But you don't know of any homes that have burned there. You were asking us.
No, we just, everybody called us. The city, automatically calls you, gives you a phone message, everybody in Sarah Retreat, please evacuate.
And you took that emergency message seriously?
I've lived in Malibu for so long. When the fire's coming, get out, pack up, get out. I'm afraid I didn't have my photo things from my race car book. Anyhow,
you left some things behind that you wish you.
Oh God, there's a whole house, but I got jewelry out, and a few of my paintings, and I don't know, medical, passport. But I can't find my husband. I said I'd meet him in Marmalade. Can't find him.
Marmalade Cafe,
Yeah.
just down the road. But your husband is out.
Oh, he's out. Yeah, I don't know where he went.
Okay.
Okay.
Linda, you're safe. Your husband is safe. Good luck to you, okay?
And the dog is safe.
And the dog is safe. Thank
Okay,
you.
good
Thank
night.
you for speaking with us. All right, so again, the stories of some evacuees who got the emergency message from the city that it was a mandatory evacuation. Linda talking to us, she lives in the Sarah retreat area, telling us that definitely some of the neighbors up there are being challenged by the fire, their houses in danger, but as far as she knows, no structures have burned in that area, but that is just what she saw when she evacuated earlier tonight, Cher.
Yes, Sandy, you know, you talking to Matt and Blake and to that woman, it's just heartbreaking that they're, you know, the other two are trying to help and find any, you know, cats or dogs that might be out, and you know, this woman, you know, did what she could to get what she can out of her house. So thank you so much for that. We could see the ash that is in the air from your live shot and the wind kicking up. Do you feel that the wind is starting to pick up?
Yeah, it not only is it picking up, Cher, but it's gusting, and those gusts are very strong, and I think that's what makes it very dangerous, right? You heard Matt and Blake talk about they saw a little ember fly, and then all of a sudden the whole area where they were was on fire and burning. I'm just looking behind us to see. I thought I saw some flames, but I think it is just a reflection. But we've got the hillside burning behind us, and definitely, yeah, the winds are picking up. So you hear the stories of concern, but you're also hearing a story of Malibu, the community already coming together, people looking out for each other, people coming into the area trying to see if they can help. Fire crews will tell you stay out of the area. We have seen tonight many fire engines going in and out. They need to get into the area, quickly get on the flames, and then often they redeploy to another area. So they don't want anyone coming into this area and getting in the way of the fire crews and the good work that they are trying to do tonight.
Yeah, certainly a good point there. And Sandy, thank you. That is why Malibu Canyon from Mulholland Drive is shut down. There are portions of Malibu Canyon Road, again, at PCH that's being shut down. That's also so that people can evacuate swiftly, and there are mandatory evacuations for Sarah Retreat, and the Sandy, the Franklin fire has now burned 853 acres, and that is just such a rapid rate that this has happened since 10:45 when this started. And we're talking about a little over 3 hours. It went from 0 to 853 acres, and we've been covering wildfires for a long time. This is pretty fast.
Yeah, and Cher, Josh Jenkins and I were out earlier tonight doing a story on the wind, and that there was going to be a fire danger tonight. And we talked to some of the fire crews at station, I believe it was Station 89 in Agora Hills. And we got back to the station, and that's when we heard that the fire here in Malibu had started, not far from Agora Hills. So I called out to Station 89, and I talked to someone who answered the phone there, a firefighter. And I said, hey, what do you think of this fire in Malibu? It's 10 acres. And he said, yeah, it's bad. And I said, is this one going to take off? And he said, definitely. So that's when we knew it was going to be a rough night here in Malibu. And you heard the concern of Linda. She wants to know exactly what's going on in her neighborhood. Unfortunately, most of the information about where structures have burned and where homes might have been lost will not come until tomorrow. So it's a really tense, a really heartbreaking night for so many people.
Yeah, we know what happened last month when we had the similar warning of this red flag warning, the particularly dangerous situation. You were out there covering it as well in Camarillo, and we saw the same thing, the same conditions, and you know, it's heartbreaking. There were so many hundreds of homes that were lost in Camarillo.
Yeah, I think we lost up to 250 homes in the mountain fire last month under conditions very similar to what we're seeing tonight. We certainly don't have any indication that this fire will be as severe. But again, the firefighters up against some really tough conditions. We've got these high winds, the wind gusts. We've got this really tough topography. This is again, a canyon area where it's very rugged. It's hard for the crews to get in there on foot. And I haven't heard the choppers. We had 3 choppers overhead earlier tonight. I haven't heard them in a while, and that might be because it is just too dangerous because of the winds to put those choppers back in the air.
Right, yeah, they were there earlier dropping water. We saw Chinook as well, and we are hearing that there's a new spot fire that could impact commercial structures, and we're not sure exactly where that is. We're still trying to figure that out, but embers are flying, and strike teams are headed that way. And these embers that are flying, you're seeing them yourself. And we were told that the embers, jumped over Malibu Canyon Road and ignited that hillside. And this is a very common thing to happen that we see with wildfires in this red flag situation, but this is on a whole nother level because it's at the particularly dangerous situation red flag warning.
Yeah, these winds are just unbelievable right now. Earlier tonight, we did this wind story. We really didn't have much wind to talk about. That was about 10 o'clock. But I can tell you in the last hour or so, the gusts are just getting incredibly strong. And that's when you've got these embers sort of starting spot fires all over the place. And that's when it makes it especially challenging for the fire crews. They're in one area and then all of a sudden a spot fire pops up somewhere else and they've got to redeploy. And keep in mind, they are dealing with limited resources. They've only got so many firefighters, but they did tell us that, they got the word from the National Weather Service a few days ago that they needed to be fully staffed. So when I talked to Station 89, the battalion chief there tonight, he told me they had 25 extra firefighters spread throughout Agora Hills, Calabasas, and the Malibu area tonight. He told me that the helicopters were fully staffed, they had the bulldozers fully staffed, and the hand crews also fully staffed and ready to go. I can tell you when I walked up to the fire station and I knocked on the door, about 10 firefighters came to the door. I've never seen that happen before, but they had a whole fire station full of firefighters ready to go, and I imagine all of them are out here tonight.
It's good to hear that they are prepared and taking steps to be ahead of this and ready to go. And that's very comforting, I'm sure, to a lot of people, especially those people that are in Malibu tonight. Sandra Mitchell, thank you so much. I know that it's difficult to be outside for a long period of time with those embers and ash flying in the air and the smoke. So thank you, and to you and Josh for your time with us here that is a little bit extended. And we'll get back to you in a little while. As we look now at the Franklin fire, it has grown to 853 acres. This is really something, Vera. It has grown to, almost 900 acres in just 3 hours. When you look at fires and we look at this situation that we had last month and you try to compare, I know that every fire is different, but just the fact that we have the same kind of designation for the particularly dangerous situation, red flag warning, that we were talking about throughout our newscasts earlier. You see this 853 acres in 3 hours. Is that surprising to you, or is it rapid?
Not surprising. It's just that's the way it goes. And actually, I was thinking back to last month for the fire in Ventura. We were expecting 80-mile-per-hour winds, but for brief moments at a time, we were seeing them exceed the 80 mile per hour. And we were looking at like 86 miles per hour. And so, these winds are going to get stronger, unfortunately. And we were expecting it, which is really interesting because last week on Thursday, I want to say, I was looking at the forecast and we were thinking, in terms of percentages, they were saying, well, there's, a 50% chance and that those winds are going to materialize. And yeah, when I got to work today, this morning when I checked, I thought, oh boy, yeah, this is going to be a rough day, a rough go for the folks that live in those areas, because they're going to be sitting on pins and needles. Heaven forbid, when you have winds that are this strong, there are so many things that can happen. It's a cigarette butt out the window. It's a weed whacker. We've heard the stories, oh, a chain, fell off and sparked a fire. But, there was a fire line, or excuse me, a power line went down because the winds were so strong, and a tree branch fell, and then it took a line with it. And then we have this fire now. We have not had any reports. At the time that this fire started at 10 o'clock, the winds weren't quite as strong yet to actually bring a power line down. We would have heard of power outages, residential power outages. We didn't hear of any transformers blowing. So at this point, I kind of feel like what is going on? Why did this fire start? Obviously, it was an accident. I'm sure no one did this on purpose. But we are seeing these dangerous conditions. And Cheryl, I'm going to send it back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Vera. We want to go over to LA County Fire Public Information Officer, Inspector Jonathan Torres. Good morning to you.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Can you give us an update on what the firefight is like right now? We know that the Franklin fire is at 850 plus acres burned right now. Do we have structures burned? What is happening with the evacuations? And tell us how many people we have on the ground and in the air, please.
Yes, ma'am. So currently we're well over 800 acres, as you said. I can't confirm the exact moment because just the numbers are shifting so fast. There are currently 4 evacuation zones under order of evacuation, and that includes the Pepperdine University as well as that Sarah retreat home. There are an additional 8 zones under a warning for evacuation. We currently have several units on scene from Orange County, Ventura County, LA City, as well as the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, CHP, and Pepperdine University Public Safety assisting us. There are some closures on PCH between Topanga Canyon and Corral Canyon. Also from the 101 coming up over on Las Virgenes, just after Mulholland, that street is going to be closed down to PCH, so that converts into Malibu Canyon Road. Like you said, we do have an active, aggressive firefight, which includes our aerial as well as our ground forces. Those immediate surrounding areas that are being impacted right now, we do have structure protection groups. As far as structures lost, I can't give you a count at this point, or if there are any. As you know, we did go into a red flag warning today, and that's going to last through Wednesday. We did expect gusts between 50 and 80 miles an hour, and that's exactly what we've seen. In reaction to that, we did have pre-deployed units throughout the county. And luckily, there was one in the immediate area here in the Malibu, Las Virgenes area. They were activated immediately. We also have activated our QRF, which is our quick reaction force between Ventura County, Orange County, and ourselves with our Chinook firefighting helicopters. What else can I give you?
So is it impacting Pacific Coast Highway? We're being told that it's jumped the highway toward the south near Malibu Canyon Road. That's per our scanners.
Okay, so Malibu Canyon Road is where the fire initiated, ma'am. It's in that canyon.
Right.
And it has burned. It did spot across that, so west of that. And that's obviously between Mulholland and PCH. So that is the immediate area where it's at. As far as it reaching down to the coast, I can't give you specifics right now.
Okay.
Because I have not put eyes on the fire, ma'am, for about an hour.
Okay.
And when I did, it was still up in the canyon.
So you mentioned Pepperdine University. We were looking at at a post that they had on X that regardless of what the LA County Fire Department or Malibu was going to say about their evacuation orders, that they were going to shelter in place. Have they evacuated, or are they sheltering in place?
My understanding, ma'am, is that they have an action plan for this scenario, and it is a shelter in place. So that is my understanding for Pepperdine University.
Okay, so you don't have, even though that you've suggested that Pepperdine University is one of your 4 evacuation zones, they're going to go with their own action plan and keep the students and staff on campus?
Well, this is a pre-plan, ma'am, for this exact scenario. So it's not necessarily they're going against our order. They just happen to fall within the evacuation zone that we're issuing the order for, if that makes sense.
That does make sense. I just wanted to clarify because, we were trying to understand what's happening there because it seems that the fire is moving awfully close to the university.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. Again, with the winds and the shift in winds, it being a red flag warning, Santa Ana wind event, we do our best to try to be preemptive. And in that instance, with the winds shifting as they did, the fire growing obviously at a substantial rate, they did issue that warning and subsequently the order.
When it comes to fires like this, and we're seeing it at 853 acres and growing, is this something that you find alarming at the rapid rate that it's growing? As compared to other fires, for example, is this something that you're saying to yourself, wait a second, this one is really something?
I mean, it's no different than any other fire, obviously, ma'am. With the unpredictability, the Santa Ana and the red flag warning, that wind event, it just is a wild card when it comes to firefighting. As aggressive as we want to be, we have to be mindful of what the fire can and most likely will do. That's the reason we have our pre-existing firefighting orders and watch-out situations to not only help ourselves but the public and put ourselves in a position to be able to help and effect rescues. Again, we want to reiterate our incident priorities are life, property, and then the environment. So we want to make sure we're cognizant of that. The houses come secondary to life, so we're always going to obviously favor on the side of life. So with that being said, that's the reason we stress the year-round brush clearance. Frequently having people visit our website and making sure they're ready with our Ready, Set, Go plan here for LA County Fire Department, for the fire area, And we want to just continue and recommend that the people in the immediate area are paying attention to any and all warnings that are coming through the cell phones. I know those warnings have been coming out sequentially.
Right. Inspector, talk to me about the air support. Our reporter on the ground said that she hasn't heard helicopters, water dropping helicopters, seen any air support for about 45 minutes. Can you talk to me about what's going on, when we can see that air support continue?
So I can't give you specifics, ma'am, as far as the tactics that are being used. I do know they were on scene. I was witness to them refilling with water there at the dip site in front of Pepperdine University. What occurred within the last few moments, I couldn't give you an exact, just because of my driving around the fire trying to get to the incident command post, so I can't comment any further. But I can reassure you that any and all resources at our disposal are being used to the maximum now.
Okay, we're looking at some video that we shot earlier from the fire of the air support. What we were able to count 2 helicopters and a Chinook. What can you tell us is part of that fleet tonight?
Part of the what? I'm sorry, ma'am. I didn't hear the last
fleet. What's part of the fleet tonight? Like how many helicopters do you have? The Chinooks, we don't have any fixed wing. I'm sure I haven't seen any. But who's out there flying tonight?
I'm pretty sure I heard the orders for the fixed wing are going to be as soon as they're available. With the nighttime capabilities, I know it's a little rough because of the wind. Again, we did activate the QRF that's between us, Ventura County and Orange County. Those are the Chinooks you're talking about with the capability of up to 3,000 gallons. As you know, we do have Sikorsky Firehawks, which have the capability of up to 1,000 gallons, as well as our Bells, which are 360. Again, we have a full-time fleet of 10 helicopters, ma'am, but where they are and specifically located, who is actually on this fire right now, I couldn't give you specifics, but that is within our
Okay.
our ability.
Yeah, I think I saw 2 of those Firehawks and then one of the Chinooks. I don't know if I saw 2 of them, but yeah, we do see
Yes,
that
ma'am.
you're.
I
yeah.
did hear some of the radio traffic, so I couldn't give you exactly specifics of who or what and where they're at currently.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. Do you want to add anything about what, for people that might need information that we don't have yet, that you want to express and tell our viewers?
Absolutely. I mean, to just keep monitoring the TV, their cell phone. I know you guys are a great resource for rebounding any info we get out. So keep monitoring the news, trusted, reliable news sites such as yourself. Listen to the evacuation warnings and orders. We want to remind people at our website, www.fire.lacounty.gov. And if you had a backslash and RSG to that for Ready, Set, Go, RSG, you can find the latest information as well as our safety messages. Better prepare yourself for any potential evacuations. We want to remind people of the 6 Ps for the wildfire evacuations. That's your people, pets, your papers and your phones, your prescriptions, your pictures, any personal electronic devices, as well as plastic credit cards and things of that nature. So we would just want to encourage people to visit that. Again, that's www.fire.lacounty.gov/RSG for Ready, Set, Go.
Really good information. Thank you so much, Inspector Jonathan Torres with LA County Fire, for your time tonight and giving everybody that is watching just an idea of just how much goes into fighting this fire, no matter what, and also the evacuation orders and the 8 zones of evacuation warning. Again, you can go to fire.lacounty.gov/ and look for information there. We, of course, are going to give you the information here on KTLA as we continue our coverage. And Jonathan Torres, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You have a good night. Bye-bye.
You too. Be safe out there. Franklin Fire at 850 plus acres. That is the latest information that we have right now. Again, Pepperdine University is under a evacuation order along with the community of Sarah Retreat. We have information that structures have burned. However, Inspector Torres was unable to give us the number of that. That is going to be assessed later on in a few hours or so. And I'm sure when they give a news conference tomorrow in the morning, that will be included there. But we always hope that the damage is minimal. However, when we were overhead in Sky 5, we did see on one of the large properties there near Sarah Road, an outhouse and 2 RVs that were in danger of being engulfed in flames. So that was what we saw there. We know that it's inching toward Pepperdine University, but it hasn't made it there yet, and they have an order, an action order to stay in place and to shelter in place there, which is what we believe that they are doing. There are certain roads like PCH, Malibu Canyon Road, that are closed down, and that is specifically so that those that need to evacuate, the mandatory evacuations, can get out of the area without having to worry about other traffic coming through and fighting through that. Even though it is 2:29 in the morning, this is LA, you never know. So we want to go now to the ground and to the scene and to Sandra Mitchell. She is live for us. And Sandy, what's the situation for you like at this moment?
Cher, the winds are picking up. The conditions certainly becoming more challenging for the fire crews out here. Also more serious for the homeowners in the area who are worried about their properties tonight. Most of the people in the area where we are, we're just off PCH at Cross Creek Road, have evacuated. We talked to some of them tonight. They actually evacuated. Then they came back, tried to get in as close as they could before they were stopped by sheriff's deputies, but they wanted to see what the situation was with their property in that Sarah Retreat area. We talked to a woman, Nancy, just a little while ago, who told us that she was really concerned about her property and about her neighbor's property. She got out, her husband got out, and their dog got out with them. but she was a little bit concerned that she didn't have all of the valuables that she wished she had taken with us. Let's take a look at that hillside behind us. Again, this is just off Cross Creek Road, off PCH in Malibu. We've watched this fire for the past 30 minutes or so sort of climb up the hill. I just talked to some of the fire crews who told me that it is now moving closer to where we are, and we are just by a shopping center here with a Whole Foods. If you're familiar with that area, just off PCH, we are actually beside Howdy's Coffee Shop, and they told us that these buildings will be challenged in the next 30 minutes or so, but the fire crews are not really worried about them. They've got a defensible space, a parking lot around them, also some driveways, and it looks like a lot of brush clearance, but the winds are very erratic and the winds are very strong, and they are gusty, and they are pushing these embers all over these canyons tonight. So again, the fire crews told me that that it could be a challenge for these buildings, but they're not really too concerned about them. And right now we do not see any engines, we do not see any hand crews in this area, so they're not extremely concerned about defending or you know, structure protection right now. They have not moved into this area. In fact, the fire crews are a little deeper in the canyon right now. So I think that this area is going to kind of burn itself out and take care of itself. We're going to try and get back in our news van and move a little bit closer down to the road to see where some of the evacuees might be. But again, talking to the folks out here tonight, it appears that many of the residents of Malibu are really coming together. We've had people coming into the canyon to see if anyone needs help evacuating their animals. We did see a caretaker for Sarah Retreat trying to get some horses out. There was a horse running wildly down the road and making a lot of noise and neighing, and she tried desperately. Someone came running with a rope. She was eventually, probably after 15 to 20 minutes of this horse just running all over the place, so frightened, she was able to get that horse in her custody, and she was able to tie it to a tree and in an area that she felt that the horse would be safe for the rest of the evening. So again, just off PCH at near the Sarah Retreat area, and it looks like the wind's really picking up. I talked to some of the fire crews that said, yes, they have lost structures tonight. They wouldn't give me any numbers. They wouldn't give me details whether they were houses or not, but they told us that there have been some structures that have been lost. Cher?
Sandra Mitchell, thank you so much. We do want to go now to Michael Friel. He's with Pepperdine University. Michael, good morning. Okay, we're going to try and get back to, oh, there he is. Michael, are you there?
I am here.
Hi, Mr. Friel, how are you? With Pepperdine University, we appreciate your time at this hour, but of course, I'm sure with all of the sirens and phone calls and text messages, that it wasn't easy to stay asleep and the fire that's burning there. Tell me what the latest is with the evacuation plan for Pepperdine University.
Well, thanks for having me. The plans that we have in place are based on a lot of experience in this area and also in close coordination with Los Angeles County Fire. And our plans are to shelter in place in the center of campus. And currently, our students and our residents are in Payson Library and also at Tyler Campus Center, really in the center of campus, well protected against any kind of threat from the brush fire. We also can report that the LA County Fire Department engines are on campus. Their helicopters are using the water from our lake at Alumni Park to drop on the fire from above. So we really are grateful for LA County Fire, and we know that in close coordination with them, we are protecting our students. That's first and foremost. Our top priority is to protect the residents of our campus.
The number I have for the population for 2024 at Pepperdine University is at, to be exact, 3,198. How many people are in the shelters right now or in the center of campus at those two locations?
Yeah, we have our residents currently sheltered at Payson Library and Tyler campus. Tyler Campus Center. You are correct with the number of residents, and we have gone door to door to ensure that all residents are aware of and are able to shelter in place. We've had great response from our community members, and all have been helped to shelter in place at those two locations in the center of campus. Those buildings are prepared for this kind of situation. The buildings are designed to withstand the threat of this kind of brush fire. Also, the campus is designed for this as well. And so everything from brush clearing around the campus to the kind of vegetation that is located on campus has been planned to ensure that we are resilient against this kind of situation.
So are you at full capacity right now with final exams and all the students there, or have many people left campus? Are we talking about 3,000 or 3,100 people that are now in those two evacuation shelters in those shelter-in-place areas on campus? Are we talking about 3,100 people or much less?
We would just say that those who are on campus have been able to shelter in place at Payson Library and at Tyler Campus Center. We know that in some cases, some people had left early on their own, and we understand that. But the plan in place is to shelter in place. There's a protocol we have prepared well in advance in coordination with Los Angeles County Fire, and that is being implemented as we speak. Our emergency operations team has been leading and coordinating the response to this fire to ensure the safety of our residents. And so all of those residents who are on campus are in those shelter-in-place locations.
At what point do you evacuate?
So the safest place to be is in the center of campus, and that campus is well designed to protect against threats of this nature. And so the center of campus is absolutely safe. The Los Angeles County Fire Department is very active on campus, and they are well familiar with the entire area. And again, their fire crews are on site, as well as their helicopters who are engaged in dropping water from above from the Alumni Park lake that we have right there on campus. So that is a really strong position for us to be in, and the shelter in place is really the safest plan at this time.
Okay, and I guess my next question would be, how many days can the people stay in this area? How many days are you out before you have to move on?
Yeah, so the plans are in place that we are well prepared to take care of our residents. We can do this for multiple days in terms of food and water and shelter and taking care of the needs of our residents. So we are able to take care of any and all needs that our residents have for days on end. We do not foresee that being the case in this situation. And we also have preparations in place to ensure that this campus can get back up and running as soon as the fire has run its course.
You're on campus right now?
Me personally, I am not. I'm right off campus, but I am in close coordination and contact with our emergency operations team that is.
Are you experiencing any of the effects of this Franklin fire?
I certainly can see from my vantage point there are strong winds in this just outside of the community there. So I'm aware of the wind conditions. I do not see the fire itself.
For those students that are watching and staff and faculty, and you know, this shelter-in-place order sounds so finite. That's it. Is there, you know, leeway for students and faculty to go as they please? I mean, I would think so, yes?
Well, it's important to recognize the fact that emergency crews are very active on the roads. And we also know that there has been a number of road closures in the area. And I think that in close coordination with emergency services, we want to make sure that our residents are safe, first and foremost. And the safest place for them to be in this situation, in the conditions that we're facing right now with being in the middle of the night, is to be sheltered in place and not alone on the road trying to travel. We, want to ensure that that residents in the campus are able to shelter in place. We have preparations for them and are making sure that their safety is paramount.
Very good. All right. Michael, if there's anything you'd like to say to viewers, to your student body, faculty that might be watching right now, please give your message.
We continue to monitor the situation and are in close coordination with Los Angeles County Fire. There are numerous crews on the campus to ensure the safety of our community. We are grateful for LA County Fire and all their resources, and we are ensuring that the safety of our residents is our top priority in this time. And we appreciate our community for working closely with us, responding to our request to shelter in place, and all the cooperation that has occurred over this evening. And so we continue to monitor the situation, and we'll continue to communicate in all forms via email and text message, calls, and on social media.
Michael Friel, Pepperdine Public Information Officer, good of you to join us at this hour in the morning. I know it's been a tough night, and for many of the residents there in Malibu, especially there also at Pepperdine, where you have quite a large population of at least 3,000 people, and so they are sheltering in place, and that is the directive from Pepperdine at this hour at 2:43 in the morning, and they are going to stand by that. So, Michael, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. It is 2:43 in the morning. This fire has been burning starting at 10:45, and it's time now for me to turn my attention to my colleague, Miss Lauren Lister, who's going to take over now and deal with this 853 acre brush fire.
Yeah.
And, as it rages on. So over to you.
All right, Cher, thank you so much. A really tough night for so many in Malibu as we continue to monitor this quickly growing fire, this wind-driven fire. Sky 5, you can see overhead above the flames that are burning in Malibu. Let's go up to Rich Prickett to see what's the latest from above. Hi, Rich. We'll come back to Rich in a moment when we have him, but you can see the flames burning right now. We are live overhead, and you can see the concern with the brush there and the winds that are blowing. Now, we have heard that there have been structures that have been burned in this fire, but we don't have confirmation of how many. We have some preliminary reports on that. We know there are evacuation orders in place in the Sarah Retreat area. Also, Pepperdine under an evacuation order, but as we just heard from Pepperdine school officials, they have a protocol to shelter in place that is the best, safest option for everybody there. Now, this broke out just before 11 o'clock last night. We know that this was during a very difficult time with regard to conditions. We knew we were facing these kinds of conditions. Vera Jimenez is still in studio. Vera, maybe you can talk a little bit about this was a unique red flag warning, it was a particularly dangerous situation warning, correct? Which is rare.
That is correct. And yes, these tend to be rare. They don't issue them very often. In fact, they didn't start issuing them until 2020. And not many have been issued, but unfortunately, we had one issued last month at the beginning of November. And now, as you remember, we had a big fire in Ventura, the mountain fire. So there was that. But these conditions are going to be with us, Lauren, until about 2 o'clock this afternoon. Once the PDS, if it does expire on time when it's supposed to, when the winds begin to diminish, we are still going to be left with the red flag warning. So we're not going to be quite done with it. The red flag warning that will remain in place will be for winds that are still within the red flag warning criteria, but not quite as strong. Right now, that particularly dangerous situation was issued because wind speeds are going to reach upwards of 50 to perhaps maybe even 80 miles per hour. During the November event that we had last month, we certainly reached 80 mile per hour and even more than that in some areas. They are going to see the possibility again of these winds. At the moment, I've been looking around. I was just getting at an update because remember, this red flag event is going to be widespread. The particularly dangerous situation is only for the northwestern end of the viewing area, which is Ventura, Los Angeles, and a small part of Santa Barbara County. The wind speeds right now in Chino Hills, for example, outside of the warning area, have already reached 65 miles per hour this morning. Chilea, which is in the National Forest, Angeles National Forest, 61 miles per hour. So we're starting to see those winds get stronger. As I was mentioning earlier to share while we were on the air together, is that generally speaking, the winds get a little stronger right before the sun comes out. We start to see a temperature change, and that, remember, is going to generate winds. Anytime we have a temperature drop or a temperature increase, it generates a shift in the winds. And so right before the sun comes out, we are anticipating that shift in the wind, and that is probably going to mean an increase. So that right now is my biggest concern, is what is going to happen in those early morning hours when the sun is about to come up, and we're going to start to see the sun warm up the atmosphere, and with that we're going to see a reduction in the relative humidity values, especially if the winds get stronger. The other part of this equation, Lauren, is the moisture in the fuels. It's what we call the fuel content, the moisture in the fuels. And right now we're looking at single digits. We're looking at percentages in the area where the fire is taking place, 7%, 6%, and that is what we're going to continue to see as we work our way through the morning into the afternoon hours. As we take a look at what is going to happen after that, the winds will continue to diminish, but they won't. The last of the red flag warnings will not expire until Wednesday in the afternoon, maybe as late as 6 p.m. And the reason for that is because even when the winds aren't in progress, the fact that we still have low relative humidity and that we have a lot of moisture, a lack of moisture in the fuels is still enough of a combination to where we will see the conditions that are going to be conducive for rapid growth and rapid spread. This is primarily a wind-driven fire because of how strong they are. But the other part of this picture for you, Lauren, as you move through the morning and you continue to talk about this, is that the fuel out there is plentiful. We are in the second month, actually going into the third month of the water season, and we have only had 2 minor rain events. So in terms of our water year, we are extremely below where we should be, and we have seen a lot of warm weather, and so all of that has produced a lot of dry fuel. So in addition to the winds driving this fire, there's also a lot of moisture, a lot of really dry vegetation, not quite dead, but certainly very, very dry, extremely dry, dangerously dry. And that, of course, will also be a factor in terms of how fast and how much and how quick this fire will continue to spread into daylight.
One of the things we saw with the mountain fire last month in Ventura County was how quickly it spread with those very fast winds. Is that what you were referring to when you talked about the November event where winds did reach 80 miles per hour?
Yes,
Okay.
80 plus.
Wow.
I remember seeing at least 86 miles per hour as I tracked through the day. And, you know, the National Weather Service will keep a track of the wind, the strongest wind gusts, and I remember seeing 86 miles per hour.
Wow. And so when you look at this fire and you look at the conditions, so the mountain fire, it broke out later in the morning. The sun was already up. It was, you know, sort of that 8 o'clock-ish timing. Now, this is a fire that broke out at nighttime, in the middle of the night. So talk about the different dynamics. You talked about your concerns once the sun does rise. What is sort of fueling it when it's still nighttime? It's the wind and the low humidity is what you said are really the factors?
Yeah, it's the wind and the low humidity and how much moisture is actually in the fuels. So there's humidity in terms of the moisture in the fuels and the vegetation, and then there's the air moisture, how much there is in the air. And so because it's so dry, we've got single digit air moisture, relative humidity values, and we've got single digits in terms of the percentages of how much moisture there is in the vegetation that's out there. So the interesting thing about this fire that got my attention immediately is that the winds had not started to get strong. They certainly were not strong enough to cause a power line to be knocked down because of the gusty winds. We didn't hear of any power outages in terms of transformers that sometimes blow out. When you have a transformer blowout, it causes a power outage, and immediately we're alerted by the power companies. The residents immediately alert, their power is out. We didn't have any of that. This, to me, feels like an accident. Like there was a man-made, and I'm not saying that someone purposely, I'm saying it was an accidental cause, but to me, that's what this feels like because of the winds at the time and the fact that, you know, there wasn't anything to cause a fire to naturally spark. And so, so that's what I'm also concerned about, is just that we sometimes don't pay attention to what we do, and someone could have thrown a cigarette butt out the window, and because it's so dry out there, it could have been possibly enough to spark a fire. And then as soon as the wind started to pick up, there is the spread. So at this point, I'm sure that's going to be investigated, and they'll be able to determine what and when and exactly the pinpoint area where this fire started, but it's way too early. Right now, they're just trying to get a handle on the fire. So yes, as the sun begins to rise, that is going to be a bit of a concern just because the winds tend to shift. Anytime you see an increase or a decrease in winds, there is this stability that Mother Nature always tries to establish. And so when it gets warmer on one side or colder on the other, there's this movement of air to try to create a balance. And so as the sun comes up, the air starts to warm up and the winds begin to shift again, and sometimes they get stronger. And so that's what I'm looking ahead to as we approach sunrise.
Okay, Vera, and if you said this, forgive me, but what are the peak gusts we're seeing at this point, or that we've seen in these overnight hours?
At this point, during the overnight hours, the peak wind gusts have been in the 60s already.
Okay.
So, for example, Chino Hills, which is in, you know, edge of LA County, bordering into the IE, 65 miles per hour. The Angeles National Forest, we've already seen a couple of different sightings and readings where we've seen numbers in the low 60s as well. And so remember, this is going to be a widespread event, even though we don't have any official high wind warnings or wind advisories. For now, though, I'm going to toss it back to you, Lauren.
Yeah. All right, Vera, thank you so much. And you're looking at live images from the ground. This is at PCH and Civic Center Way. You can see where those flames are burning in multiple spots in the brush. And then on the road, you could see those emergency vehicles. And we have an LA County Fire PIO right now, Tracy Corner, or LA County Sheriff's Department, rather, PIO, who's joining us now with the very latest. So thank you so much for being with us during a very, very busy time for you.
Certainly.
Tell us a little bit about what you're doing in terms of conducting evacuations. Do we still have Tracy Corner from the LA County Sheriff's Department? Okay, looks like we lost him, but the Sheriff's Department instrumental in conducting those evacuation orders. We know that there are orders, so typically what they do is they go door to door telling people it's time to get out. The Sarah Retreat area is an area under evacuation. At this point, there are also evacuation warnings, which we'll have a lot more on. But right now, let's go down to the ground where Aaron Myers is on the scene with the very latest. Aaron, we see those flames burning behind you. First, just give us a sense of where you are and what you know at this point.
Hi, Lauren. Good morning. Yeah, we're actually right along PCH and Civic Center Way, which you were talking about. And I'll step out. You can see the flames here behind us on the hillside. Also, a building does appear to be on fire here behind us. A lot of emergency vehicles along Civic Center Way at this point. And we are seeing the flames in the hills. We're seeing helicopters up in the air as well. And now my photographer, Ed, and I, we actually were trying to go past this area a short time ago, and there was just so much smoke and ash in the air. We had to turn around. We could not see anything. The visibility really bad, and the flames had crossed over PCH, so they are dealing with this fire on both sides of that roadway, and a lot of people have been evacuated at this point. We saw more resources heading though into the area as we were headed this way. We saw a trailer coming up to pick up some of those large animals. They are trying to get people out of the area, of course, but just winds are starting to pick up again right now too, so that's not going to help with this fire moving it quickly in the area, getting it to spread even further. And we know we've been talking about Pepperdine, the fire, that's where we were trying to get, but of course getting closer there as well. And of course, if you are being asked to evacuate, they say to heed those warnings, follow those directions from fire officials. Now, as for Pepperdine, we know that they were sheltering in place earlier. This is because LA County Fire has said that is an okay protocol for the area. They do have things in place to keep fire. They are from getting over there or protecting the students. But once again, if we come over this way, I'm gonna have Ed follow me a little bit. You can see this is PCH, and you can see the smoke and the fire in the area here as well. So a lot going on here, about 853 acres at this point, and the winds they keep picking up. Now, as for those evacuation orders, we know it's east of Malibu Canyon Road and south of Piuma Road, along with the Sarah Retreat area. Mandatory evacuations are now also in place for Tuna Canyon to Puerco Canyon, and an evacuation warning from Puerco Canyon to Trincas Canyon. The fire has spread to Malibu Road, according to city officials, and they are telling you just stay out of this area. We did see people lining up along Pacific Coast Highway on our way here, just keeping out of the way. And actually, if we turn back this way, Ed, can you follow me this way real quick? We can see just how many resources are coming into the area. If you look back this way, this is right along PCH. See all of those lights heading out here. We've seen LA County Fire here, more resources just making their way in, because right now, still a lot happening here, trying to get everything under control, but 0% containment at this point. Pacific Coast Highway filled with emergency vehicles all alongside of it, and once again, visibility, the ash, everything in this area just really difficult right now. But that's the very latest. We're gonna keep wandering around the area and see what we can see for you and bring it to you. But just, yeah, wind everywhere, ash everywhere, very scary situations right now in this area. And we did see that building on fire a short time ago. The flames have died down, but we are trying to get more information about how many structures may have been affected at this point, but still not a lot of details because obviously officials here, they're first and foremost trying to get everybody out that needs to be removed, trying to keep people safe in this area because it is just burning all alongside. When we were driving up, we just saw fire sprinkled throughout the hillsides here along Malibu, so it does stretch for quite a bit. We did see fire coming very close to office buildings along Pacific Coast Highway, and they did have fire crews stationed all along it as well. But the wind's definitely picking up. Yeah, right now getting much windier, and they are expected to last at least until this afternoon. The red flag warnings even longer, so firefighters definitely have their hands full this morning. We know crews are coming in from other departments as well. I believe LAFD is sending people out here along with LA County. We've seen the Sheriff's Department out here directing traffic. Parts of Pacific Coast Highway are closed. So right now, if you are in this area, make sure you are following those alerts, having everything ready to go if you need to get out of this area for the time. And then, yeah, there we got another helicopter in the air, and hopefully, you know, the winds will keep cooperating so they can keep those helicopters up there right now to help with those water drops. But just a lot happening here, and we'll keep moving around so we can see what the conditions are throughout the area here. But right now, yeah, fire officials, firefighters, very busy, a lot of smoke, a lot of ash. So just stay clear of this area. Reporting live here in Malibu, I'm Erin Myers. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Hey, Erin, before you leave us, real quick, you gave a great kind of synopsis of where the fire was, south and east, and then also the mandatory evacuation order. And I want to make sure that we really emphasize that. Can you break that down for us again? Where was it burning east of and south of, and that evacuation order? I thought that was really key information.
Yeah, let me pull that up again for you guys right now. Now, the evacuation orders are east of Malibu Canyon Road and south of Piuma Road, along with the Sarah Retreat area. And they did add mandatory evacuations now in place for Tuna Canyon to Puerco Canyon. That's according to Malibu city officials. There is an evacuation warning from Puerco Canyon to Trancas Canyon. And the fire has spread, we're told, to Malibu Road, according to city officials. And they really want to emphasize, if you're told to leave, make sure you follow those evacuation directions from police and fire officials, and stay clear of PCH because there are so many vehicles coming in. There's a whole line of them coming in again right here behind me. So they need to be able to get through and get to this fire and keep people safe. Chris?
Erin, it's Lauren. Thank you so much. I want to keep you with us if we could, and I want for viewers that are joining us at 3:02 this morning, Chris Schaubel now joining us as we cover the Franklin fire, which broke out shortly before 11 o'clock last night. This has now burned 850 acres. There are mandatory evacuations. It's burning in Malibu. Erin, I see behind you, we see the emergency vehicles on the road. We know that there are road closures, and some of them have to do with the ease of both fire officials and other emergency vehicles getting in, as well as letting people get out. And actually now we're going to go to Sandra Mitchell, who is really in some windy conditions with fire behind her. Sandra, what's going on there?
Lauren and Chris, good morning. I can tell you that the fire has now reached the campus of Pepperdine University, but we are told that all of the students who are on campus and the faculty who might have been here are sheltering in place in the middle of the campus. I'm going to step out of the way and show you. We've got some flames behind us, and about, I would estimate, 20 to 30 fire engines just raced onto the campus behind us, and they are still coming. We have seen water tankers as well. So again, this is at Malibu Canyon Road and Winter Mesa Road. Conditions are becoming so much more severe out here. There is little electricity because it has been turned off in much of the campus. There are some generators going, but there are flames on the edge of the campus now. I do want to stress that the students are safe and are sheltering in place, but the emergency response that we are seeing right now is just incredible. Probably 30 fire engines just raced onto the campus. We've got water tankers coming onto the campus as far as mobile. Street signs out here are just blowing. You can see the red lights are blinking. Power is out in much of the area. The winds are just incredibly intense. The gusts are so strong. Just moments ago, we saw all the embers being just crawling across the road here at PCH and Malibu Canyon Road. The embers just going right across the road and then starting these spot fires. So again, we're on the edge of Pepperdine campus. This is the entrance just off PCH at Winter Mesa on one side of PCH, Malibu Canyon on the other side of PCH, and you can see this is just a really ominous scene, but we are told that all of the students right now are safe. But boy, it is smoky out here. It is hard to walk around because the winds are so intense, but I can tell you that emergency crews are on the scene here at Pepperdine right now.
Sandra, you've been covering this fire all night long. We saw you speaking to people that did flee their homes, that are in these areas that have been evacuated beyond Pepperdine, the Sarah retreats. I saw you speak to a woman who said that she left in a hurry. What can you tell us, for those that are joining us now at the 3 o'clock hour, about what you have sort of seen in the progression of this fire over the last several hours?
Well, Lauren, actually, we started covering the wind conditions earlier tonight for the 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock news on KTLA. The wind conditions at that hour were not that strong. We got back to the station to end our shift. We were told that there was a small fire, a 10-acre fire starting in Malibu. So I made some calls to the fire crews that I had talked to earlier in the night at Station 89 there in Agora Hills. And I said, hey, what's the fire look like to you guys? And they said, yeah, it's bad. And I said, is it going to take off? And they said, absolutely. So you know, when fire officials and fire experts tell you in the first few minutes of a fire that it's going to be bad, they were already prepared. They told us that they had 25 extra firefighters spread throughout Agora Hills, Calabasas, and Malibu tonight. They had their helicopters already staged and crewed and packed and ready to go. They had extra engines deployed. We saw the engines were actually parked alongside the road tonight. They were ready to go. They weren't even keeping them in the fire station because they knew how challenging the conditions were going to be. And yes, we did talk to some evacuees from the Sarah Ranch area, and they told us that the fire at about midnight just came up so quickly. They just had the opportunity to grab very few things and get out safely. We saw at least one horse running wildly down the road, just terrified because of the swirling winds and the thick smoke. And of course, then the helicopters overhead and the sirens in the background and all of the trucks rushing by. So the animal that we saw was just so scared, a huge horse just galloping down the road. The woman who was the caretaker for that horse and two other horses on the property up there at Sarah Retreat told us that she was finally able to save that one horse. She tied it to a road, tied it to a tree alongside the road, but then had to leave. And the two other horses were just running wildly out of control. And despite the best efforts, they could not rescue them, but they think that the horses will be okay. All right, just behind us right now, we've got this large piece of equipment. Looks like the bulldozers have now arrived. So they will use those to draw a line of defense where they think the fire might jump next. They'll use that to also put out any ashes or sort of things that are blowing around in the air, the embers. And it's just incredible, this response that we have seen on the Pepperdine campus tonight. Again, up to 30 fire engines just moments ago rushing onto the campus. I don't see anybody evacuating from the campus right now. I know earlier tonight we did talk to an official from Pepperdine, and they told us that the safest place for anybody, including the students who were on campus, was to be in the center of campus. So I believe that is still the situation right now.
Hey, Sandra, the fire that we see over your shoulder there, I know that's not on the campus side of where this is happening. Is that a spot fire? What do you think that is?
You know, Chris, I do think it is a spot fire, but looking around, I can see most of the terrain in this area is also burned. I don't know if our cameras can pick that up, but there are little fires burning all around it. Just really the embers, it's just incredible to see these embers. It just looks like orange flames kind of crossing the roadways, and then we see these little fires start up. But this fire, it appears that there's something there that is burning. It's been burning for about 30 minutes.
And you know, right across from Pepperdine last month, there was a small brush fire that was in that area. So this area, parts of it did recently burn. It was quickly put out. So Sandra, set the scene of exactly where you are. Are you PCH in Malibu Canyon Road, or where exactly, which intersection are you at?
Yeah, Lauren, we're along Pacific Coast Highway. On one side of PCH, it is Malibu Canyon Road. On the other side, it is Winter Mesa. So that's the intersection we are at. The lights, the signals here are blinking red. So we do have a few cars going through, but I believe the road is closed in both directions, mostly just these emergency responders coming through. Again, we have not seen anybody driving out of the campus as far as students or anything like that. We are told that they are sheltering in place in 2 different buildings on the campus.
And Sandra, I can only imagine, and I know you don't have access to the students right now, you don't have access to any particular parents that may be trying to get to their students. You and I both have young adults who recently graduated college. I know that if you're just seeing this and you're a parent and your kid goes to Pepperdine, you're probably freaking out right now, and you're probably trying to reach them in the middle of the night. I know how hard it is for you to communicate with cell service and the winds impacting everything. I can only imagine, have you seen any evidence of panic?
I have not. I have seen a tremendous response from the emergency crews, just incredible response of fire trucks going on there. But yes, I feel it, Chris. I'm a parent. I know that it's scary enough to have your child away from you, even when they are young adults and there's an emergency situation. So I'm sure that the school is helping facilitate and keep parents updated. Here in Southern California, we're used to these fires, right? But still, it is very, very frightening. I'm sure there are many students from out of state, out of the country who are here on campus, and their parents, when they hear about a wildfire in California getting very, very close and approaching the campus, it's got to be just tremendously scary. But all the kids have cell phones. We hope that the school is facilitating so that they can communicate with the parents. And they've been through this before, many, many times. Pepperdine has a great defensible space around it. That's why they have the students in the middle of the campus. And the fire crews here are used to this. They are used to dealing with the Pepperdine campus. So I hope that that gives any parents who might be watching on the app tonight or on the website, I hope it gives them some sort of reassurance that the students here are safe. They're in the middle of campus. They're together. It's probably a great adventure for a college student. But yes, I'm sure some of them are scared as well.
Yeah, Sandra, a difficult
Chris
situation. Thank you so much, especially for students that aren't from Southern California and they're not familiar with wildfires and they haven't been through this protocol. But Pepperdine officials assured us that they really have thought all of this through, and this is the safest thing for their student body. Sandra, thank you so much. Now we turn to Carlos Herrera, who is a little bit further out of town towards Santa Monica along PCH at Sweetwater Canyon. Carlos, we see some flames over your shoulder. What can you tell us about where you are now?
Yeah. And we are just east of Las Flores. A lot of concern here from residents this morning as the fire pushed towards this way. You can see them here boarding up this hillside. We're speaking with residents this morning. They're trying to see what exactly is going on. Walter Tarp here this morning. Your house burning up there right now.
Well, I hope not. But so my house here, if you pan the camera this way, we're just the other side, about 1,000 yards from that area. I've been out here about 19 years and through a couple of these fires, and it's we just need more support up here. We're seeing a lot of fire engine trucks coming in and out of here, but not a lot of them local. And they don't know the terrain up here, and they're trying to, I guess what you were saying, which is good information, is try to access the fire from the back end.
Exactly.
But there is no back end.
So the problem with firefighters, when we spoke with them just a few minutes ago about this area, is that there's really no access besides Sweetwater Canyon. It's a really narrow road, so they're trying to go through behind it or even through the air, but the visibility is very poor at this moment. So they're trying to find out.
So now you can see we're having trucks come in. Thank God. But it's just it's one of the pitfalls of Malibu and living at the coast, particularly with some of the terrain here, is when you have fire engines that don't know the area, they can't access the area. And we actually have a neighbor. If you happen to look this way, a neighbor that was trapped in our community couldn't get out because the road was on fire, and hiked down this ravine, which is probably 1,500 yards down the hill.
There are about 20 homes up in this area. So
22,
so many of the homeowners are trying to figure out what exactly is going on. We spoke with Rosie, who had lived here for several years as well, your friend. She's driving her car back up there and trying to see if her house is okay.
Correct. So as we're seeing now some more fire engines go up there, and she's being escorted up that way right now. what you said about an hour ago that no homes were on fire?
Homes. As of when we spoke with firefighters about an hour ago, they said fires in that area seem to be homes in that area rather seem to be okay. They're going into what they call structure protection up in that area, Sweetwater Canyon Road, and also on PCH south of this area. Okay. Now the problem here is that you see these embers. It looks like the fire is okay, and then they flare up and the flames get 20, 30 feet up.
Correct. So yeah, I was kind of almost in bedtime mode about 11 o'clock, and then I heard Rosie, yelling that helicopters coming through and whatnot, and we looked to the I guess would be technically the north end side here, and flames were brewing again, and we've seen this before, sadly, but nothing this close. This is the closest we've been, and I don't know. I don't know if the house is okay.
Did you grab stuff to evacuate? Documents?
Yeah, of course. You've been out here 19 years. You have this evacuation plan, and so the first things we obviously we grab the pets, put those in there, and then grab everything that we needed to grab. And look, stuff is stuff. Yeah. Our animals are fine and whatnot. It's just going through this again. We went through it in 2018. 2018 was crazy, but that was Woolsey down this way. This didn't impact us, but I'm saying it was like, I think 2008, it was pretty rough too.
Well, hopefully your house is okay.
I appreciate the coverage, guys. I really do.
Oh, we do. We'll stay in touch. Walter, good luck with everything again. This is the big concern. You see these flames just a few minutes ago weren't as strong, and they flare up again. We're seeing helicopters flying around this area, but the visibility is so poor, it makes it really complicated for them. The wind keeps blowing. Once they drop those massive amount of water on these flames, it does no good because the wind just pushes that water away from the target and missing it all completely. Here we are seeing more of these units arriving into this area. We've seen that happening all morning long. LA County, we've seen other agencies in the area as well responding to this specific neighborhood, Sweetwater Canyon Road again, and PCH. This area was not burning about an hour ago. It speaks to how fast these flames can spread and grow in this area, and many residents here have evacuated, but they're wondering, Chris and Lauren, if their homes are okay at this point. And of course, we'll keep monitoring the situation for them, and for now, we'll send it back to you.
Hey, Carlos, you mentioned where you are exactly, and the gentleman mentioned his community, his actual, where his home is. Can you reiterate that for us so we can get a good idea of what we're looking at and what folks are dealing with?
Exactly. Yeah, this here is PCH. That narrow road you see there, kind of dark, is Sweetwater Canyon. Up that hill, 20 homes, 23 to be exact. Last time we spoke with firefighters, they said homes there are okay, but the flames are coming really close to them. We spoke with Walter here this morning. You see those flames burning there. He says his house is 1,000 feet up the hillside, so he thinks he's hoping his house is okay, but he's really concerned about that. The residents in this area were trying to get answers from firefighters. Firefighters are still trying to find out what exactly is happening here. Some of these residents drove back up this hillside after evacuating, and they said, no, you don't want to go get answers myself and make sure that my house is okay and see what I can do to save it. But again, the main concern is how these flames are flaring up, these embers flying around. This area, as you may remember, was not burning about an hour ago. So the fire keeps spreading really fast.
Carlos, it's Lauren. Could we talk to Walter about what is the name of his neighborhood? Is it different from the Sarah Retreat neighborhood that we know is under an evacuation order? And did he have authorities come to his door and evacuate him, or what led him to get out?
Walter, just a quick follow-up question. The name of your neighborhood, Sweetwater Canyon, right?
Sweetwater Canyon, that's correct.
And were you evacuated by authorities, or did you just grab yourself and go before?
We got an alert that power might be going out tonight because of the winds. Power was shut off, and the next thing we know that we hear the helicopters above. But we didn't get any alerts on our phones, not till we got down to the bottom of the hill. And again, that's probably part of the problem, is being in this area is that the cell reception is often not very good. Yeah. So, we have backup stuff that kicked in, but fortunately we got out of there, right? It's just the alert system is not that great because of the terrain, because of where we are, and it's just the cell service is not that great.
And having power shut off just also adds to that as well.
It does. I mean, you lose communication, right? So it's unfortunate.
Have you been able to talk with other neighbors?
We spoke briefly together with one of our neighbors, Tom, and one of our other neighbors, Michael, which I mentioned had to crevasse down this, which 1,500 feet or whatnot, down this hill because the road was on fire. Now, what I hope, and we've done a lot of work in the community, which I'm on the board, is to clear brush and get rid of it, and we've done a lot of that work ourselves. Oh my God, yeah, and we've done a lot of work with our structure so that it's fire retardant, but you can only do as much as you can.
Yeah, you can see the images here. Now, tell me about that home you see there, Sean. I'm not sure if you can zoom into that. The flames burning there through that retaining wall. Tell me about that.
Yeah, so that is a neighbor that we know, and I've actually helped with some financing in years past, and he spent several $1 million on that retaining wall. The ravine is very steep, so he shored it up and did a great job with it, and got that that situation resolved. But we also have neighbors that are just the other side of here in Sarah Retreat that have a number of homes, and I pray that they're okay, because it looked like it was coming from that side.
Yeah, it burned towards this side.
Do you have any reports of Sarah Retreat in terms of what's happened there?
Yeah, nothing confirmed there. Some structures have been damaged and destroyed, but no official number just yet. But it is just devastating to see these images.
It is. It's very surreal. You don't. And the thing is, we've gone through. We're in the process of remodeling, and I just, my dear wife, I think we're going to have to go through this again.
Well, again, our prayers are with you, and
thank you.
Hope your house is okay, Walter. There. Again, this is what happens with the residents. They're trying to get news, trying to get updates from firefighters, who, of course, are busy trying to protect these homes in this area. Chris and Lauren.
Can you ask Walter, he evacuated, which is what you're supposed to do. Does he regret that? He's going to try and get back up there. Is he being patient?
You are being patient, right? You're staying here. You're not going back home. We have seen some of your neighbors, though, driving back up this hill.
Yeah. So
you're not going to go back.
I'm not. I mean, look, it looks like they have, from what we can see from this side, that the fire is contained, and that's probably a lot of the work that we've done with the neighborhood to keep it down. What I'm concerned about is our neighbors on this side, who I rushed down to help her evacuate about 2 hours ago, where you see the fire in the distance.
And we're seeing that helicopter there now. Right?
Yeah, you're seeing a helicopter right now about to hopefully make a drop of water right on top of it, and that's essentially where she lives. So I evacuated her little puppy, and one of her guests that were staying there, and I got them out and brought them down here. Now she's, in fact, yeah, you can see her in the distance right there with the flashing lights. Yeah, so that's my neighbor that I got down the hill. But again, we don't know, and I fear that could be really close to her house.
The sense of togetherness here. Now, we just saw that helicopter dropping water. It's one of the few times, actually, that we've seen a successful water drop in this area because of the wind.
Yeah, so the wind has calmed down, which is, thank goodness for that. But, you have these flares that are happening. This was pretty gnarly here, where this tree caught on fire, and you're seeing some of it, but it looks like it just settled out by itself, which I'm hoping what continues to happen is that the terrain, with the work that a lot of this neighborhood in particular has done, it just doesn't burn further.
Yeah, and what we did see were authorities blocking traffic in this area, making sure that the embers from that side didn't jump over PCH and burn homes on this side.
Right, so this is the Malibu Beach Hotel, which, it has been redone, and it's beautiful and it's fantastic. But you're right, so it looks like they've done, like we had a bunch, 7 or 8 fire engines right here, and they crevassed this hill and I did what they do, and that's gone. But if you look in the distance here, I'm really concerned about Sarah Retreat at this point as well.
When are you going to decide whether or not to go back and check on your home?
Oh, I'm not leaving. No. Yeah, I'm not leaving. I'm obviously. My wife's up the hill right now, and she's very resourceful. And I know there's fire engines up there already, so I'm not leaving, obviously. But yeah, I'm concerned about my neighbor's home over there, so I'm going to go check on her right now.
Good luck, man.
Thank you very much, guys.
There you have it, Chris and Lauren. Again, we did see that successful water drop on that area. There's about 10 homes on that side of that community, but altogether there's about 23 homes here that may be in danger with the fire burning.
All right, Carlos Herrera, thank you so much for reporting live. Just doing a great job out there. It's really tough to understand because in the darkness, all you have is the light from the fire kind of illuminating where these problematic areas are. You have the fire line and you have the embers that are starting spot fires. And depending on where those spot fires pop up, firefighters either have to immediately rush to prevent the fire from getting worse or watch and wait. And it's just the toughest of all situations in these wind gusts. And as we've been hearing from our reporters, the Franklin fire, it's so interesting. At one moment, you're going to have 50-mile-per-hour gusts. The next minute, the gusts will switch directions. And then yet again, it'll be virtually still outside. So the factors that are driving this fire are varying by the second, by the minute.
So true. And Chris, to your point about the dark conditions there, we have gotten word that there's a public safety power shutoff for much of Malibu. So no power. They are in the dark. So even those not impacted directly by the fire, they are impacted by the power outages. We saw the flashing traffic signals in Sandra Mitchell's live shot. And so people need to stop at those before proceeding. That's what people driving through are asked to do. But there are road closures in the area. Malibu Canyon from Mulholland to PCH being shut down. A few others to tell you about, Chris. I think you have those.
Yeah, Los Flores to Corral Canyon. So you're dealing with a very large area. If you're familiar with the PCH and the Malibu area, it's not just contained in some small area. It's a pretty large area that you're dealing with, and the power shutoffs are massive for the entire community.
Yeah, and that will, for those not directly impacted by the fire being evacuated, that will impact the morning commute because portions of PCH shut down. Part of that, we were told, is to really allow these emergency vehicles to flow freely and evacuees to leave. For those that are evacuated and don't have anywhere to go, we are told that the shelter is the Palisades Recreation Center in Pacific Palisades. That is south of Malibu. It's at 851 Alma Real Drive. This is right in the heart of Pacific Palisades, the rec center there if you are needing somewhere to go. And for large animals, Pierce College is available to you for, we know that there are people with horses in the area. Sandra said that she had even seen one that was, that they had to sort of deal with in the midst of evacuating. We're seeing some new images here of the fire burning, and you can see just how those flames are raging and driven by the winds. We know that there is these red flag conditions that we were warned about, that we were warning about yesterday morning, Chris, when you and I were sitting here, and when Henry was talking about the particularly dangerous situation that was the specific language of these weather warnings, which is a rare warning to give. Now, we do have Erin Myers standing by on PCH and Civic Center Way. Let's go down to her and see what's happening now, where she is. Hi, Erin.
Hi, Lauren. As you were talking about the winds, they're coming and going. When we saw you last, they were a lot stronger. They've died down for a bit, but you can see here behind me, Pacific Coast Highway, the fire has jumped it. We have fire burning on both sides, and my photographer and I, Ed, we actually tried to go up this way earlier, and when we got here, the winds were so strong. There was so much ash in the air, so much smoke, also those embers. We had to turn around. It's looking a little better right now. We have seen vehicles go up that way, quite a few of them. Making their way further down into Malibu. And then if you follow me this way, though, you'll see when we were on with you last time, we saw all of the flames all across the hillside here. That has died down a bit, but we see several helicopters in the air. I spoke with LA County fire officials a short time ago, and they said that they believe there are at least 6 in the air right now. They said those numbers, though, will change throughout the morning, most likely based on, obviously, conditions. They also told me they're bringing in all available resources at this time that they have and that other organizations can provide as well. But you can see just how quickly things change. And then we're going to turn around and look the other direction here on PCH. We do still see emergency vehicles lined up along it because this fire really is spread out, as you were saying, so far. And much of PCH closed, so we can get those emergency vehicles coming in and out at this point. Now, LA County Fire department, they tell me that at least 2,000 structures are immediately affected right now due to those evacuation orders, and about 6,000 people have been evacuated because of them. If you are evacuated, they say get out, leave the area. They really need to be able to get into this area, into Malibu, to fight this fire. But let me talk a little bit about those evacuation orders. Again, they are east of Malibu Canyon Road and south of Piuma Road, along with the Cerro Retreat area. Mandatory evacuations also now in place for Tuna Canyon to Puerco Canyon. The fire has spread across PCH to Malibu Road near Webb Way and across PCH into the Malibu Pier area. Now we're told Malibu Pier and other structures are impacted in that area, so they are bringing resources over there as well. And structures are currently impacted on Malibu Knolls Road and Sweetwater Canyon. This according to city officials. Now, an evacuation warning is in place from Puerco Canyon to Truncas Canyon. We are told the fire has spread to Malibu Road again, once according to officials. So just be alert, be prepared. If you do have to leave, if you've already been told to, you should get out. But, you know, it is interesting, as you said, weather completely changes throughout the morning. It can change in minutes. But if you look over here again on PCH, we're seeing a little more smoke. And that was what we were dealing with when we got here, just trying to drive through that. And people, we've seen the emergency vehicles making their way up that way. But you just have to be very careful and really best to avoid this area anywhere in Malibu across PCH as those emergency vehicles continue to make their way to the area. Once again, though, all the resources they can get, they're bringing out here to fight this Franklin fire. We're now told it's burned more than, I believe, 1,600 acres, so moving quite quickly. And I'll send it back to you in the studio.
And Aaron, as you talk about evacuations, what are you actually seeing? I know you're seeing a lot of fire personnel coming and going. Are you seeing anyone really evacuating it at this point? And we should point out that if someone is watching this right now on KTLA 5, you're going to be allowed to leave. You're not going to be able to get back, but you're going to be allowed to leave.
We haven't seen any, not a lot of residents in this area. I think if they were anybody here, they've already left. When we got here, two, and then they turned around and they went the other direction. But right now, it's mostly just been the emergency vehicles, and they are all lined up along PCH. So they really are urging, if you're told to leave, just get out. Give officials, give emergency responders that space they need to fight this fire. Chris?
All right, Aaron, thank you so much. We'll be coming to you in just a little bit once again. We have some video for you to show. If you are a Pepperdine student, this is what you're dealing with. They have effectively told the students and staff and all personnel there on the campus to go ahead and shelter in place. So this video has been provided by us. These are in specific areas that have been designated for exactly this kind of emergency.
Yeah, and what we know is that it has been burning close to Pepperdine. This fire, they are sheltering in place. Fire officials said they are under evacuation order, but the school does have a protocol that they have found to be the safest, which is to have all of the students shelter in a few buildings at the center of campus, and that's what we're seeing right now. So this located at PCH and Malibu Canyon Road, which is where we know the fire is burning right nearby. Sandra Mitchell was out there, and there were spot fires just right across the street.
Yeah, the two buildings on campus that they've been asked to shelter in is the Tyler Campus Center or the Payson Library. Unsure which building we're seeing right here. And also what's interesting is that Pepperdine has its own protocols, as you mentioned, that even if other areas surrounding Pepperdine have been told to evacuate and leave, mandatory evacuations, they stay. With the approval of LA County Fire, it's pre-established that when they shelter in place, it's allowed, even though the surrounding immediate areas may have been told to go.
Right, and as you can imagine, normal operations on the Malibu campus are suspended for today. That includes canceling classes and finals for the day. So students, you can imagine that their classes and tests probably aren't on their minds or top of mind right now. For many of them, they're probably experiencing this, possibly for the first time.
Exactly. And if you're just waking up, you're looking at what has exploded overnight, which is the Franklin fire in Malibu. We're talking about an area that now has PCH closed from Las Flores to Corral Canyon, Las Virgenes to Mulholland, all the way down to PCH. You're talking about a pretty massive area. Officially, 853 acres burned. I think at the latest latest update. Whenever we get that, we're going to find that it's many more acres than that.
Yeah, because we heard Erin Myers say that she's getting word from fire officials that the acreage has grown. We're waiting on confirmation of that. Okay, and we were just showing you images from the Pepperdine campus. Now let's go to Michael Friel. He is a Pepperdine official. Michael, what can you tell us about what your student body is experiencing right now and how you are handling this fire?
We are in close. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yeah, we can hear you, Michael. Thank you so much for joining us.
We are in close coordination with the Los Angeles County Fire. Grateful for their efforts. They have been on campus, their fire engines, and also helicopter resources using our lake at Alumni Park to help put out fires in the area. We have sheltered in place. Our students and our residents are sheltered in the center of campus, the safest part of campus. They're at our library and our other locations right in the center of campus. So we, at this point, have no reports of any structural damage to Pepperdine, and we continue to look after our residents who are sheltered in place. Thankfully, the campus is well protected and designed to withstand these kinds of conditions. So we're grateful for the resources that have been put in place to protect the campus and specifically our residents. And we are encouraged to hear that potentially the worst of the fire has pushed past Pepperdine.
And Michael, as you can imagine, if you're a parent of someone who is a student at Pepperdine University, I would imagine as someone who has college kids that you guys are either in finals or preparing for finals. This must be extremely disruptive, though safety is, of course, the main priority. What is your message to the overall Pepperdine community, whether it is the students, the parents, the staff?
Yeah, as important as academics is, safety is our first priority. And so with reports of a fire earlier in the evening, we immediately got to work, activated an emergency operations team to coordinate the response to ensure that we were monitoring closely, coordinating with Los Angeles County Fire and Emergency Services, and taking the appropriate action. And of course, at that point in the middle of the night, we made an important call to ensure that our residents were sheltered in place in the center of campus, the safest place in campus at our Payson Library and Tyler Campus Center. And we ensured that we took care of the needs of our community and their safety was first. We have canceled classes, and that includes finals for tomorrow, because as important as academics is, we want to ensure the safety of our residents first.
So with that, I mean, again, just to be clear, so academically, that's something you'll make up just at a later time when it's appropriate?
That is correct.
Gotcha.
And Michael, can you talk to us a little bit about when was the last time you had to have this protocol and have students shelter in place like this, and about how many students are on campus right now needing to do so?
Hey, Michael, can you hear us right now?
I can hear you, yes.
I don't know if you heard the question. How many students roughly would you estimate are on campus right now, and how many might be sheltering in place?
Yeah, roughly just over about 3,000. We have no reports of any injuries or anybody in distress. Thankfully, we have had really great coordination, and our students have been very resilient in this situation. Obviously, very stressful situation when you can see flames from the windows. And, our students have really just been amazing through this night as they've had to experience this. And so we're grateful that they have been able to be in the shelter-in-place situation and also make the most of it. We're hearing even reports of prayer and of community groups getting together, maybe even playing the guitar. We've heard that report. So it's really great to see how even in these difficult conditions that our students are resilient and are able to take a
to Pacific Coast Highway and from Malibu Canyon Road east toward Sarah Retreat, and including the neighborhood of Sarah Retreat.
Deputy, is that a change from what we've been experiencing overnight? Is that an expansion, or is that about the same?
That's currently about the same. They are looking into future expansions as the fire continues to grow overnight. I believe initially the initial call for service described the fire at about 10 acres, and I know now it is at approximately, I believe, 1,600 acres.
And that's a new update that we just received from you and from CAL FIRE. The fire jumping from 850 acres a short time ago. Now it is 1,600 acres after starting, as you mentioned, as a small fire just before 11 p.m. Deputy, tell us how you're conducting these evacuation orders. Have you been going door to door telling people to please get out?
So deputies are driving through neighborhoods and conducting announcements over the PA systems, as well as going door to door, making notifications. Because of the late night occurrence of this, there are obviously a lot of people that are sleeping and completely unaware that the fire is even taking place.
Yeah, I think if you went to bed,
Yeah.
it was one thing,
Right.
and you're waking up and it's an extreme emergency.
Right.
Deputy, okay. I think we've dealt with this in the past. There are going to be individuals that say, I'm not leaving. What do you tell those individuals?
We strongly encourage those individuals to leave, obviously, to take whatever necessary items they need with them, identification, medication, things like that, any extreme valuables that they may want to take with them, and obviously encourage them to evacuate the area. If they absolutely refuse, we do have documentation and request that they sign a document indicating that they are going to stay and shelter in place.
And Tony, we did have a reporter in the Sweetwater Canyon area who lived up in the Sweetwater Canyon neighborhood. They left on their own, very concerned about homes burning. Is this an area that you've heard about? Have you guys evacuated this neighborhood? It's further east and south of some of those other areas that you mentioned, I believe.
I'm sorry, what was the neighborhood?
It's the Sweetwater Canyon neighborhood. Have you heard anything about that neighborhood at this point?
I heard a dial tone. I think we may have lost Tony.
Maybe we did, but
which is not unusual given all the situation. Tony, are you there? Yes.
Tracy, thank you so much, Deputy.
Yeah, I can't. I have difficulty hearing you. Sorry.
No, we understand.
Yeah,
we understand.
I'm not sure if that's a mic problem or a phone connection problem. Can you hear me, Deputy?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. So I think the question was the Sweetwater
Canyon neighborhood. Anything about that?
Sweetwater Canyon, I'm not sure and up to date on the evacuations in that particular neighborhood.
No worries.
That particular neighborhood, although is very close to Sarah Retreat, so I would imagine they would be under mandatory evacuations as well.
Absolutely. Now, we've talked about the evacuation centers. The American Red Cross is set up at the Palisades Recreation Center, and of course, if you're of the mind to get your animal out and you're saying, I'm not leaving my animal, then there's also Pierce College. Are you hearing word of anyone actually taking advantage
He's going to give us a check in the weather in just a moment. But first, we have Rich Prickett overhead in Sky 5, our helicopter back up above this fire. You're looking at live images. Rich, we see the fire on both sides of PCH. What can you tell us?
Chris and Lauren, now that we're above 1,600 acres here, we're seeing the fire push further north up towards Payuma Road, west of Malibu Canyon Road, and that's what you're seeing now. So it's getting closer towards the higher elevations here above Pepperdine University. There were a number of homes that are along Payuma Road. Some of those have some structure protection. We're seeing some fire burning around the edges of some of these homes that are up here. There was a few here that are tucked in here. It's a little difficult to see, but there is definitely some fire that is burning around some of these homes at the top of the ridge line. It's also moved down into the retreat area down at the bottom of the canyon here. And so right now the most active portion right here is going to be just west of Malibu Canyon Road at Payuma Road. They're requesting additional strike teams to make their way into the area here for structure protection. There's a good chance that this is going to make its way over Payuma Road and then back down the hill, and that's going to make its way towards another cluster of homes. We'll give you another perspective here of what we're seeing here. So there's another neighborhood that's going to be at the bottom of the canyon on the other side of Payuma Road here, and this is where it's currently burning. So it could easily make it crest over the ridgeline and make its way back down. The fire is continuing to spread to the east. When we left here before refueling, we saw the fire making an aggressive push to the west, so towards Pepperdine University. I can see portions of Pepperdine University. It's very smoky over there. I'm seeing some hot spots, but for the most part, it's not nearly as active as it was even an hour ago. So Pepperdine University, for right now, is in pretty good shape. I know they have some hot spots that are still in the area. They'll definitely work on getting those out, but Pepperdine University does not look to be an immediate threat as we had seen just an hour and a half ago. You can see one home here along Payuma Road where the fire is burning right up to the property line, and hopefully that home is going to be okay, but the fire still continues to make its way up into the higher elevations here along Malibu Canyon Road. We'll try and make our way further down. We know that areas of Sweetwater and excuse me, as we get some streets here, Sweetwater Mesa Road, Sweetwater Canyon Road, and the retreat area down there is definitely seeing a lot of active involvement. There's structure protection that's in place. There's likely some structures that have burned. Whether or not any of those are homes, we don't know. We saw some outhouses or storage like sheds that had caught fire earlier this morning before the smoke consumed it all. We know there's a number of ranch-style properties with livestock, or I should say horse properties. So that is of concern. They want to get those, if there's any horses that are in danger, they want to get them out of the area and get them to an evacuation area. We heard interviews with the Red Cross. They are working to coordinate areas where they can take the horses, possibly Pierce College. I know they were working to coordinate that for anybody that has horses. So hopefully all the horses will make it out, as well as everybody that was under a mandatory evacuation. Lots and lots of structure protection taking place here just north of Pacific Coast Highway, including Pepperdine University. The fire, for a time, looked like it was going to make a push towards Malibu Pier. That looks to be mitigated, at least at this point. We're not seeing any fire that far north. What's in the path right now could be the Malibu Plaza area. We got the Malibu Country Mart, the Malibu Village Mall. That's at the bottom of this ridgeline that you're seeing here. And or any sort of a chance that these ambers are going to catch fire when they land on the home. And then you got the structure protection teams that are there to also keep those roofs and those the vegetation around the homes wet and cooled down. So so we will eventually get an update as far as any sort of structures that may have been lost. Again, there's a retreat area down here that was certainly of most concern here, and this right here is right along Piuma Canyon Road. So a number of resources up here and along Malibu Canyon Road here in Malibu. Let me send it back to you for now.
Rich, real quick, could you do me a favor and pull out as wide as you can? I just want to get an idea of the parameters of what we're looking at right here, and especially since we're talking about, if I'm not mistaken, kind of like from the Malibu Pier area and then moving west. I just want to see from the camera's perspective how massive this fire is, because I know a lot of people in the area kind of want to get an understanding of just what we're dealing with. We've been giving the road closures, we've been given the parameters of the fire as we know it. We now know that the Franklin fire has burned more than 1,600 acres. But if I have this correct, to the top of our screen is water, correct? Or is that's what we're thinking? Rich, can you hear me?
Chris, yes.
Okay.
Yes, I can hear you now. So this is the wide angle of the lens from up here at 5,000 feet over the Malibu area, and there's the map to kind of just give you a lay of the land. You got Pacific Coast Highway all the way down there to the south, and then we'll make a run. This is the eastern flank of the fire, by the way. So Pacific Coast Highway, it's burned. It's, I would say, very close
canyon areas and through different changes in the topography, but it looks like at least at the ridge top, we're seeing a little bit of a break in some spots. Now, we will see the strong winds continuing throughout the morning and then throughout the afternoon, but as the day progresses, the winds will start to relax a little bit. Latest computer model that I looked at the top of the hour at 3 o'clock, suggesting that the high and the low, this pressure gradient, is starting to stretch apart a little bit earlier. So again, I don't want to speak too soon, but the good news is perhaps we'll see the winds lay down a little bit earlier today than originally forecasted, but that does not help things right now. And obviously we can see fire concerns. Low humidity is a big issue right now. I think a couple things that if I could just pass this along, even though we're obviously dealing with a fire here, and we have strong winds in Riverside County, Ventura County, Orange County. Those areas are still at risk. We hope nothing happens, but we do know when we get fires that break out, sometimes they often happen in pairs. We've seen multiple fires. So those of you that are in areas and you're checking in and you know you live in areas that are susceptible, and we're looking at the San Gabriels, the Santa Susana, about places in the San Fernando Valley like Porter Ranch. Again, not trying to cause alarm. I just want those of you that are in these areas, just know these things can happen quickly. So make sure you're talking about what kind of plan you're going to have in place should something occur in your area. Things like making sure that your car is parked in a direction to exit so you're not backing out of an area when smoke and a fire is moving in quickly. Have an idea of what medicines you're going to take. How are you going to protect your pets, your family, things that are irreplaceable like pictures. Just think ahead those little things because, Chris, we've been dealing with this. We live in areas that are prone to fires. We've been through evacuations. Right. And when this happens, it happens so quickly and you may think you have a clear state of mind, but you do start to panic just a little bit. So immediate concern, obviously, right here in the Franklin fire. Now, I would say this, still strong gusty winds and they're isolated gusts that at times create problems. Low humidity, so we still have some really tough hours in front of us. With any luck, we'll start seeing the winds relax a little bit, but that wouldn't be until more towards the afternoon hours into the evening when we get some cooler air. We do have a storm approaching to the north, so that will help us, but that won't be until tonight and tomorrow. In the meantime, main concern, obviously, right here, listen to fire authorities. When they tell you to evacuate or maybe to just take precautions, listen to that because we know the winds are going to continue to be an issue, especially after sunrise.
Right. And Henry, real quick, two things. You're watching the KTLA 5 Morning News at 4 a.m. We've been on the air all night covering the Franklin fire, which we just got an update, is now officially at more than 1,800 acres. It's 1,822 acres burned so far, and that number is growing by the minute. Henry, when we talk about sunrise, a lot of changes happen. We always talk about that being the coldest point in the morning, contrary to popular belief, because it's the light comes up, but it's actually the coldest part of it. Might we see the winds? You mentioned overnight off and on, it's been 50-mile-per-hour gusts, then the wind changes, then it stops. Right now we're seeing the smoke seemingly go more up, which would indicate less wind. But when the sun does come up, might we see the wind kick up again, or is that not necessarily the case?
That is generally the case. Typically, when we have Santa Ana wind event, we'll see the winds increase after sunrise. That doesn't mean that it will necessarily happen, but that's what we need to anticipate what will happen, which means we'll see the winds start to pick up, and they typically will change a little direction. And again, that's the challenging part for firefighters because they're extremely smart. They look ahead, they're fighting ahead, thinking of what could happen. But if you get a wind shift, and it could be 180 degrees, which would be in the opposite direction, or maybe it's 90 degrees. So instead of heading north, it heads east or heads west. And we know that these fires are completely unpredictable when we get wind in there. So again, weather is one of those things we forecast. It's like it's almost like a word math problem. It's very simple if everything stays the same, but we know that these characteristics can change. In fact, as we're talking right now, Chris, you can and Lauren, you can almost feel a little bit to the right there that the winds are changing just a little bit. You could see the gusts. Now, we also know that when we get hot spots like this, weather creates because of the way it sucks out oxygen, sucks in surrounding air, that it creates its own weather system, as we like to say.
Right.
So it's almost like a microclimate, which makes things very, very difficult. But I am seeing what appears to be a little bit more activity here with the winds. And this is the fear, and this will be the fear till we get to sunrise, which will be in a couple hours from now, that we'll start to see this behavior that becomes very erratic, not widespread, but in isolated areas. So my point is this: if you are in this area and you're watching us and you're thinking, okay, things look to be going at least good for our immediate neighborhood, know that things could change. So be smart, and it's really important to just be planning ahead. It might take you an extra 30 minutes this morning to get some things together.
Yeah.
Think about your plan, and maybe it's an extra 40 minutes later in the day to put things back, but it's worth it.
Right.
Because things will change as the morning goes on, and we're seeing that right now in real time. To the left, towards the bottom of that canyon, the smoke is going somewhat straight up, but at the top peak, it's definitely picking up. And we're just talking about a matter of a couple of streets over, or could be a half a mile over. So that's the challenge. And boy, if you look down just above where it says the Dahmer Ranch Road right there, Dahmer Ranch Road, it's very windy.
Right.
I mean, extremely windy. And this is what firefighters have to contend with, because we get these isolated gusts that really whip wind in different direction. Now, if you look towards the bottom, just above the banner where it says fire, notice how that is going more uphill.
Right.
Where towards the top, it's going more downhill on the ridgetop. Remember, fire always travels quicker uphill. So again, it's all about these canyons because they are just so different in the way that the topography is. The steeper the canyon, the faster the fire. So all of these things, this is why I say we have the best firefighters in the business.
Yes.
I say this all the time,
So
and I
true.
mean it. It's not lip service. This is tough work, dangerous work, hard work, and their main concern is keeping you safe.
Yep.
So whatever you can do to help them out as well, doing yourself a favor and them a favor as well.
So true, Henry. Their priority is life and then property, and we know they do such good work out there, even in difficult terrain like this. And to your point, Henry, about the wind and how erratic it can be and how dangerous that is, we just saw that last month with the mountain fire in Ventura County, how quickly the fire was spread by wind. One man I interviewed, he left his home in that fire not because of an evacuation order, but because power went out, went to the library, came back to his house. It had already been evacuated, ended up burning. So wind-driven fires are so difficult because those embers can blow far away and start new fires. We have Aaron Myers on the ground right now with a look at conditions down there. Aaron, where are you now and what can you tell us?
Good morning, Lauren. We're along PCH near Civic Center Way and Stewart Ranch Road. And you can see here behind me, we do have some flames coming right up to the roadway here. Firefighters all along it as well. We've seen officials coming through PCH quite quickly at times, and there are other resources down this way as well. And we think firefighters, they're trying to prevent the fire from jumping the roadway right where we are, because there is a shopping center right on the other side of us, grocery store, other businesses there. No PCH, it has crossed it already in some areas. This area, they do have the structures behind us. You can see the fire burning all along the hillside as well, different pockets of it. And we do see crews on the hillside. We're right near Sarah Retreat. That's above us. We can see it in the distance. And that's one of the areas that we evacuated. And I want to bring in Max Ledesma. That's where he lived. You came out, you were evacuated last night. Talk to me about how you first heard about this.
Yeah, so I got a message on our chat. I'm a former Navy SEAL. I run a security company, and we're working tandem with law enforcement, fire, and we were the first on the scene in Sarah Retreat, where kind of that first contact with structures was started. So we started the evacuation process there, and then we've been working through the night, and we haven't stopped.
And now you also live in the area, you said, so we're watching the hillside. I mean, this has got to be difficult for you. I know you're keeping your eye on everything.
Yeah, so we have team members in there right now working with law enforcement and fire, helping evacuate, but I live in Sarah Retreat, so, standing here watching it kind of burn is definitely a little eerie, and it's rough, but I think we got everyone out, and, we can always replace a structure, but can't replace life. So. And
you have your dogs in your truck, you got them out, and you said you do have a plan since you live here. You said this is something that's you've planned for already.
Yeah, I think that whenever you live in a fire, danger zone like this, you got to have a plan in place, and and practice it, know what you're going to grab, and then execute that plan.
And you said you've lived here for several years, but you've not seen anything like this before.
Yeah, this is a substantial fire, and it's not anywhere close to being contained. I think they're really trying to keep it from jumping over PCH here and you know, pinching people against the ocean, and you know, they're doing the best they can, but this is a serious fire.
And how strong have the winds been throughout the night since you've been here?
You know, it's funny talking with some of the, you know, other Sarah Retreat people that live there. You know, it was completely dead calm today, and then, you know, around this evening it just completely picked up, like huge gusting winds, and it was perfect fire conditions, and that's what happened.
And then you were saying your security company, Asylum Security, how far out are the rest of your team? Did they come in specifically just to help with this when you gave them the call, or?
Yeah, so, you know, we specialize with elite clients, and we have clients from here to New York, and we have cells of teams, you know, and we have our LA cell here working through the night. Yeah, no sleep, basically, just like everyone else is, though.
And then describe the situation when crews, when officials started coming into your neighborhood. Were they knocking on doors? How are they letting people know they needed to get out?
Yeah, I mean, so you know, just by chance, me living in Sarah Retreat, I was the first responder in Sarah Retreat to start knocking on doors. Our first stop was going up to the you know, the church where there's a lot of residents that live, and clearing that out first, and then we started at the farm in the back where there's a lot of animals. All the animals we couldn't get out, you know, we at least let them out of their pens to give them a fighting chance. But you know, we had to evacuate. There's 30 horses that we had to get evacuated out of there, and fire. You know, they brought in their trailers and help with that. But yeah, it's been a process through the night. Yeah.
And then what are your plans now? Are you just going to kind of sit here and wait it out? Are you going to get out of the area? What are you going to do?
No, I'm going to connect back up with my team, and we're going to make sure that everyone's out and taken care of, and yeah, make sure everybody has what they need.
And obviously, you know, working in security, being a Navy SEAL, I'm sure, you know, you have dealt with many difficult situations, but how does it feel on this level, being where you live, your personal space, your town?
Yeah, you know, I think it's important to stay calm, and you know, we had to calm some of the residents down because it's, you know, it's a hectic situation in there. But you know, our team, and you know, me and our team were capable, and you know, we can handle pressure well.
And everybody complying when you guys were trying to get everyone out, they were good about getting out.
Yeah, there was a couple people that were stubborn, and you know, they want to save their house, and I get that, but. At the end of the day, I mean, you can replace your house, but you can't come back from a fire, you know, from death. So.
Well, thanks, Max, for talking to us. We really appreciate it, and thank you for helping out the community as well. And we do know around 2,000 structures are affected. About 6,000 people at least have been evacuated, but officials just lined up all along PCH right now, keeping their eye on everything. And once again, where we are near Stewart Canyon Road and Civic Center Way, there is a shopping center on the other side of PCH, so crews out here keeping an eye on it. And it has died down a little bit, the fire in this area. They were putting water on it. The palm tree was burning earlier, so it does look a little bit better. We're seeing some smoke, but the conditions, the wind, not too bad right now. It does come and go, but a little calmer at this point. But still, if you are in one of those areas where they tell you to get out, listen to officials and make sure to do so. First responders just coming in and out right now. And I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Erin, thank you. If you still have that Asylum Security resident there with you, did he know of any damage in Sarah Retreat? We know from Rich Prickett that Sky 5 did see some structures burning, maybe outhouses or sheds. We don't have confirmation on if any homes have burned, and we know Sarah Retreat was an area of focus with those evacuation orders. Did he see any homes or structures catch fire or get any damage?
Let me bring Max back in. He told me there were about 100 homes in his neighborhood. Did you see any of them burning or any structures being damaged when you were still there, or?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely lost some structures in there. There's just no way we didn't. But we were slowly pulling out as it kind of got to that phase, because there's nothing you can do at that point when it's coming down the hill, and you know, fire couldn't even stop the flames. And the smoke was so bad that they couldn't even do water drops, so they just kind of had to let it take its course.
See what happens. Yeah. I know when we got here, just going through PCH, it was there was so much smoke and ash, we had to turn around as well. So when the fire hit your neighborhood, it was, I mean, could you see anything? How were the conditions getting out?
Literally, you know, I was in the truck here. We were literally driving through flames on both sides, like flame walls, driving down the, you know, the Sarah Retreat roads, flames going across the road. So it's a severe fire, and everyone's doing their best they can, but it's just damage control at this point. Yeah.
Well, thanks, Max. We appreciate it. So yeah, once again, not known how many structures have been damaged or lost at this point, but as Max just said, he definitely saw things burning when he was leaving the Sarah Retreat area. And I'll send it back to you in the studio. Very smoky in this area right now as they're working on dousing those flames across the way.
Quite understandable. Erin Myers reporting live for us. Thank you so much. Now let's go to Sandra Mitchell. She's at Pepperdine University, where more than 3,000 students are currently sheltering in place. Even though the surrounding area may have been evacuated, Pepperdine has special permission, given their experience in such matters, as long as it's safe, with sheltering in place, and that's what they're doing with more than 3,000 students right now. Sandra Mitchell reporting live. Let's go to you on the ground right next to Pepperdine. Sandra, good morning.
Good morning, Chris. Yeah, you're absolutely right. They do that shelter-in-place plan in cooperation with the LA County Fire Department. So they have this planned out. Let's face it, this is an area that is often threatened by wildfires. I think the important thing to say tonight is that the students here on campus and any faculty that might have been on campus, they're sheltering in place. They are safe. They are in two separate buildings, the library and the student center right now. They've been huddled there all night since the emergency alert went out from university officials. Again, this is a plan that's been in place for a long time. They work with local fire officials. They know that they have a safe place for the students to go. Having said all that, I'm also going to tell you, I think a lot of people are going to be very shocked when the sun comes up this morning and they see how much damage there is on the Pepperdine University campus here in Malibu. The hillside behind us, just within the last 30 minutes or so, was really lit up. It looked like hundreds of people standing on the hillsides with their cell phones on because there are little ember fires burning everywhere. You hear that sound? That's buzzsaws. Those are hand crews that arrived within the last hour. They're going up into the hillsides here on the campus of Pepperdine to cut down trees, to try and create a line, a safe line around this, a line of defense so that the fire does not get close. But we drove up to the campus within the last hour. This is a private university. I was really surprised that the guard shack had been abandoned and we were able to drive right onto the campus. Another thing we noticed as we were driving through the campus, the roads are wet. That means that they have come through with those fire-dropping helicopters, and they've also been able to cut a line of defense by wetting down the area surrounding those buildings where the students are sheltered in place right now. So the hand crews have arrived. The helicopters have been going over, making those water drops. And earlier tonight, we saw about 20 to 30 fire engines driving onto the campus. I've covered a lot of fires in my career. I don't think I've ever seen that many fire engines deployed to one place, but they were here on the campus earlier. A lot of these hillsides have burned. As far as we know, no buildings have been threatened here on the campus, but boy, I can tell you, it has come very, very close to some of the buildings on campus. Again, hillsides have burned, shrubberies have burned, and now they're having to cut down a lot of trees and shrubs with the hand crews in place. It's really dark out here. There's not a lot of power. SoCal Edison has turned off the power for safety reasons, but they're going on in with their headlamps on their helmets tonight and trying to do what they can. Or this morning, sorry about that, we've been here throughout the night. We arrived on the campus just after 12 o'clock this morning, and you'll notice that I've taken off my mask. We had our mask on for most of the night, but where we are right now, the air is much clearer. We're sort of at the hilltop here on the Pepperdine campus, so the winds have died down where we are. The smoke is less intense where we are, but still, the firefight here on the campus is not over, and you can hear it behind us. You can see it. There's probably about 20, 30, maybe 40 hand crews that have gone up into the hillsides just in this one position where we are. Chris and Lauren, back to you.
And Sandra, one of the things that's important to point out that this is evolving, and what you just said kind of speaks to this fact you don't need a mask at this moment. Pepperdine has put out a statement saying that they feel it's early, but that they feel the worst of the fire has probably passed them. However, they're going to keep students sheltering in place until at least daylight, and at daylight they will reevaluate the situation. So perhaps we might see them release the students after daylight, but that is yet to be seen. But it's just a glimmer of hope right now. So if you're a parent and you're wondering when your kid will be allowed to leave, they've canceled classes for today. Finals for tomorrow, we were told earlier by Michael Friel from Pepperdine University, an official there, that those are canceled.
Yep.
So you can probably plan on a lot of rescheduling, a lot of massaging of, if you're a parent of a college kid, you know this. It's an important time for finals, but that is secondary to the safety of the kids. So Sandra Mitchell, thank you so much, reporting live from Pepperdine University.
Yeah, Sandra, great work all night long. You were on the win last night at 10 and 11, and then all of a sudden this fire. Thank you so much. Now let's go down to the ground to check in with Carlos Herrera, who is also in Malibu. He is further to the further towards Santa Monica compared to where Sandra is, going out of town, but where the fire has been a concern in Sweetwater Canyon, a neighborhood where he has been covering. Carlos, what can you tell us?
Yeah, we're on PCH here, right between Sweetwater Canyon and Las Flores. The fire now burning east and south towards Pacific Coast Highway. You see these conditions here worsening by the minute. We have seen several water drops within the last 5 minutes or so, but they have not worked. These flames upwards of 20, 30 feet high. The problem here is the access to this area. You may see some of those crews up there. The roads are just too narrow to get there, so crews have been having to walk up that steep terrain to access that area and build that containment line. But the flames, again, coming very dangerously close to Pacific Coast Highway. We are hearing, unfortunately, from crews up there. There are about 23 homes up on that area, Sweetwater Canyon. Some of them, unfortunately, have suffered damage. We haven't confirmed how many homes and the extent of the damage either. We don't know if they have been destroyed or not. We spoke with residents who live there just about an hour ago. They were evacuated at night, drove down the mountain. We're waiting here on Pacific Coast Highway to get some updates on their homes. They were getting word that none of the crews were able to access that area. They decided to drive back up themselves and check on their homes. We haven't heard from them since then, but again, crews this morning telling me it appears some of those 20 plus homes up on Sweetwater Canyon have been damaged as this fire again continues to burn. We're also speaking to folks who live here on Pacific Coast Highway along this road. They say they have evacuated because they heard those updates by word of mouth. They have not been able to contact authorities. Again, remember, power here has been shut off. Signal here is not that great. So again, they've been hearing the helicopters, they've been hearing the fire activity. Neighbors have been coming to knock on their doors. So have law enforcement agencies, but they have not been receiving those alerts on their phones, getting emails as well. So they've been packing their stuff and getting ready to go. Others are staying put. They say they've lived through these conditions before, especially the Woolsey fire just a few years ago. They say it doesn't appear to be as bad. But Chris and Lauren, we've seen these wind gusts in 15 to 30-second intervals where they really do intensify, and that's exactly what makes these flames get even stronger, get even bigger in this area. You can see that black smoke. Those water drops that have been happening in the last few minutes have not been working. You can see that orange glow. There are several homes up on that canyon, crews accessing it as well. We tried to go up there earlier this morning. Again, the roads are not accessible at this point. They're very narrow. We don't want to get in anyone's way, block the access for those crews or for residents. We were told to come back down. And again, the signal up there, not the best, but you can just see it from here, Pacific Coast Highway, that orange glow as the fire continues to burn. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, Carlos, and I'm wondering if you can give us a scene setter from where you are on the ground. Is this an area of PCH that is closed to general traffic? And what do you see on the roads there? Have you seen a lot of emergency vehicles come through? Just give us a sense of where you are in Malibu. This is sort of close to right when you enter into Malibu, coming from Pacific Palisades, right?
Correct, just past Las Flores Canyon, this area closed to the public. We did see earlier a lot of law enforcement vehicles driving by, also firefighting crews, but that stopped about 30 minutes ago. So not much activity in terms of that, but still a lot of helicopters flying around this area. Again, we're on Pacific Coast Highway, right between Las Flores and Sweetwater Canyon. This area, we've seen those flames. You can see it there. Again, those plumes of smoke and those flames starting to pick up again, upwards of 20 to 30 feet high, those flames. We're hearing from people who live here on Pacific Coast Highway that there are at least 10 homes up that ridge there that they're concerned about. Unfortunately, we're hearing from crews that some of those homes have been impacted. Let me see if some of these residents are wanting to talk. As Sean stays in that picture, I'm going to walk over. Sir, we're live on KTLA. I'm hearing your home may have been compromised. Is that accurate?
No, that's not my. That's.
Do you live up there, or you live here on Pacific Coast Highway?
I do live up there. Yeah.
You want to walk over with me here and just tell me what kind of news have you got? Any updates?
No, I see what you're saying. I mean, it's just we've gone through these fires several times, and so, but I can see one of the neighbors. I need to make a phone call.
Okay, well, good. Thank you. Thank you for your time again. This is what's happening. They're trying to communicate with their neighbors. This gentleman here that we saw. Sir, do you want to talk to us real quick? You live here on Pacific Coast Highway.
Yeah.
You said you packed your stuff, but you haven't been officially evacuated, right?
We have no cell phone service. AT&T shut down the cell phone towers. AT&T shut down the cell phone towers for no apparent reason. They do that constantly. We have no idea what's going on. We have terrible cell phone signal reception here generally, but in times like this, we can't get a hold of anyone. We're not getting emergency reception. We heard from a neighbor that maybe there was an evacuation. We just don't know. So we'd love for AT&T to do something about that.
Your home is okay though?
Our home is okay for now. We're concerned about this one, and we're concerned about that. It looks like, there's clearly, they're clearly doing a very good job out here, but we just don't know.
Do you know anyone that lives up there?
We know some people who live up there, and we hope that they're safe.
We're seeing those helicopters here in this area. Those water drops have not been successful all morning.
I think they're doing something.
Yeah.
I mean, this hillside was clear about an hour ago, maybe hour and a half. We just saw a red glow in the distance and started packing up just in case, and grabbed, you grab what you can grab. You grab your instruments, you grab your photos, but you leave a lot of stuff.
How long have you lived here? Have you lived through fires before?
We have not lived through these fires before, so we'll see. Anyway, nice talking with you.
Thank you, sir. Again, the sense of concern from these neighbors, you can just see, Chris and Lauren. Within the last 5 minutes or so, that orange glow definitely got brighter. That plume of smoke is thicker. I believe, from what I can see here, it looks like there's some sort of structure there or a home that may be really close to those flames. We have seen crews trying to access that area by foot, driving as well, but as we mentioned earlier, the terrain is not the easiest to access in this area. The roads are very narrow, and they were seeing that helicopter, Sean, flying through that area, or flying over that area. But they're not dropping water, at least not this time. And we did mention earlier, we had those strong wind gusts, 15, 30 seconds, and they were dropping water on these flames, but the wind would just blow that massive amount of water away and then missing that target would made it, of course, more complicated for crews here. I'll send it back to you.
Carlos, thank you. And yeah, you see that thick black smoke. It looks like something might be burning up there for sure. Carlos, thank you so much. We will check in with you in a bit. Thank you for your work out there. To give a better sense of where Carlos is and the area we're talking about, let's go up to Rich Prickett in Sky 5. Carlos isn't far from the Malibu Pier, Rich.
Yes, you can see the Malibu Pier here in the shot here, thanks to our sky map here. And there was concern that the fire was pushing to the pier. They put some resources down there to help protect any of the structures, including the pier, within the last couple of hours. Fortunately, they were able to put out any of those hot spots and ambers that were blowing towards the pier. The winds, I would say, have died down at least over the past couple of hours. I would expect them to pick up again as we get closer to sunrise. That's generally what we see. We see those. We see the winds when the temperature starts changing. So we could see a drastic change here within the next couple of hours. But the area that we're showing you here is pretty close to where Carlos is on the ground. It's the area near Sarah Retreat and the saltwater, Sweetwater Canyon, Mesa. Let's see, there's another street in here that's familiar here. The Mesa Road, Sweetwater Mesa Road. And as we push in, you can see the fire helicopters that are may do a drop here near some structures here that are being threatened. We see a couple of automobiles here on the lot that are burning. You see a boat there, a couple of other small structures, an RV. So burning all the way around that property line there. Now, if we move up here to the west, closer to Sarah Road, I can see the outline of some properties that are lost. So as we push in here right in the center of the screen, to me that would appear to be a chimney that is standing and a home that has been lost. So definitely going to be some structures that are lost here along Sarah Road. How many, we just don't know at this point. There are a number of homes here along Sarah Road. Let's go ahead and bring up another view here just so you can see how close together some of these properties are. So completely covered in smoke, lots of hot spots. We heard from that interview just earlier that as he was trying to make his way out of this area, there was fire burning on both sides of the roads as they were trying to make their way out of the neighborhood. This was placed under a mandatory evacuation. He just hoped that everybody was able to get out in time. PCH right now is open for people that are trying to leave the area and for emergency crews only at this point. Pacific Coast Highway will remain closed throughout the morning, along with sections of Topanga Canyon Road. Malibu Canyon Road clearly will be closed down from Las Virgenes all the way down to PCH. And we could see that see these closures extend throughout the morning. Now, this is the eastern flank of the fire, so as it keeps pushing further east, you're getting closer to Carbon Canyon Road. So it's just widening out, fanning out here. We're over 1,800 acres here at this point. Now, if there's any good news at this point, it's that the fire is not making a big push to the west like we saw earlier this morning. There's Pepperdine University in the distance here. Let's go ahead and minimize this just a little bit. And that's going to be the campus of Pepperdine where those students and faculty members were sheltering in place. So some hot spots clearly, but a lot of that vegetation is already burned. So well under, I would like to say well under control, but clearly there's lots of hot spots that still remain. But as far as the immediate threat to the campus, it looks like it's looking much better than it did early this morning. There's the laboratories that's up above the campus, just on the west side of Malibu Canyon. You can see that whole hillside is burned. It's charred. It burned completely around the laboratory as it made a push towards Pepperdine early on this morning. But that's a live view of what it looks like to the west of the fire. It did make a run towards PCH. There's PCH right there. We'll bring the map back up here, and there it is. There's Pacific Coast Highway, Sweetwater Canyon. So I would I would say that it will likely burn all the way up to PCH. They do have firefighters that are there that will start putting out those hose lines as soon as they need to. Those are some of the people that are still on Pacific Coast Highway. Most of them are emergency responders, but if there's anybody that they need to get out, they will do so. Other than that, people are not allowed to make their run here along PCH near the Malibu Pier. But a very smoky mess here in Malibu. You can see the smoke's just going straight up right now at this point. So difficult to see some of these areas, still very dark. And as we go to the north here, the most northern portion of the fire is going to be right at Payuma Road. So we saw a couple of homes here at the top of the ridge that were in danger. It burned all the way up to the property line, so a lot of that vegetation is already burned, but we still see it burning down at the bottom of the ridge. We're seeing a number of helicopters that are making drops here to help cool the area and do what they can to keep it from further spreading to those homes. We're seeing some structure protection. That right there is some vegetation. I don't believe there's any structures there burning, but we'll stay overhead and certainly keep an eye on this.
All right, Rich Prickett reporting live from Sky 5 HD. We thank you so much, Rich. It's so key to get these overhead views because we talk about it from the ground, but then it's kind of hard to wrap your head around where the fire is burning. It's so dramatic, and what Rich pointed out, there are no confirmed structures burned in terms of homes. But it's fairly obvious that we're going to be dealing with that situation.
Yeah, and he showed us one property in particular that it appeared you could only see the chimney, looked like it could be a home, and that was right in the area of Sarah Retreat, which we know has been evacuated, and where we did see Aaron Myers interview a man who lives in that neighborhood and also works in security for people in the area, and he said that he believes that homes burned in his neighborhood. So a really tough situation there.
Let's go to Henry DiCarlo. Henry, one of the things that will become painfully obvious when the sun comes up, and by the way, that's not for at least another 2 hours. The sunrise this morning is right around 6:50 this morning, but of course, you know, we'll get a hint of daylight before that. So in about 2 hours, we're going to be able to see kind of the worst of what we've experienced overnight. But Henry, what are we looking at in terms of the conditions? You pointed out earlier, the smoke doesn't seem to be blowing flat. It's going more up. Is that still the case based on what we're seeing? And then what can we expect wind-wise throughout the morning, especially the early morning?
Yeah, I think what we're seeing in some areas where the smoke is going up, we can tell that the winds, at least regionally, locally, those areas have relaxed a little bit. But not all of the mountains, they're not straight line. We know that they have all these different curves and passes and canyons, and that is affected by the wind. So generally speaking, fires tend to move downhill overnight, and then they start to move uphill during the day, and it all has to do with temperature and humidity. We get our higher humidities at night, so that means the air is able to hold a little more moisture, our temperatures cool down. So as these fires burn, and they're raging right now, the surrounding topography is still warming, but not dramatically, because there's still a semblance of some added humidity. There's still a semblance of a little bit of a sea breeze, although we can't see it. It's there. We call it that ambient temperature. The ambient temperature is the temperature at the surface. That's the temperature that we often talk about that affects us. But we know with elevation, temperature changes. So what will happen after sunrise, we will start seeing the air get warmer, drier, heat rises at a faster rate during the day. So what's going to happen is now this surrounding topography will start warming up around it. So the warm up around the fire will start to warm up surrounding areas at a greater distance. So then the sun comes up, we start seeing more heat rising, and what happens, the wind starts to drive it uphill because the fire is looking for the hottest, driest place to go, and that's why it starts moving uphill, because the surrounding air and the surrounding ground is warming up at a much greater rate. So it's just ready to explode. It's just active fuel. So to answer your question, if you really look at this, this is a great shot from Rich Prickett here, because you could see to the left, notice how the slope of the smoke is going a little bit to the right. Then you look to the bottom, a little bit to the left. The slope on just to the on the left-hand side of your screen, above that little bubble towards the bottom, that slope is a steeper slope. So the steeper the slope, the quicker that flame is going to move uphill. So you could see the directional differences just within. It's hard to tell. There's a little bit of a compressed view when we're up like this. So it appears to be, it might be a few hundred yards. It could be a mile of difference. It's just really hard to tell. Rich might know better than I on this, but it speaks to the trouble that firefighters have, because you have a ridge line where, it's pretty uniform, but then we have these little isolated spots, and the temperature, the humidity will have a big difference on this as the sun comes up. And that is why typically we will see these wildfires grow, or at least get more aggressive during the daytime hours, because we have lower humidity, we have higher heat, and basically that just fuels these fires. What we will see a little bit later this morning too is what we call pyrocumulus clouds, which almost look like thunderstorm clouds. That is all of that heat rising into the atmosphere. It condenses, and then the reason why I bring this up is once it gets into cooler air where we have stronger wind speeds, we start to shear the top of those clouds, and that's what immerses embers in a larger area. So daytime fires become much more explosive because of all of these dynamics between the heat and the humidity. And when we start seeing embers that fly at a greater distance, obviously we can start other fires in other areas, and that poses a threat because you're just trying to stay on top of all of these things. So right now we're seeing what appears to be some decent areas where the winds are not an issue, but we do anticipate typically between about 8 o'clock in the morning till about 10 o'clock in the morning, where the conditions are really ripe for the fire to almost just take this second step here of covering more areas, being more aggressive, and the winds becoming more of an issue. And remember, the winds, as we start sucking up all of that heat, these fires, we know they can create their own climates. And sometimes we throw that out there but don't explain that. Basically, that means is that rapid heat starts to rise into the atmosphere, and it starts to dry out and warm surrounding areas at a faster rate than it does during the nighttime. It has an easier path, the fire does, because there's less resistance between moisture in the air, between winds, and you already have fuel that's already heated up in the atmosphere, and it just explodes. So again, my point, once we get to sunrise, I really anticipate things are going to get a little bit more active in terms of wind and coverage.
Right. And before we let you go, what can everyone else in the viewing area expect today for their weather?
Well, these Santa Ana winds are very widespread. So it's affecting Santa Barbara, Ventura, LA, Orange County, the Inland Empire. Obviously, we're focused on the Franklin fire because it's an active fire.
Right.
Those of you that are in the IE, those of you that are in Orange County, Santa Barbara, Ventura County, areas prone to fires, we still have to worry about more fires, obviously, because of the conditions out there. So the best job for those neighborhoods, if you live in those neighborhoods, start thinking about your plan. Most likely you won't have to put it into play, and thank goodness for that. But we don't know where these things pop up. So you want to make sure that you're thinking ahead. Maybe it's just a passive list on a piece of paper. Maybe, although it might be a frightening conversation, but if you have, maybe adult children, say, hey, look, in the event, think about the things that you want to gather. There's an opportunity that you might be able to have 10 minutes, you may have 2 minutes, or you may have a couple of hours to kind of think ahead. What is important? What do I need to get? Obviously, it's life, it's your pets, it's any medicine that is crucial to you. Maybe it's documents. Know where those things are that you need. Doesn't mean that you have to that you need to just know, have a plan, a checklist. We do this because I live in a fire zone. We have from 1 to 10 steps. And what is the most important thing? And then if you have more time, you go to the second, you go to the third. If you have a vehicle, maybe you have a driveway where you park into your driveway. Maybe it's little things like turning the car around, point the car out. When these fires happen and the smokes and the smoke envelopes the neighborhood, it becomes dangerous, and sometimes it's hard to see, and you want to get out of an area quick. It's little things like that for neighborhoods that are not being affected but could be.
Right, and that's such great advice, Henry. You and I have both lived through fires where we've had to evacuate our families. We know people who have lost their homes. It's just devastating. It is a life-altering event. Let's go back up to Rich Prickett. And Rich, it looks like you're right there in the thick of it.
We are not only are we in the thick of it, but all these firefighters that are here providing structure protection and updates across over the radios to let everybody know where they need strike teams, where they need to request additional resources, give updates on any structures that may have been lost. We know structures have been lost in here. It's just a matter of how many and exactly where. Most of those are going to be along Sarah Road, Sweetwater Messer Road, Sweetwater Canyon Drive. This is the area that will be most affected as far as ranch-style properties and any sort of structures, automobiles, ranch horse property. So hopefully they were able to move out any horses. There was an update that I heard much earlier this morning. They were talking about trying to get out as many as 27 horses in this area. The Red Cross was was coordinating areas where they can take those horses for an evacuation area. There was some talks of Pierce College. Perhaps we have an update on that, on whether Pierce College was made available for those horses, but there are certainly some evacuation areas for these people that basically were under a mandatory evacuation and had to make their way out of here in such a hurry. When we first got overhead this last night, we were at 100 acres. And then within a matter of hours, now we're over 1,800 acres here in Malibu. I tried to get a good view of the Civic Center way there near the area where, the Malibu Plaza would be, Malibu Country Mart, Malibu Village Mall. It looks like we saw a lot of hot spots that were in that area, but we didn't necessarily see any of the buildings that were on fire. So hopefully that is the case. A lot of it still blanketed by the smoke. So as we get some light, we'll have a better of an idea as to the devastation here in Malibu. But we'll push back in here, and you can see this home right here that is on the verge of being surrounded by fire. Looks like the firefighters there. They will probably do what they can, but eventually they could get overwhelmed, and they just got to start making their way out of here. So they're very, they're the best firefighters in the world. They know what they're doing, but they also know when to pull out, of the operation and make their way further away from the fire. So life first and structure protection second, of course. So PCH there, this is how close we are to Pacific Coast Highway. We're probably just a matter of a few hundred yards away from Pacific Coast Highway on the east portion of it. So as it continues to move east, it's getting closer to Carbon Canyon Road. Let's see if we can get another view here. So here's another cluster of homes down here, Carbon Mesa Road. So definitely going to be some concern if it continues to make its way east towards Carbon Canyon. And there's the live view of how far it is at this point. We got fire helicopters that are running this line right up along the eastern flank of the fire. So from PCH all the way up to Piuma Road, dropping water, trying to slow the spread as best they can. Now, I did hear something hours ago that they were going to request Quebec 1 and 2. So that would be the super scoopers at first light. So we could see some more. We may start to see some fixed-wing aircraft at daylight. There was some talks about requesting some fixed-wing aircraft, but again, they may not be available until first light. So for right now, this is going to be strictly helicopters and ground crews that are on the ground here. But again, 1,800 plus acres still continues to rage here in Malibu.
Hey, Rich, you've been doing a great job of kind of, as you see them, spotting potential structures that might be threatened. Earlier, you showed us the one, like just literally minutes ago, that they were posting up. It looked more like a watch situation as opposed to a prevention situation, because I didn't see them putting water on anything or staging in that area. Have you noticed any other structures? You showed us what appear to be, sadly, in the Sarah Retreat area, a chimney.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just if that's what it turns out to be at first light, that's just devastating. And I think we might see even more of those kind of situations. And firefighters are spread so thinly that they can only do so much. So have you noticed any other structures like that in your passing?
On occasion we'll get, as the fire kicks up, we'll get a silhouette through the smoke, and we might get what appears to be an outline of what was a structure, what was a home, and then we can switch over here to this map view and get an idea of what type of structures and homes that are here along Sweetwater Messer Road. So that's what it would look like on any normal day, and this is what it looks like now. So you can see all those hot spots that are in there. It's still difficult to see whether or not any of those homes are lost or if it just burned around those homes. Hopefully the structure, the brush clearance was enough to help save a lot of these homes. There's some structure protection here in the mix right off of, again, Sweetwater Canyon Road. Look, there's a home right there. And then we'll go back and you can see the firefighters that are there trying to do what they can for structure protection. A lot of it, the bulk of the fire, for the most part, has already made its way through the Sarah retreat area, and this is what we're seeing now, a lot of those hot spots, but a lot of that vegetation is already burned. So it's a little easier to manage at this time. You just hope that a lot of the structures were able to make it through, and now we'll just see how fast this will continue to make its push towards the east here. You see right where that helicopter is. I'm seeing some lights down there, which could be some additional homes here. Let's see what we can find. And there you go. There's some more homes, tennis courts there. So some large properties here up along the canyons, and that fire just keeps moving. And you can see the valley. So you look at the topography. So it dips down, and then it can easily rush right up the hill once again towards those homes, and that's going to be very difficult to stop because it just gains speed as it makes its way towards the top of the ridge line there. And for right now, the winds might be working in the favor of the firefighters. It's a slight push from the northeast, so it's kind of pushing against the fire. It's just a matter of how much fuel it catches, how hot it gets, and how much this fire is able to push against the gusts that are coming from the northeast here. So this is the section that's closest to PCH. This is going to be the section that's closest, essentially the Sarah Retreat area and near the Malibu Plaza. We'll look up to the north here. We'll follow this long line of fire towards Payuma Road. We did not see a crest Payuma Road. It got all the way up to the ridge line, did not crest over. That, again, you can see the smoke that's kind of pushing back towards the ocean. So the wind's coming from the northeast and kind of held it at bay right at the top of the ridge line. And also, of course, thanks to those water dropping helicopters, that being the Chinook right there, capable of dropping 3,000 gallons of water. But even if that was a full 3,000 gallons of water, you can see the effect that it can have on just an intense fire here. It just takes, it's a lot of work, it's a lot of effort here to do everything they can to slow the spread. It's not necessarily
power lines and, of course, down trees in these areas. Now, we've talked a little bit about some evacuation centers. Here's some more information about some of those. The city of Malibu and Red Cross Los Angeles have opened an evacuation center. That one evacuation center, 851 Alma Real Drive, it's in Pacific Palisades, the Palisades Recreation Center. They're telling us that they're accepting pets in carriers and crates. Now, if you have large animals, Rich also mentioned this, a large animal shelter is available now at Pierce College in Woodland Hills. Of course, if you need to navigate around the Malibu area, we highly recommend, the 405, the 101, and of course, using those roads to navigate well around this fire for, again, an indefinite period of time because PCH and Malibu Canyon remain closed. So that's the latest on your morning commute. Now back to you.
Hey, Kirk, before we let you go, I want you to put on your real estate broker hat. And by that, I mean, I want to talk about insurance, because this is something we're seeing more and more of in California, where whether it's weather related, like it is right now with the Santa Ana winds driving these fires. I imagine if you're in Malibu, it's tough to get homeowners insurance already. You're having to, deal with certain situations. People are getting their policies canceled. In the industry, and not just Malibu, but anywhere where you're in a rural area, what are you dealing with when it comes to being able to protect your home financially during these times?
Now is a critical time. If you're in the immediate path of the wildfire, of course, now is the time to prepare and make sure you have all of those important documents and important belongings. Of course, is that a lot of homeowners are dealing with when it comes to insurance. If you do live close to a wildfire prone area, or even if you're not necessarily even close, a lot of insurance carriers are not providing coverage. And so then you're faced with the task of trying to find some coverage. And it's a little bit of a daunting process lately. It's something that, at least in the real estate transaction process, is now a contingency first, before you even purchase a home, you want to know whether or not it's going to be covered by insurance, and that sometimes can be enough of a part of the process that you might move on to another property just because the costs are so sky high. Potential buyers looking in areas like this, the area that we're looking at in Malibu, sometimes we'll look at the potential costs associated with wildfire insurance, and then recognize that they're just too expensive, $20,000, even $40,000 a year, just in order to handle this. And a lot of it, there are challenges at the state level with how they're kind of dealing with this, and a lot of insurers that are just leaving the state just because these climate risks, these wildfires, are all having a ripple effect on home insurance premiums, not necessarily just for the people in wildfire-prone areas, but others that are significantly and further away, too.
Yeah, an insurance crisis is what the California State Insurance Commissioner calls it, and I interviewed him recently about the steps they're trying to take to address it. Kirk, thank you so much. We will check in with you in a bit as we approach the 5 o'clock hour. You're watching the KTLA Morning News at 5. Lauren Lister here with Chris Sharble and Henry DiCarlo as we cover the Franklin fire, which has just exploded overnight in Malibu. It started in Malibu Canyon, a 10-acre fire. It overnight grew to 800 acres, now 1,800 acres plus. Mandatory evacuations in neighborhoods, including the Sarah Retreats, Pepperdine University, sheltering in place. The 3,000 people in that student body are in a couple of buildings where they have protocols that are the safest way to protect their students. Their classes canceled, finals canceled for the day. We have been speaking with residents who have left their homes concerned about damage in their neighborhood and overhead. Rich Prickett has been showing what appears to be, definitely structures burning, and it's unclear exactly what types of structures. We don't have confirmation on, specific damage to homes at this hour. It's overnight. It's been in the dark. We have hand crews out there. We have water dropping helicopters out there. We see fire engines around homes and properties providing structure defense so that trying to keep the fire from reaching those homes. And as we get into this hour, we have a number of reporters on the ground in various areas of Malibu.
Yes, we have Carlos Herrera, Aaron Myers, Sandra Mitchell has been there for many, many hours since this first started, as you mentioned, just before 11 o'clock last night, all doing a great job. And what Rich was just showing us, we have the technology to show you the day map, and then what the live map is what you're seeing right now.
Yeah.
And Rich, I want to go to you now. We can't confirm that is the home burning, but it sure does look like it.
It sure does, Chris. And you know, as you mentioned, we'll switch over to the satellite view here of what this would look like on any other day. And now going back live, it would appear that at least one home in here is on fire. If we push in here and double up here real tight, that appears to be a window to me, and some walls there. And that looks to be another portion of the home here. So definitely structure on fire, appears to be a home. A number of other hot spots here. Let's go back to our satellite view, and it looks like there's another home that could possibly be tucked in here. And so again, this is all in that Sarah Retreat area, close to, well, you can see the street there, Richmont, Sweetwater Canyon Drive, Sweetwater Mesa Road. So there's going to be a number of homes here that will likely have been destroyed by this fire, and now it's making a push towards PCH. So they're going to work to get some resources down here on PCH to try and intercept it before it can make its way down here. Look at all these oceanside homes here that are lined up on both sides of Pacific Coast Highway. And so there are fire resources down there, but the fire just continues to make its way closer and closer to Pacific Coast Highway. Carbon Canyon is to the east here, where this fire is continuing to make a push. And we also have a number of homes that direction. So helicopters working very hard along this line to get some water, slow it down. Hopefully the fire will find a natural break and try and either burn itself out in certain sections, or at least around the perimeter of some of these homes, especially if they have some structure protection, or they have cleared some of that vegetation around the homes. They have a higher likelihood that the fire will just kind of burn a circle around their property, and the home itself will be saved. But we do expect likely a large amount of structures and homes to be lost there in the Sarah Retreat area. We hope that the retreat itself has been able to make it through. I know that's a very popular destination, been around for generations, and that would be very terrible to see any damage or a loss of the Sarah Retreat facility here in Malibu. And we'll go up towards the top here, the ridgeline. We had a couple of other homes that were in danger along Payuma Road, and it looks like they have been able to, as of right now, protect those homes. There's a lot of fire resources that are up here at the top of the ridgeline. This is the northern portion of the fire. Hasn't crested over Payuma Road. On the other side of the ridgeline would be another community, but for right now, not in immediate danger. I know we have a number of mandatory evacuations. We do have some evacuation warnings, very widespread evacuation warnings. And again, we'll continue to watch this as it gets closer to the daylight hours. And then we're probably about an hour and a half or so before we start to see some light on the ridge line. And we'll see if those winds decide to pick up and what direction it's going to push this fire, in which direction, if it's going to continue to make a push towards PCH, if we're going to have a change of wind direction and start making its way west. Right now on the west side of the fire, it is looking pretty good on the Pepperdine side. But there it is. There's a Firehawk helicopter that's doing a little recon here, trying to see where best to drop that water, see if there's what can be done here to keep it from pushing east. There's a home that appears to be under construction. This seems to be property that's being developed here, and so we'll wait to see if this happens, but not a whole lot of vegetation around that home. But we'll keep an eye on here. Unfortunately, a lot of homes will be lost here in the Sarah Retreat area. Send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Rich Prickett reporting live from Sky 5 HD. And Rich, I have a question for you real quick, though. I want to point out, if you need to evacuate, there's a couple of things you need to know. The Palisades Recreation Center, the American Red Cross has set up an evacuation center there. If you need a place to go, that is a place where you can go. They will have meals for you if you need it. They will have shelter for you if you need it. If you have a large animal, say a horse, there's a lot of horse properties in Malibu. Pierce College, just over the mountains there. You can go there. Hopefully you have a horse trailer, obviously, to get it there. But that's where you go if you have a large animal. We even heard tell of a camel, being needed to be evacuated, which is certainly interesting. So that's another thing. I want to talk to you about the winds, though, Rich. I know you're at 5,000 feet, and what happens at 5,000 feet is much different than what happens on the ground. But looking at the smoke, it does look like there's a bit of an angle to it, but it's not as bad as it could be that we might see when the sun comes up, and the winds, according to Henry, are more likely to kick up again. What are you experiencing? What are you feeling? What are you seeing in terms of the wind?
For right now, it's calmed down, especially in comparison to when this fire started. When we were here and the fire started, we were looking at 30-mile-an-hour gusts in this area, which helped it, fuel the fire. It exploded. Right now, it's fairly, I would say it's to us, it seems calm. We're not getting whipped around up here at 5,000 feet. You can see from the smoke there that, it's getting a gentle push from the northeast. But again, the winds were expected to come in at 10 p.m. last night. This fire erupted just before 11 p.m. when we saw the peak of the winds that we were expecting, at least overnight. And but that red flag warning and those high winds are still expected to remain throughout the day.
All right, Rich Prickett, thank you so much for that. We will check in with you in a bit. We appreciate you being up there and the news that you're bringing to us and our viewers. Let's go to the ground now, where Erin Myers is on PCH and Civic Center Way is the area where she is. Erin, what can you tell us now?
Hi, Lauren. Good morning. We're just west of Webb Way, and you can see here on Civic Center Way, firefighters, there's crews all along here monitoring the situation. Even though the fire has crossed over PCH in this area, a little west of us, right where we are, they're trying to prevent it from doing it in this spot because there is a shopping center. The Malibu Colony Plaza is right across the street from us, along with Malibu Road and Malibu Canyon Road. And I just spoke with a firefighter on the ground, and he said that is what they're doing right now, trying to prevent it from getting across to that shopping center. There's also a condo complex here. You can't see it because the smoke is so thick, but the flames were up right against it earlier this morning. Thankfully, it has dissipated a bit in that area, but you can see the trees burning here, hillsides. There are spots of fire all along the hillsides, and we do see crews in the hills as well. But the winds, they have been coming and going throughout the morning. A little stronger a few minutes ago. We were seeing quite a few embers in the air crossing over the road, and that's what they don't want to have happen. They don't want to see this fire spark up across where that shopping center is. They are still working to make sure those condos are safe as well, but very smoky right now. Here on PCH2, we've seen people, resources coming and going throughout the morning. West of here, we did drive up west past Pepperdine, and as Rich was saying, it didn't look bad in that area yet. Based on what the winds are going to do, we'll see what happens. But we have seen crews heading up that way, and then we also see crews below us near Webb Way as well. They just have people, crews, officials stationed all along the roadways out here. On the fire burning, we spoke to a resident who lived in the Sarah Retreat area. He had to evacuate last night. He helped to get some of the other residents out, and he did say most people left willingly. He did say he saw structures damaged and burning in that area, though we don't know how many have been damaged or destroyed at this point, as this is a very active fire. They are working on keeping people safe, working on preventing it from destroying and damaging those structures. But we know at least 2,000, probably more at this point, have been affected. About 6,000 people have been evacuated. But the conditions we're seeing here where we are, very smoky, a lot of ash in the air, fire. It's changing directions which way it burns based on the winds. And we've been hearing, the wind's expected most likely to pick up a little later, but we're hillsides, those fires just all around here at this point. All the evacuation orders are in place still that we've talked about throughout the morning. And you just want to avoid those areas at this point. As I said, we have crews coming through constantly, and we've seen resources. We saw LAFD out here, LA County, of course, out here, LA County Fire. We've seen the Sheriff's Department. We saw Culver City Fire as well. But we've seen firefighters putting water on the fire right in front of us as well to just try to keep it, once again, from crossing PCH to that shopping center. But we did see crews stationed near the shopping center as well. But if you are in this area, if you've been told to evacuate, as they say, best thing just to get out of here, let crews do the work they need to do. And once again, you can see them all along Civic Center Way here. Winds coming and going. So firefighters hard at work this morning. And we haven't seen, I know there have been helicopters in the air. I'm not seeing any right at this moment, but winds coming and going. Difficult situation out here, working on protecting those structures. You can see once again some of those crews up there in the hillside, but very difficult conditions for firefighters this morning. And on that, I'm Erin Myers. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Yeah, and Erin, you can see in those images, along with those flames, the wind. You can see the wind blowing and just how much of a factor that is there. When you're talking about the shopping center of concern across PCH, I want to give our viewers a sense of exactly what we're talking about. Are you speaking of the Malibu Colony Plaza that has the Ralphs? Is that the center of concern?
Yes, the Malibu Colony Plaza. Yeah, Malibu Colony Plaza. It's right across the street from us. You can't see, it's so dark because of the power being out, but it is right across the street from us right now. And they do have crews down at the entrance. I see a lot of officials, first responders there, so they are keeping an eye on it. But when I spoke to the crews here on the ground, they said that was their number one concern, was keeping it from jumping the freeway, Pacific Coast Highway right here. And then protecting that condo complex as well.
Okay, so a condo complex there too, and just to give people a sense of where Erin is as well, a block away from the Malibu Country Mart, which is a very popular, well-known shopping plaza right near the Malibu Library, right near where the Malibu Chili Cook-Off is held. So this is the area where Erin is showing us this fire of concern. Erin, thank you so much for that live report. We'll check in with you in just a short time. Let's go next to Carlos Herrera, who is also in Malibu on PCH. He's near Sweetwater Canyon, which is a neighborhood where he has been talking to residents who left in a rush and are concerned about having homes to go back to. They were really worried about the fire there. So Carlos, what can you tell us? What's the latest?
Well, unfortunately, we got some word from crews that were working on the flames in that area of Sweetwater Canyon, that neighborhood. They tell me that a few homes in that area suffered some damage. No word yet on the extent of that damage or if those homes were in fact destroyed. They're still trying to get confirmation on that, and they're working on those flames as well. We're a little further east now on Pacific Coast Highway, closer to Las Flores here. Several homes in that specific area, up in that canyon, that firefighters have been focusing on. We saw helicopters dropping water there just a few minutes ago, but as far as we can see here, obviously it's very dark right now. There are at least 2 or 3 homes up that road you see there that have been compromised. At least one of them, it appears to me from this angle, has been destroyed. Several crews there had to drive up there, others had to walk, some of them up on the ceiling, on the rooftop, trying to save it. It looks like they were unsuccessful at this point, but I guess we'll definitely get a better understanding of that when the sun comes up. But this area here, up in this canyon, this ridge on Pacific Coast Highway, right between Sweetwater Canyon Road and Las Flores, has seen significant fire activity in the last hour and a half, and we've seen this orange glow definitely getting worse. The fire now moving east and south towards Pacific Coast Highway. If you can go ahead and pan over to the right there, you can see there, Sean, thank you. You can see how close those flames are coming to the road here on Pacific Coast Highway. There are several vacant buildings in this area along Pacific Coast Highway. We did see several LA County Sheriff deputies going in there, making sure that there was no one inside, alerting folks to leave, possibly unhoused individuals. They made sure that no one is in there. Also homes on this side of the road on Pacific Coast Highway. These homes have not been impacted, but we spoke to some residents earlier. They said They have no power since about 6 o'clock last night or last evening. Signal here is bad as it is already. Cell phone towers are down, so they weren't able to get any type of notification or alert to let them know, hey, you gotta go, you gotta evacuate. They woke up to that fire activity, the helicopters making water drops, and they said, hey, something's going on, and they decided, okay, it's time to pack our stuff and get ready to go. Fortunately, the fire hasn't jumped Pacific Coast Highway, at least not here, and the homes on this side, closer to the ocean, have not been damaged or compromised, but definitely something to watch out for. You can see, again, those helicopters flying over this area, but the flames continue to burn. Now let's talk about Sweetwater Canyon, that neighborhood that we spoke about earlier. That saw significant fire activity in the 2-3 o'clock hour. About 23 homes in that neighborhood. We saw residents leaving. They parked, they stationed here on Pacific Coast Highway trying to get news. They came up to our news van and said, hey, what have you heard about that neighborhood? We got in touch with LA County fire crews who told us they were trying to access that neighborhood via the air because the roads in that area were just too narrow to access by vehicle. And just a few minutes ago, we got word that a handful of homes in that neighborhood, Sweetwater Canyon, had been damaged, but again, no word yet on how many of them are destroyed. You can see, again, this is actually the first time we've seen fire crews driving east on Pacific Coast Highway towards Las Flores Canyon. So that gives us an understanding, Chris and Lauren, that the fire keeps burning to the east and pushing down south as well towards Pacific Coast Highway. This area, of course, closed to public access. We did see law enforcement officers handing out citations because we did see some folks driving through the closures. So they gave out citations and people were escorted out of this area. Again, they need this road cleared because, as you can see, a lot of activity in terms of law enforcement vehicles, fire crews as well. Only folks are allowed to drive out of this area so they can evacuate as the fire here continues to burn. You can see it on Pacific Coast Highway near Las Flores and Sweetwater Canyon. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Carlos Herrera reporting live. Henry DiCarlo, to piggyback on what Carlos just pointed out, the fire trucks are heading east, and that tells you what?
Well, I don't want to speculate too much because, you know, obviously they know exactly what's going on, they being firefighters, but I think they're anticipating what they would perceive to be a little bit of a shift after sunrise, which would be understandable. We know during the evening hours, as I mentioned earlier, generally speaking, fires burn much better going downhill. Once we get sunrise and we start getting sunlight, we start getting some heat, some lower humidity, fires start to travel uphill. So we're seeing it generally going in a westerly direction out towards the coastal areas. And we do know once the sun comes up, the winds are going to shift a little bit. Firefighters are probably anticipating what they fear might be a shift in maybe some areas that they're going to get in place to protect. And again, I'm speculating here, but that would be my guess as you see them move into positions. I've said this many times. We have the best firefighters in the world.
Yeah.
We talk about meteorologists. Let me just tell you something. There's a lot of people that don't know what they're talking about when it comes to this. These firefighters are some of the best forecasters, meteorologists in a sense, and they deal with the National Weather Service. They are looking at things 30 minutes down the line, an hour down the line, 5 hours down the line, anticipating. So I think a lot of this is just getting things in place, anticipating what will be some changes. Fires do not go in a straight line. We know that because of the topography. Remember what the air wants to do. It wants to find the path of least resistance. So this is downsloping air. It's coming from the Great Basin. High pressure in the Great Basin. We have low pressure that's sitting out over the Pacific. So that high is pushing air towards Southern California. The low off the coast is pulling that air in. That is what is creating the strong winds. We call it a pressure gradient. Downsloping air warms and dries as it travels downhill. Now you're thinking, well, we're looking at this, the fire is going uphill, right? Because we do know that as that warm, dry air blows over this topography that's dry, it's drying us out, it's drying it out, It's warming up the ground. So now that fire is saying, wow, least resistance. I'm going to go get this. I'm going to get this topography that is already fueled, ready to go, and it's racing uphill. There was an interesting picture, I think it was Carlos had a shot where in the foreground you could see the flames just going straight up. In the background they were a little bit flat, and it was all about the topography. So I say this because keep in mind that with every 10 degrees of slope in the topography, a fire is going to double in speed as far as traveling speed. These are all the things that firefighters take into account. They know the winds are going to shift. We anticipate at this time. We have these areas where this fire could switch and move at an excessively fast rate. Here, this area could be susceptible. So they're getting into place, and that's why we'll see them position themselves, because I mean, again, the information that they have, and these are not just, you know, we talk about this, Chris, we talk about sports all the time. We talk about coaches making adjustments. You talk about the greatest adjustments made of all time. It is these firefighters, these crews, they are adjusting, they are trying to be hours ahead of things, because we know once the sun comes up and the directional shifts in wind start to occur, and these winds start to get a little bit more erratic in isolated areas, they want to be in place. So they're moving in place, because once that sun starts to come up a little bit more than an hour from now, we're going to see, at least in some isolated areas and maybe some large scale areas, you're going to see this fire start to become a little bit more erratic. It'll start moving a little bit more quicker and quickly, and it will also start changing directions a little bit. So I think a lot of this is just being ahead of the ball game a little bit after sunrise.
Okay, Henry, thank you. And Henry, piggybacking off of Carlos, who was on the ground at PCH in Las Flores, which, to give our viewers perspective, Carlos is about 3.5 miles east on PCH from where Aaron Myers was. Fire burning in both areas, a landmark for Carlos's location. Many people are familiar with Duke's restaurant. That is the restaurant that's on PCH right there, just to give you a sense of the lay of the land. Henry, thank you so much for that, and we will be continuing to check in with you, of course, all morning long. Let's now go to Pepperdine, where we know students have been sheltering in place there. That is their protocol during a fire like this, and Nick Girding is one of those students who has been doing just that. So Nick, give us a sense of how you guys are doing there.
Hi, yes. So after a very chaotic about 5 or 6 hours, we have now calmed down a lot. About half of the population here in the library, consisting about maybe 300, 400 people, have gone to sleep, and the other half have gotten into line for some breakfast that has been provided for us. So a lot different vibe now.
And Nick, what was it like when you found out about the fire? How were you moved into these two buildings that they have you guys shelter in place in? Just set the scene for how this all unfolded.
Yeah, so I was in my dorm room with a couple of my buddies, and the power went out. And so we were just kind of dorking around as college kids do. And we got a call from another roommate saying that there was a fire on the hill. And so both of my roommates quickly got into action. We went down a couple doors to knock on our buddies' doors to get them out and try and assess the situation. And we all decided the best option was to go to the library, which is typically where Pepperdine students take shelter during fires, as this is not the first time this has happened. There's a pretty set process that we follow. So we all headed to the library and kind of waited for their instructions. And as the fire got closer and closer, we got the official shelter-in-place order, and that's when worries spiked the most. But overall, we stayed pretty calm and just awaited the next right move to make. It was chaos, but it was organized chaos, and there was lots of worries, but we made it through. So
you can absolutely hear the calm in your voice, Nick. I mean, you're not particularly pressed. Are you more pressed about the finals you're going to miss and have to reschedule, or what?
You know, a little bit. I had a pretty important final singing barrier tomorrow that I'm going to miss, and I'm not too happy about that. But I'm just happy to be amongst people that care about me, and we all care about each other, and that we're all safe now. So.
Yeah, and Nick, tell us a little bit about what you could see from where you are. We did see some video that we had on our air earlier that Pepperdine students had shot, and it showed that you could actually see the hillside burning from where you guys were sheltering in place. Is that what you saw?
Yes, it absolutely is. So our library, we are fortunate enough to have some very large windows in our library that are sea facing, and you can kind of see a glimpse of a couple of mountains in the distance, and you could see the fire jump over the hill. Once we got news that it jumped Malibu Canyon Road, we really started to see it come over the hill. And it was so close that we got the warning to stay away from those windows because the trees that were maybe a good 20 feet in front of it were on fire. And whether that was a controlled fire to protect us or a natural fire from the fire coming over the hill is unclear, but we know that there were some controlled fires taking place to protect us. But either way, a fire 20 feet from you that seems uncontrolled is pretty scary. So.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Hey, Nick, I know that you have a lot of students who are somewhat local, but you also have a lot of students who are from all parts of the country. I can only imagine, this is national news. Our parents, especially early on, was there a bit of a panic is not the word, a strong concern maybe, where as parents were trying to reach their kids and vice versa, hey, I'm okay. Was there a bit of that?
Yeah. It was definitely difficult. We have lots of international students, so that was the most difficult part. And another equally difficult part was we lost all power and we lost a lot of cell reception. I thankfully still had cell reception, so I was able to turn on my hotspot and give some of those students the ability to call their parents. But it was double as hard because of the power outages. But yeah, we were able to find ways for everybody to get in contact with their parents, and it was very chaotic and very panicked, but we were able to get everybody in the loop and everybody was able to contact who they needed to contact.
All right, Nick, and you called your parents, you spoke with them. I don't know if you're local, if you've been through fires before, or if this is totally new for you. How is it for you?
It is, I called my parents, I woke my dad up, I gave him a good fright, but my brother attended, we're from Kansas City, Missouri, but my brother attended Pepperdine here about 5 years ago. They also had a campus fire that did about the same process. So I wasn't unfamiliar, but the panic I had never experienced before. So I wasn't exactly ready for that, but I did what I could, and I tried to make sure that everybody around me was comfortable and happy. So yeah.
All right. Well, Nick, we appreciate you speaking with us. We're glad you're okay. And
our
helicopter pilot has been showing that the fire appears to not be threatening Pepperdine in a way it was earlier. We are glad you're safe. We thank you for speaking with us. We're glad you let your parents know that they don't have to worry.
As a college kid parent, that's so important.
Yeah, and we wish you luck when you do get to take your finals. We know that Pepperdine canceled classes and finals for today at least.
And tomorrow.
And tomorrow. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now let's go to Erin Myers, back on the ground on PCH and the Webway Civic Center area where she was showing that firefighters were trying to keep the fire from crossing PCH where she is. Erin.
Hi, Lauren. Good morning. Well, we had crews all lined up here along the Civic Center Way when we last saw you. A lot of them have moved, and as you were saying, we did see quite a few of them head east, but we do still have fire burning here behind us. It's a little calmer than we saw you a short time ago, but crews were out here. They were worried about PCH in this area because there is a shopping center right across the street, the Malibu Colony Plaza. There's a Ralph's, other stores there as well. We did see quite a few embers make their way that way. Fortunately, we have not seen anything pick up in this area, but when we arrived this morning very early, we were still in the same area west of Webb Way, and we tried to continue west, and it was so bad, the smoke, so much ash in the air, we had to turn around, and that's what the conditions are like. It'll die down for a little bit, then it picks up again, gets very smoky, very ashy, and you can see here the smoke again in this area, and then up this way to the left, I'll have Ed pan to the left. You can see crews in the hillside here as well, working on structure protection, and that is one of the goals here, keep as many buildings safe as possible. When we first got to this area, there is a condo complex. It's a little dark, so you can't see it that well right now, but the flames were going right up against it. That has now died down, but fire crews were keeping a close eye on it. Now we're just seeing some of those hot spots on the hillside there. About 1,800 acres, a little more than that, have burned so far. The winds coming and going. We also spoke to a resident who lived in the Sarah Retreat area. He evacuated. He also worked on getting some of his neighbors out of that way as well when those orders came in. He told us he hadn't seen anything like this here in Malibu, and he's lived here for several years, he said. He told us that most of the residents complied and got out. There were a few who didn't want to leave, but it was definitely burning up there. He said he saw residents being damaged at least. We don't know how many buildings, homes have been destroyed at this point, as this is an active fire battle right now. We don't have any of those details on just how many structures have been damaged or lost, but he told us there definitely was happening in that neighborhood. We know with the evacuation orders in place that at least 2,000 structures are affected, possibly more at this point. At least 6,000 people have been evacuated, and we have just seen so many crews coming through here. Fire crews, we've seen the Sheriff's Department, we've seen crews from LAFD, Culver City, of course, LA County Fire out here as well. And then Ed, if you could follow me over this way real quick, right here on PCH, we're gonna obviously stay out of the road here, but if you can look out, we might be able to see it just past our van. Down this way, you can see all the crews here. No, we can't get a good picture of it, but there are crews all stationed near the shopping center, keeping an eye on that. But the wind's much stronger a little earlier, but they are coming and going. The fire keeps switching direction. It looks like, as I said earlier, going up towards those condos, now going the other way. But the crews in this area have moved, so that, you know, heading out to other locations right now because the fire is just so spread out all along above Pacific Coast Highway, some areas burning on the other side of it as well. We have seen people, at least earlier this morning, they were coming in with horse trailers, and that one resident we spoke to, he said they were able to get some of the horses in his neighborhood out. Others, though, they just had to open the gates and let them out of where they were staying, let them free for now, hoping that everything will be okay. So some very serious situations out here, scary situations for residents. We're seeing the trees on fire out there in the distance, but just conditions changing constantly at this point, depending on which way the wind is going, if the wind stops for a moment. The area we're in right now, we haven't seen any helicopters right in this area recently, but we do know they are bringing out as many resources as possible. That's what LA County Fires told me when I spoke to them this morning. Any resources they can get out here, that is what they're doing, obviously from their department and others, but conditions just constantly changing at this point. You can see there behind me another tree burning, but conditions, you know, very tough for firefighters out here dealing with these winds, dealing with the hillsides, and just things switching around a lot. Structure protection happening above us, and if you are evacuated, best to just stay out of this area. We are seeing so many crews come through here on PCH, coming and going in both directions, so best to be out of here so fire crews can do the work that needs to be done. Reporting live here in Malibu, I'm Erin Myers. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Erin, thank you so much. For lack of a better word, we just saw a fire NATO.
Yeah.
The winds that we've talked about this before, how fires create their own energy.
Right.
And Henry, you saw it.
You could definitely see it there. It looked like it wanted to, rotate a little bit more. It quickly dissipated out, but you could see that rotating column of air. And that just speaks to the intense heat. Remember, that heat is rising at such a quick pace, and it's condensing, even though it doesn't look like it's much in elevation. And it's just the surrounding air being sucked in. As that column of hot air rises at a very rapid rate, the cooler air surrounding it rushes to fill that void, and then it hits a little resistance in the atmosphere and it rotates it, and that's how we get that rotational pull there, those little fire nados. And the fear of something like that, Chris and Lauren, is just the embers then start getting dispersed. Yes. More erratically, and it could hit definitely, if they get bigger, downsloping into other areas.
All right, Henry, thank you. And as you can see, if you're just joining us, you're just waking up, you're watching the KTLA 5 Morning News. It is just past the bottom of the hour at 5:30. 5:34 is the exact time. You're looking at the Franklin fire, which has exploded. Initially, it was 10 acres burning in Malibu. Just before 11 o'clock last night is when it first became known to authorities, and then it simply exploded thanks to those Santa Ana winds. We are now more than 1,800 acres burned. I think we're going to find out by the minute. That number is just growing and growing. CAL FIRE, LA County Fire, they're going to give us an update, a live update, but that's not for roughly an hour and a half. If it happens sooner, we'll bring that to you. We're trying to get more and more information as we get it to you. We have evacuation centers set up. The American Red Cross is at Palisades Civic Center.
Yeah, the rec center
Rec
right
center,
there,
thank
right in the Palisades Village area, a pretty well-known area, I imagine, for many of the people in Malibu that are having to leave. So Palisades Rec Center, it's on Alma Real.
And then for the large animals, Pierce College.
Yeah.
So if you have a horse, that's where you're taking it. Some other large animal, that's where you're taking it. Let's go ahead and bring in Carlos Herrera. Carlos, where are you now? I know you're along PCH. What would be your cross street?
This here is Carbon Canyon Road. We heard you earlier talking about how the wind has picked up. That's definitely the case here, and that's exactly what we're looking at. Those flames definitely growing, getting stronger, intensifying, burning closer down south towards Pacific Coast Highway and east, as we told you a few minutes ago, towards Las Flores Canyon. We have been seeing those crews driving along Pacific Coast Highway east towards Las Flores, making sure that they can meet the fire towards that direction and build that containment line. You mentioned we're going to be getting an update from officials later this morning. We can expect, yes, acreage to increase. Unfortunately, we're also getting information from crews out there on the fire line that we can also expect the number of structures and possibly even homes destroyed or damaged to increase as well. What you're looking at here, this picture from Sean Bird here, is a community that has about 5-6 homes up in that canyon here, closer to Sweetwater Canyon Road. 5 homes in that area. You have to go up through a very narrow road. We're hearing from crews there, some of those homes were jeopardized by the flames. We did see at least 5 firefighters up on the roof of a home in that area. Again, visibility not the best at this point. Not only do we have the smoke, but we also have the darkness because it's really early this morning, so it's hard to confirm what exactly was happening in there. But again, at least some damage sustained to one home up in that community. The winds have definitely started to pick up. We're definitely seeing that fire activity up in this area. You see a lot of structures along here Pacific Coast Highway, so the concern here from firefighters is that, as you mentioned, the flames continuing to burn down the hill as they usually do during the morning hours. And then those embers flying around, creating those hot spots, spot fires rather, that will continue to burn and make things more complicated for crews in this area. We are seeing a lot of residents here this morning that have decided to just wait it out. Others evacuating, driving down to Pacific Coast Highway, bringing their pets, their loved ones, their clothes, their documents, and waiting in their cars and trying to get updates from authorities and see if their homes are actually okay. Have they survived this fire? A gentleman here spoke to me just a few minutes ago off camera. He says that he believes his home is gone, and he's trying to stay calm for the sake of his loved ones, for his wife, he said, but he's thinking the worst at this moment. We also spoke with residents earlier this morning. They said, yes, they were without power since yesterday evening through the night. Also, signal's already bad here as well, so they weren't able to get those alerts, notifications on their phones, letting them know, hey, you got to go, you got to grab your stuff and evacuate. So they woke up to the noise here last night. Helicopters flying around, engines and their sirens, and also deputies with the LA County Sheriff's Department waking them up, telling them, hey, there's a fire, you got to wake up, grab what you can, and you got to go. So that's exactly what residents here have been dealing with. And again, that's the main concern here. As Sean stays in the picture here, I'm going to go ahead and walk over to a resident that I see here. He's been just waiting it out and watching the fire burn from here on Pacific Coast Highway. Good morning. Good morning, sir. I'm live with KTLA. Do you live in this area?
We live across the street.
You live across the street?
Yep.
Is your home up in that canyon?
We're in the buildings across the street.
What's the latest update you got from officials? Let's walk over so we can, as we show that picture here. But again, tell me your name.
Christopher.
Christopher, and you say you live up on that hillside.
Yeah. No, I live right across the street.
Oh, okay, but your home, the flames coming really close to your house here.
Well, yeah, they were right above us. Yeah, I mean, fortunately, the wind's going in the right direction and the wind's come down a little bit. So currently, we're in pretty good shape, but things can change pretty quickly.
Yeah, and we saw, we do get those wind gusts in 15, 30 seconds, and then they're really strong, and they push the fire east and south towards Pacific Coast Highway.
Right. Yeah, so if the wind changes, we'll be in trouble very quickly.
How did you evacuate? Did they wake you up? Did you get an alert on your phone? I know signal was bad here.
We could see the flames from Sarah Retreat and Pepperdine, so we've been up all night. It started about 12 o'clock, and we've been watching it all night.
What were you able to grab?
I was fortunate. I've been in other fires, and I grabbed everything I needed and had time to evacuate. So I got my car parked over here. We're just, standing by.
Who's with you?
I've got quite a few neighbors here.
Yeah. Do you know how many homes are up on that hillside there?
No, behind us is not a lot of homes. We have a few new homes to my right, but directly behind us, there's not much above us.
Okay. So the concern is for the homes that are down below, right?
Well, there are some new developments over here. The biggest damage we can tell is Sarah Retreat and Sweetwater.
Sweetwater Canyon.
Yeah.
Do you have anyone that lives do you know anyone that lives there in
Sure,
Sweetwater Canyon?
We know a lot of people over there, but it's, we need daylight.
Yeah, that's exactly what's the problem with for authorities, for firefighters. Let's walk down here because I want you to show me which is your home here, just to give us a better perspective. I know it's dark out here; it's dark to see. So let's see if you can point us the right direction. Let's get on this side. I'm sorry.
No problem. It's very dark, but it's directly across the street from us. You can see the mailboxes. You can barely see the buildings in the background. Obviously, the backlight's not. There we go. You can see it all now.
And we did see firefighters trying to access the area behind your home there by foot. So difficult terrain for them as well.
Nearly impossible, and certainly impossible at nighttime. So hopefully daylight they can do some more water drops, but currently we're doing quite well. Yeah. The wind has stopped. We've got a slight onshore breeze, and the fire is burning up on itself. So the fuel is getting burned. Currently we're looking pretty good, but obviously it could change very quickly with the wind picking up.
You lived through fires before.
I have.
Tell me about what had happened back then.
Well, it's part of being in Malibu. So, every fire is different. They have their own personalities. It depends on the weather conditions. We are very dry right now, but it's not too hot. So perhaps that's a factor. I'm not an expert in this, but lots of fires is part of living in Malibu.
I spoke with a few folks who live in Sweetwater Canyon. They were told to evacuate, drove down to PCH like you did, waited out,
right,
hoping to get updates from officials, from firefighters, and they couldn't be patient enough. They said, I want to go check on my home. I want to get updates.
Sure.
I'm not seeing any firefighters driving up that narrow road.
No, that's
so that's the problem that many people are facing this morning.
I don't think they're doing a lot during the night. I don't think they have the capacity or the capabilities to do much. They don't know this terrain. We've got to get to sunrise. As soon as we get to sunrise, things are going to, hopefully, we hope, improve.
All right, well, thank you. Your name again, sir?
Christopher.
Christopher, thank you, and we hope everything is okay with your home. We can see it here. Yeah. But again, Chris and Lauren, this is exactly what's happening here. We're hearing from residents. Many of them, again, they woke up to the fire activity and they said, we got to grab our stuff and go. We can't wait for that alert on our phones. But again, signal here is already bad. Plus, you get these power shutoffs, and these people literally are left out in the dark.
You're perfectly right. The first thing that we knew about was the power went off, and then a lot of fire trucks. To answer your question from earlier, the power went out, and then we saw a parade of fire trucks, and that's what really tipped us off to something was bad, and something was going pear-shaped.
You mentioned the water drops. They were successful in this hour. Earlier this morning, though, we did see those helicopters, flying over, trying to drop the massive amount of water on the mountain and the hillside, but they were unsuccessful. They would miss those targets because the wind was so powerful.
Yeah, no, earlier they were having problems, and I understand they grounded some, but we had one water drop here that they did a great job with, and I think once we get some light and the wind stays down, they'll be able to do a better job.
Christopher, thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
Again, Chris and Lauren, we'll leave you with this picture. The fire just keeps burning south and east here towards Pacific Coast Highway, now threatening homes that are along Pacific Coast Highway. that we hadn't seen that activity earlier this morning. So it speaks to how these fires can change. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Carlos, thank you. Yeah, when you look at the fire line, that does appear to be the case right now. It's burning towards the east, southeast specifically. We want to share with you some very important news, especially for all the residents of Malibu. Hopefully you have a way of receiving this information. All Malibu schools in the Santa Monica Malibu United School District are closed today. All right, they're closed today because of no power. It's not because fire has touched those schools necessarily, they just have no power. All right, so those schools include Webster Elementary, Malibu Elementary, Malibu Middle, and Malibu High School. Again, Webster Elementary, Malibu Middle, and Malibu High School all closed today because they have no power, which is effectively the case for most of Malibu.
Yeah, public safety power shutoffs for much of Malibu. Now let's go down to another school, Pepperdine University, in the center of it all, with students sheltering in place there. Our Sandra Mitchell has been on the ground. Sandra Mitchell has been reporting all night long now into these morning hours. Sandy, earlier on, Pepperdine students said they could see the fire burning on the hill right outside their library where they were sheltering, but they said things have really improved. Has that been your observation on the ground there too?
Oh, absolutely, Lauren, you're right. We are just below Pepperdine University right now along PCH. And earlier this evening when we were on the Pepperdine campus, I was shocked by how much of the shrubbery and the hillside surrounding the campus and actually on the campus were burning. We saw strike crews and hand crews going right into the hillside. They were using their chainsaws to kind of cut down some of the terrain there, take down the trees and the bushes, and set up a line of defense to protect the buildings. The student center, the library, that's where the students were huddled and hunkered down throughout the night and looking out on a fire that really was just surrounding the campus. I'm going to step out of the way, show you exactly where we are right now. This is Malibu Pacific Church in the background. It is very dark, and that is because SoCal Edison has cut off the power to most of Malibu and the canyon areas here. But there is fire climbing up the hillside. Moments ago, we did have an engine on scene. I talked to the fire crew that was out here. They told me they were tasked with structure protection for the church. There is no damage to the church that we can see, and it looks like the fire in this area is starting to subside now. A few moments ago, we had some large flames on the hillside, but Malibu Pacific Church appears to be okay. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of smoke damage. It is very smoky up here right now, but the church, it does not appear, has been touched by any of the flames or the flying embers in this area. You mentioned Pepperdine University. We were able to get on the campus. I was very surprised. It's a private university, but as we approached that security gate tonight, we could tell that even the security guard had been evacuated to safer ground. So we got onto the campus, went right through the guard gate, and the campus very dark, very quiet, except for those crews on the ground who were cutting into some of the terrain on the hillside. But I think it's going to be pretty shocking when people get a look at that Pepperdine campus tomorrow. There's going to be a lot of damage, not to the buildings and not to any of the places where the students are sheltered in place tonight, but certainly to those beautiful rolling hillsides that surround the campus. We are also just beside what appears to be a structure on the hillside up here that has burned. We can see some steel beams standing. Again, we don't know what it was. We don't know if it's just the beginning of a house under construction, but it appears that something beside us near the church has burned. Lauren and Chris, back to you.
All right, Sandra, thank you. And we spoke to a gentleman by the name of Nick Girding, who was a student there at Pepperdine.
Yeah.
And he was remarkably calm when we spoke with him, but that was a much different experience, he said, than earlier in the morning around 1 a.m., where cell service was very limited.
Yep.
He turned his phone into a hotspot so that other students, because his phone was working, could call their parents and their loved ones to let them know that, yes, they were okay, because this is national and, as we now know, international news. Apparently, there's a lot of international students at Pepperdine University. So imagine you're a foreign student and you know, your parents in some other country are seeing what's happening in California. And so it was good Thank you to Nick for talking to us, and thank you just as a public service that he did for his
Yes.
fellow students.
Yes.
He said they really care about each other, and it showed, whether it was the school doing what it needed to do to keep them safe, or the other students looking after the other students who may be a bit worried.
Yeah, and what was interesting too, Nick was also from out of state, not from
Missouri.
here, not from Southern California, but he wasn't totally caught off guard by this because he had a sibling that went to Pepperdine who also had to shelter in place during a fire we will all remember, which was, it sounded like the Woolsey fire.
It was
back
the Woolsey
in
fire,
2018,
with the
'cause he
timing
said,
of it,
You know, several years ago, and that's where the Pepperdine official said was the last time he remembered all of the students having to shelter in place like that. That is their protocol, even under an evacuation order, because they have a system in place to keep people safe and they know what's best. And so that's where students still are, but sounds like things have calmed down there, both from the student that we interviewed and also Sandra Mitchell, who's been on the ground just doing great work for us all night long. The weather, a big factor in this with the wind and also the low humidity. Henry DiCarlo, you're tracking it all.
And the winds, that's going to be the wild card when the sun comes up within the hour, because we, excuse me, do know the winds will change. We do see usually a directional shift in just the fire itself. Characteristically, fires tend to travel downhill a little bit better during the evening hours when the humidity is a little bit higher, the wind's a little bit lighter, and then as we get into the daytime hours, when we start getting daytime heating, we start to dry out the atmosphere. That air obviously starts to move into the upper atmosphere, so we tend to get a little bit of a directional shift with the fire and also with the winds. But you know, so far, at least in most areas, the winds, although strong, have been cooperating fairly well. The big problem is going to be after sunrise, just seeing what isolated areas, where that shift comes, where the change comes, just how strong those winds start to shift, and we're going to start seeing a little bit more erratic behavior because just the dynamics in the atmosphere are going to change a little bit. We're going to get rising air, we're going to get some lower humidity, and that's just going to fuel areas that are in advance of the fire. So when that fire continues to move, it will already have area that's almost preheated in essence. So the fire will start to move at a little bit more rapid pace. But the good news, if there's a little silver lining, and I don't want to put too much into this, you know, the pressure gradient, which is responsible for these very strong, aggressive Santa Ana winds, it appears as if it may start to move apart a little bit earlier, maybe later in the afternoon, which could give us maybe a little bit, maybe 2, 3, 4 extra hours of where the winds will maybe die down a little bit earlier than anticipated. I think we should anticipate strong gusty winds through the day. They'll start to taper off into the evening hours tonight, but with any luck, maybe we'll start to see those winds relaxing maybe mid-afternoon. Again, that's what I'm looking at. That's the latest trend, that the pressure gradient could relax for us. That doesn't help us right now. That doesn't help us during the morning hours, but looking down the pike a little bit, maybe these winds will end a little bit earlier as opposed to late tonight. But right now, it's all hands on deck, so to speak. It's the morning fire that's really got us concerned.
Yeah, and we're about an hour away from sunrise, and I think we're gonna see a lot of things that we'd rather not.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we're gonna see some burned structures, possibly some homes based on what we've seen from above. It certainly seems that way. We have not gotten that confirmation. Also, just around 7, maybe a little after 7, LA County Fire is going to have a live update for all the news stations, so that'll be informative. Right now, officially, it's at 1,822 acres. I think, and we've had that figure for at least an hour.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be far beyond that when we get the next official update. Let's go to Gail Pinkster. She's joining us via phone. She's with the Malibu schools. And Gail, if you can hear me, kind of break down how many schools are we talking about and what will this mean? How will it impact the students?
Good morning, everyone. This is Gail Pinsker, the spokeswoman for the Santa Monica Malibu School District. We have 4 schools in Malibu. They are all closed this morning. We have been working on this since yesterday and alerted our families that if power was out, we would close schools. So that was the main point of our initial decision to close the 4 schools. However, now with the fire and evacuations as well, that intensifies the situation even more. And we are hoping for safety and shelter for all of our families and staff and the general community in Malibu.
And Gail, for those campuses that you mentioned, are any of them threatened directly by fire to your knowledge, or is the fire just sort of the reason for the closure along with those power shutoffs?
One of our elementary schools, Webster Elementary, is pretty close to Pepperdine. And so my understanding is there are some evacuation orders in that area right now, although the fire has shifted and is not a direct threat to that one school.
Gail, today they're closed. Might we see it also extend to tomorrow and beyond, or is it too early to tell?
It may extend. We are all hands on deck at the school district. In fact, we are having our Emergency Operations Center meeting starting momentarily for the day. We will keep that open all day and be in communication with our partners at the City of Malibu and other agencies to make that determination for tomorrow. We are all remembering the Woolsey fire 6 years ago and keeping in mind the concerns of residents and our staff out there as well, and we'll be in communication with them throughout the day as to expectations.
And a number of the people that we're hearing from that are residents in the area are talking about how spotty and difficult cell service has become and how they're not feeling like they're getting all of the messages and alerts perhaps that are being sent to them. So for your school community, what is the best way for people to be able to stay on top of the latest in terms of closures, expected closures, and instructions for your campuses and the students and staff?
We understand that with the power outages and no Wi-Fi in some areas, it presents a very challenging case to get communications. We are utilizing multiple platforms, including social media. Our websites now have alerts on them, and emails and text messages directly from the district. Additionally, our principals and administrators at those 4 schools are communicating on multiple platforms with all of their families and staff as well. And we are also working with the local Malibu radio station and newspaper there, as well as the city, to utilize their platforms to get messaging out. So we hope that in addition to our local news like you, we are out there as much as possible conveying our updates so that people have access in at least one way.
All right, Gail, we want to thank you. Gail with the Malibu Schools, Santa Monica, Malibu Unified School District. We just want to thank you for taking your time, and I know it's important to get the message out, and hopefully a lot of people will get that message.
Right,
I know, with power being out, hopefully there's a way for them to receive those messages, but the most important part, if you go to school in Malibu, you're not going today, and be sure to stay on top of the information the school system puts out, because that may also be the case tomorrow. We just don't know right now. All right.
Appreciate your support as well. Thank you.
Absolutely. All right. Good morning to everyone watching right now. If you're just waking up, you're watching the KTLA 5 Morning News as we approach 6 a.m. We've been live on the air all night covering the Franklin fire burning in Malibu. It started just before 11 o'clock last night south of Pepperdine, then quickly exploded in size due to those strong Santa Ana wind conditions. The flames jumped Malibu Canyon Road, then Pacific Coast Highway, eventually moving north around Pepperdine and south past the Malibu Pier.
The latest estimate we have from CAL FIRE is that more than 1,800 acres have burned. From Sky 5 and our ground video, we have seen multiple structures burning. Some appeared to be homes, but we won't be able to confirm that until the sun comes up. One area where we saw structures burning is Sarah Retreat, which is under a mandatory evacuation order, along with areas east of Malibu Canyon Road and south of Piuma Road. Students at Pepperdine University are sheltering in place. The fire appears to have passed that campus, but it did leave behind a good bit of damage.
All right, let's go to Kirk Hawkins, because Kirk, if you are in this area and you're just waking up, although I would hope that you have received word that you need to evacuate. If you're in this area, we're talking about road closures. They're not going to prevent you from leaving. You just can't go back in. Let's talk about the roads and the conditions folks are going to be facing. Kirk, good morning to you.
Chris, good morning to you as well. So 2 major closures to tell you about. The first one, of course, is PCH. PCH remains closed between Coral Canyon and Topanga Canyon Boulevard. As Rich has mentioned earlier, and as we have said throughout the morning, of course, those roads are limited now to emergency services and evacuees that might be in those areas looking to get out. Our second road closure, we go from PCH now to Malibu Canyon. And of course, this impacts areas like Montanito, Calabasas, as well as Malibu. These closures are again expected to remain in place between PCH and Mulholland Highway on Malibu Canyon Road. Of course, if you need to get somewhere, on the outskirts of these closures, the 101, the 405, the 10 are all options to potentially get around them. As we have also been mentioning, you have a lot of people, like the students at Pepperdine University, they're sheltering in place. There are risks on many of these streets in Malibu. We don't know about downed power lines. We don't know about downed trees. So of course, until we see the daytime period, we're not necessarily going to see some sort of relief. We've also been mentioning, if you are navigating some of those roads, the city of Malibu and Red Cross Los Angeles have opened that evacuation center at 851 Almareal Drive in Pacific Palisades at the Palisades Recreation Center, and then they're accepting pets and carriers and crates there. Larger animals, again, as you've been mentioning, are available to make their temporary home at Pierce College in Woodland Hills. So that, and we have just a quick update. Producer Tommy, go for it. Okay, so the PCH closure now expands all the way to Canaan Road. Some breaking news from the traffic center now. So again, PCH initially was closed Coral Canyon to Topanga Canyon Boulevard. Right now, it appears that PCH closure is going to continue to Canaan and the Canaan-Doom Road areas as well. Producer Tommy, thanks very much. And now that's the latest that we have on closures. We'll keep you posted if we hear anything new. For now, though, let's check in at 6:02 with Henry.
Kirk, thank you very much. Of course, fire, big concern for us, so we'll keep you updated on that. So conditions today are still going to be a little bit rough. We know we have the offshore winds, we have the Santa Ana conditions, so that warms us up, dries us out a little bit. I'll get to the good news first. It does appear as if maybe the wind event won't be around as long, so we should start to see it taper off a little bit more towards the latter part of the afternoon, and by the evening, with any luck, it's all done. Remember, this was forecasted to last through Wednesday morning. Now, that doesn't help us right now. Right now, we still have very dangerous fire concerns as far as dangerous fire conditions. We have the strong gusty winds. So what will be the challenge as the sun comes up within the next hour is just how that warmer weather and that shift to daytime temperatures is going to affect the fire. Now, we do know this, generally speaking, at night, fires travel a little bit slower. They tend to travel a little bit more downhill. During the daytime, those fires tend to race a little bit uphill. And the reason for that, once we get that daytime heating, heat rises, we dry things out, the fire has less resistance going uphill, and it travels at a much faster rate uphill. So this will be the challenge for firefighters, just navigating those isolated and large-scale changes in the winds that are anticipated, and I'm sure they're fully aware of what could happen after sunrise. Now, right now, as I'm looking at a lot of the areas, the smoke plume appears to be going somewhat straight up, which suggests some good news there. But we know down at the surface where these fires we do have that strong, gusty, swirling winds. Now, as the sun comes up, we're going to see a little bit more of that. Fires travel a little quicker during the daytime. The fuel gets a little bit hotter during the daytime, and the winds tend to get a little bit stronger during the daytime. And another thing of note that we'll notice as we get to after the sunrise and into the early morning, afternoon hours, sometimes you can look off at a distance and it almost appears as if we're looking at a thunderstorm, a big thunder cloud. We call those pyrocumulus clouds. And basically what that is, the fire is creating that heat that is rising into the atmosphere, and then it hits the cooler air in the atmosphere. We create a little wind shear, so it gives it that thunderstorm look. The danger in that is we get to the afternoon or even mid-morning hours, we're pulling in a lot of gas, we're pulling in a lot of embers and a lot of ash, and now we get that almost thunderstorm effect where we blow a lot of these ashes in a much further distance than what we see at night. So again, my concern as we get to the afternoon hours and the morning hours, not only is the change in direction, the speed of the fire, especially going upsloping, but also we'll start to see those winds affect more of the ashes, which means more fires could be started a little bit downrange as far as location. So my point is this: if you live in areas where a fire is not a concern, but it is when we get this type of weather, do know we still have potential threat of fire today because of the weather conditions. Make sure you have a plan, and if you're in this immediate area, maybe the fire has somewhat passed you or you feel a little bit on the safe side, just know that things could change rather quickly. So keep it right here. We'll keep you updated, but the winds are going to be a big issue once that sun comes up in about an hour.
Yeah, we'll continue to watch that. Henry, thank you so much for that. We have a number of reporters on the ground covering this fire all along PCH and the different neighborhoods that are impacted. Let's go now live to Aaron Myers on the ground. Aaron, last we checked with you, you were on PCH near Civic Center and Webb Way, and we see those flames behind you. What's the latest?
Hi, Lauren. We're still in that general area as there are a lot of crews here keeping an eye on the structures around here. And you can see behind me, we do have fire burning here. The winds seem to be going east right now, burning down this way. When we first got here, the fire was actually making its way up towards a condo complex. That building, that complex is safe right now. And there were fire crews all along here. They were trying to stop the fire from crossing Civic Center Way in PCH and getting to the Malibu Colony Plaza, which is right across the street from where we are. In fact, Ed can probably turn the camera. We can see it a little bit over this way. We do have crews coming up this way right now, but smoke, it's hard to tell, but there is a lot of smoke right now, but there are some crews there right at the entrance of the shopping center and that area trying to protect it, keep it from getting over there. And we did see a lot of embers in the air, though ash, that's a concern when the winds pick up. We can see those spot fires start in different areas, and that is what we're seeing on the hillside. There are just different parts of it burning right now, several up higher, the ones down here. We do see crews all along the hillsides as well up there behind me working on structure protection. Now, we know at least 2,000 structures are affected right now, about 6,000 people at this point. Now, we don't know numbers when it comes to buildings damaged or destroyed, but we have spoken to residents who say they saw things happening, things burning in their neighborhoods. Now, when we got here, visibility was extremely bad, and that keeps happening here along PCH due to the smoke and the ash. At one point, we were trying to go west of where we are now, and we actually had to turn around. You just couldn't get through safely. And we did speak with a resident who lived in Sarah Retreat. That's one of the areas evacuated. He said there are about 100 homes in his community. He said he definitely saw some being damaged, possibly destroyed. He owns a security company, so he and his team, when this all broke out, they were trying to get people out. They were helping evacuate people in that area. They said they did get some horses out as well. The others, they just had to let them out, release them, and hope for the best. Now, the fire, we know it started last night at 10:45, and it has grown quite a bit, more than 1,800 acres burned at least at this point, but those numbers expected to change when we have that update from fire officials. We know portions of PCH are closed right now, and we do have those evacuation orders in place. I can bring those up again. Malibu Canyon Road and east of Malibu Canyon Road, south of Piuma Road, along with the Sarah Retreat area. Evacuations in place for Tuna Canyon to Puerco Canyon as well. There's an evacuation warning from Puerco Canyon to Truncas Canyon. We do know the fire has crossed PCH in several areas, trying to protect those structures. At some point, it was across PCH near the pier. It was threatening structures near Malibu Pier, Malibu Road, Malibu Knolls, and Sweetwater Mesa, where Carlos has been more in that area. And of course, they're saying follow those directions from officials. If you're told to leave, get out, have everything ready to go. You can see some crews here driving through the area. We've been seeing that throughout the morning, just so many crews coming in. This way, we're seeing more coming west now at this point, but a lot of them over near Malibu Colony Plaza at this point, keeping an eye on everything. And fire still burning, a lot of smoke in this area. Just, you know, trying to keep these buildings safe, these homes safe, keep people safe. But firefighters definitely have their work cut out for them with these winds. And as Henry said, we could see them pick up. They're changing direction, smoke, a lot of ash in the area as well. We're seeing those embers, and you know that's a concern, seeing those embers fly over the roadway here and seeing something spark up on the other side. That's really something they're keeping an eye on and don't want to see happen. Reporting live here in Malibu. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Aaron, thank you so much. Doing a great job out there. Let's go to Carlos Herrera. He's also along PCH. Carlos, give us your location and what you're seeing from where you are. I believe you're further south along PCH from where Aaron is.
It's going down.
Correct. Yeah, this is a Carbon Canyon Road. Unfortunately, we've seen those flames coming down and way closer to these homes. We talked to you guys about 15 minutes ago. Boy, does 15 minutes make a difference. You can see those, I don't know, those flames upwards of 20 feet high. Let's talk to Mark and Melissa here, husband and wife. You lived at the house here right across the street. You've been evacuated and you were hanging out in your car, and now you're seeing these flames burn really close to your house.
Yeah, I mean, we've been through a lot of fires here. We were going to evacuate. We packed the car, but we kind of stuck around to wet everything down and do what we could to save our place. So, you know, we haven't seen any firefighters. I mean, we've seen them going by, but we see the water drops. But yeah, so we just...
In times like this, we just need to kind of take matters into our own hands and make sure that our structures are protected.
We saw you and your neighbor hosing those houses down.
Yeah, absolutely. We make sure all the eaves are well well doused and make sure that everything's wet.
And these are, it appears there's sheriff's deputies making sure that there's no one inside that house, right?
Yep, everyone's been cleared and everyone's safe. We're all taking the attitude of prepare for the worst and hope for the best.
And we're concerned about the embers and the ashes because that's what can set the whole place on fire.
And you're exactly right, because we saw this just 15 minutes ago. It wasn't as bad, and the activity got flared up again.
Exactly. We've been watching across the street, and it jumped, and I thought it was maybe a car, and it was like a little spot, and in a matter of a few minutes, it was, you know, the size of a football field.
Have you heard from any of your neighbors? Maybe ones on Sweetwater Canyon. Are they okay? Are their homes okay?
A lot of people that I do yoga with in Malibu have already evacuated. Okay. We just chose to try to stick it out until it's getting bad. Like we may have to jump in the car soon.
Yeah, but the weather's been on our side and the wind is favorable, so we hope that continues.
It's changed definitely, but we still get those wind gusts, right? 15, 30 seconds, and those make a big difference.
It makes a huge difference, and as long as the wind is blowing in that direction, we're okay. But it can switch on a dime, and within a minute or two, we're all toast.
I know, we were so shocked because we've seen the fires going every which way, and so they're going every direction. So, but this is coming straight down. Oh my God!
You said 2007. You lived through that fire. Your house was okay. What goes through your mind when you see these flames coming closer and closer?
It's deja vu. All over again. We lived through this. We did the same thing. Saved our structures. By making sure everything was wet and cleared. Give it nothing to burn.
We were here about an hour ago, or even 2 hours ago. We didn't see the flames burning closer to Pacific Coast Highway, and now it's a big difference, way closer to this road and even moving east towards Las Flores.
And we heard from friends that were down that way near the pier, that the fire jumped the road. So that's what scares me. It's like, we're kind of ready to jump in the car, but we're also like, we have been taking every precaution to wet everything. And some of us are prepared to go back there if it gets close, and if there's an ember that jumps or to do what we can.
At this point, us and everyone else were at the mercy of the wind.
What did you grab when you evacuated?
Passport, photos, sentimental things that we just can't replace. But
everything else is packed up. We're safe and ready to go.
Jewelry, photos, and passport.
I mean, that's all you can do, right?
Yeah.
Did you even get a notification? Because I know signal's bad out here. Power was shut off.
We've actually had really great cell service this whole time, and we've gotten all the notifications.
We've gotten the notifications, but you can't get online or make a call or anything else.
It definitely is. And let's bring in Christopher here, your neighbor. You've lived with. Yeah, he's lived here for quite some time as well. We talked to him earlier. I did see you running back there to your house and using a water hose.
Trying to keep everything wet. That's what can we do with what we have, and all three of us were able to keep the place very wet, which with the cold and the wind not blowing too hard seems to be staying wet, which is better than most fires.
I saw you guys talking earlier, and to me it gave me a sense where like you guys are so together in this, in a time like this. Community togetherness is important. Yeah, no,
you alluded to it earlier. I'm very fortunate to have great neighbors. We have a great little community here. You talked about the other people in Malibu. Who knows we don't know what's going on in Sarah Retreat and Sweetwater, and God forbid, we know some structures have been lost. Losing our house is a horrible thing, a painful experience. It's a very emotional thing, so my hearts go out to anybody that's lost their house today or buildings, and hope that the animals and the people got out safely. That's it's living in Malibu is a challenge.
We're going to be getting
lucky we are.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to be getting an update from officials in terms of the acreage, how many homes or structures have been damaged or destroyed. We do expect the acreage to definitely increase. We also expect several homes to be destroyed, unfortunately. When you see a fire like this burning, and how fast things can change, how intense the flames can be, how aggressive these winds can go, and how they can shift so quickly, and how dark and how the terrain is so bad for these firefighters. I mean, they're doing their best to put these flames out.
Yeah, they're doing all that they can in the middle of the night. Once daybreak hits here in another half hour or so, it's going to be a game changer.
And we're definitely waiting for those daytime hours to get a better look at what's happening here. Chris and Lauren, again, these community members hoping that their homes back here along Pacific Coast Highway make it through this fire. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Carlos, thank you for that. We certainly are feeling for all of those residents. Now, Malibu is also home to plenty of horses. Their owners were trying to round them up when the fire broke out. Let's look at some video of that. It wasn't easy. The animals were obviously a little spooked by the flames. You can see just the efforts to load them up and get them to safety. If you do have a large animal that you need to evacuate, you can take them to Pierce College in Woodland Hills. That address is 6201 Winnetka Avenue.
Now, it's not just Malibu impacted. The strong Santa Ana winds causing problems all across Southern California. In Ontario, the winds caused a semi-truck to overturn. It happened shortly after midnight. On the transition from the eastbound 60 freeway to the 50 north, the CHP issued a SIG alert until the semi could be uprighted. All lanes have since reopened.
So a big story here, the wind. Christmas decorations also toppling in Chino overnight because of the high winds. Many residents will wake up to find this sort of a scene outside of their home. In anticipation of the winds, the residents of Christmas Tree Lane in Altadena turned off their lights last night. The neighborhood goes all out every year. The lights will be off again tonight.
All right, let's talk about our weather. Henry, it is so key to what's going on, not just across Southern California, but especially in Malibu. We've been talking about it all morning long, that the winds were up to 50-mile-per-hour gusts in one direction, then they would change directions, and then they would kind of slow down to become, I don't want to say nothing at all, but just limited in their power. And as we get close to sunrise, officially it's around 6:49, 6:50, you're saying the winds will likely pick up once again.
And generally, that's what we see. We tend to see Santa Ana winds not taper off, but they'll take a little slower path during the evening hours, and it's mainly because we'll introduce a little bit more moisture into the atmosphere. So when we get the daytime heating, we start warming the ground from the sun, we see that heat rise, we also start to dry things out, and of course the winds, the offshore winds do that. Descending air warms up and it dries out. So generally what we're seeing here is this air that's sitting in the Great Basin, it's being pushed out towards the coast. So as air descends, it warms up, and usually it's about 5 degrees for every 1,000 feet that it descends. So if we have an 8,000 foot peak and that air is traveling out to the coast, by the time it reaches a coastal area like Malibu, that air is warmed up essentially 40 degrees from the mountains above it. So it's a rapid warm up, it dries out the atmosphere, and the winds just definitely fueling the fire. So that is what will really start taking place once the sun comes up. We'll see more heating, we'll see a little bit more energy being generated, and we'll start seeing the winds change directions. Now, it won't be maybe large-scale winds changing directions. It's very isolated because we can see the mountains are not straight line. There's all types of canyons and pass areas, and as that air moves over the ridge tops, it wants the path of least resistance. So if there's a major peak, some of it will go over, but most of it will go around, and that creates a funneling effect, and that's where we get into why these winds become so shifty. They're shifty because you could have a peak that somewhat almost will protect the winds a little bit, lays them down a little bit, but as it turns the air movement and pushes and looks for a canyon that could be maybe a half a mile or even 200 feet around that peak, it actually fuels and funnels. It increases in speed. So now you're a firefighter and you're fighting a fire and you're looking at a ridgetop, and all of a sudden you can go a quarter of a mile, half a mile, and you have this intense wind speed increase. That's why it is so challenging because, bless you, these winds are not uniform. The topography of the mountains, the lack of humidity, and the wind speed that is downsloping to the coast just creates so many different wind gusts and makes things very challenging. And we tend to see this happen more after sunrise because of the influence of added heat and lower humidity.
All right, it seems like we're getting a bit of a daybreak right now because we're seeing much more. I know it's not sunrise yet, that's still minutes away, but we are clearly able to see more than we were able to see earlier and overnight. You can see that the fire is burning in a southeasterly direction. Before, it was really moving more south, a little bit to the west. That was the Pepperdine area where it kind of originated, and now it's clearly moved to the southeast. Pepperdine students, 3,000 of them are sheltering in place. We were told they're going to shelter in place at least until sunrise, and then school staff, administration would reevaluate. They were busy calling loved ones overnight. They sheltered in 2 different areas on the center of campus. Everyone is okay, we are told. As for Malibu schools, the 4 primary schools in the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District, the 4 Malibu schools, including the middle school, the high school, the elementary schools, they are closed for today, not because of damage from the fire, but because of power outage. However, Webster Elementary, they did note that one was the only one that may have been threatened at one point, although as of now, no damage there.
Yeah, and this fire broke out just before 11 o'clock last night, started small, quickly grew overnight to 800 acres, and now 1,822 is the latest acreage that we have. Driven by winds, we know we've been under this red flag warning, a particularly dangerous situation, red flag warning, with the big factor there being the winds and also, as Henry's been talking about, the low humidity. So these are some of the factors that have been driving this fire. We don't know what started it. We don't know why it broke out or how, but we do know it started in Malibu Canyon in those overnight hours, and it's caused a number of mandatory evacuation orders. Our reporters have been saying that officials say 2,000 structures are under threat. Also, evacuation warnings we've been talking about, and road closures that are impacting certainly commuters because much of PCH in this area is shut down. Let's go to Kirk now for the latest on that. Hi, Kirk.
Lauren, good morning. All right, so here's the latest on closures that we have in place now. Pacific Coast Highway between Canaan Doom and Topanga Canyon Boulevard are now closed. Again, we had just mentioned the addition to the Canaan-Doom Road portion within the last 23 minutes or so. Keep in mind that only emergency services and evacuees trying to get out are currently allowed access. We know for sure that these closures will remain in place all morning. We're not sure exactly how long throughout the day today, and of course that will continue, of course, depending on the path of the wildfire. Now let's talk about Malibu Canyon. Malibu Canyon remains closed, and it's currently closed from PCH, Pacific Coast Highway, to Mulholland Highway. This, of course, impacts communities like Montanito and Calabasas, even Agora Hills and Malibu Lake in some cases as well. And so we want you to be aware that that is still very much a factor. Streets in and around Malibu, there still is the risk of downed power lines and downed trees. So, of course, if anyone is navigating any of those nearby streets, to use plenty of precautions. We also have another note for your commute. Other parts of the Southland, the CHP has issued a wind advisory in the Newhall area. That wind advisory, just because of those strong gusty winds in areas of the 5 and the 14. You even look at the 14 there and you can see things starting to stack up. So as Henry has been mentioning all morning, it is a very windy start to the day, not only in areas of the Franklin Fire and Malibu, but many parts of the Southland from Orange County to the Inland Empire as well. Well, that's the latest from the traffic center now at 6:25. Now back to you.
All right, Kurt, thank you. Let's go up to Rich Prickett. He is in Sky 5 HD. Rich, we talked about this earlier. We were waiting for the sun to come up. It hasn't officially come up. However, we are seeing a bit of daylight, which gives us a really good look at where the flames are, where they're heading, and sadly, what structures, including homes, may have been damaged or lost. Good morning to you, Rich.
Good morning, Chris. Yeah, we definitely have a glow in the sky now. We are starting to see that sun starting to crest over the ridge line. So what you're seeing now is the eastern flank of the fire as it starts to make a push towards Carbon Canyon, and that is the priority now for firefighters. There's Carbon Beach Terrace Road there where you see one home that appears to be under construction here. Well, right now here it's Carbon Mesa Road and then Carbon Canyon. So firefighters right now, their concern is how far east this is going to continue to push. Now, very shortly, we may see some of these helicopters move away from the fire, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. That is to allow space for those fixed-wing aircraft that are expected to arrive here sometime after daybreak. There's talks of the Super Scoopers possibly arriving, maybe the DC-10 with some of that fire retardant, which they'll lay down, and that will slow the spread not only to the east, but then they'll also likely put another line up towards the top of the ridge line, which is where Piuma Road is, which is working as a natural fire break right now. We haven't seen it crest over the top of Piuma. We'll push in here. We were looking at this home overnight. It was difficult to see. We just saw a silhouette of the outline of the home with the flames behind it, and it would look like those homes are going to survive. You can see some of those hot spots that still linger down below. So not as much ambers that are blowing down from Piuma Road. We'll tilt up here and look more towards the west here. This is a hot spot that is moving uphill on the west side of Malibu Canyon Road. So that's eventually going to make its way back towards an area that's already burned. So it could burn back onto itself there, at least on the west side of Malibu Canyon Road. And back here towards the east, you can see where that line continues to push, and we'll go down here towards the Sarah Retreat area. We know that there are some structures that were lost in there. How many, we just don't know at this point, but there are a large number of homes that are in this area, ranch-style homes, horse properties that are all along these roads. There's Sweetwater Canyon Drive. We've heard that all through the evening. Lots of structure protection in place. We've heard strike teams being requested to these areas for structures that were in imminent danger of being lost. I'm sure, aside from, homes, any sort of other structures that are on the property, automobiles, that sort of thing, will likely hear in the coming hours here as the fire department is able to get an assessment. There's PCH right there. It's going to make a push a little closer to PCH. Hopefully they will prevent it from getting any closer to these homes that are on both sides of PCH. The winds right now are, I would say, somewhat cooperating. We're only looking at about maybe 9-mile-an-hour winds right now. So in comparison to when this fire started late last night, it is a sigh of relief, and we'll see if those winds continue to climb as we get closer to sunrise, or at least, you know, later into the morning. But right now, the fire just kind of burning in an unchecked area here, pushing east, and lots of structure protection. As I mentioned early on, Carbon Mesa, Carbon Canyon, firefighters are preparing. They are expecting the fire to continue to push further east, but right now it's at a very slow rate of spread here over the Franklin fire in Malibu. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Yeah, Rich, thank you. One thing we're seeing now that the sun is coming up, it's getting a little bit lighter, is look at all that smoke. Have these been the conditions all night, or do you think it's, and it just looks worse now because the sun is coming up, or is the smoke staying really in place there because the wind has died down, as you mentioned?
There has been a lot of smoke throughout the evening, and there was times where we were trying to get around to the Pepperdine side of the fire, and it just was not doable just because of the visibility. So very difficult to see anything on the western portion of the fire. We will eventually make our way around the northern portion of the fire, and we'll try and get you a closer look of the conditions surrounding Pepperdine and how much of the vegetation burned around Pepperdine. But yes, this smoke has been lingering all through the evening. The one thing now is that because the winds have calmed down, it is going more straight up and slightly towards the west. The winds actually are kind of almost directly south, from north to south. So it's pushing it back over the ocean. We took off from Burbank just moments ago where we got fuel, and we could see that loom up all the way from Burbank here at 5,000 feet. So this is something that people are going to see throughout the morning from the San Fernando Valley. And I just want to point out something. PCH SIG alert issued all the way from Canaan Dune Road to Topanga Canyon, as far as I'm aware. So that's going to add some extra pressure to our 101 freeway and our 405 freeway all throughout the morning.
All right, Rich, thank you for that.
All right, if you're just waking up, this is continuing coverage of the Franklin fire that's burning in Malibu. According to CAL FIRE and LA County Fire, more than 1,800 acres have burned. The fire started just before 11 o'clock last night in the Pepperdine area.
Yeah, and what we're hearing from both witnesses and authorities is that several homes have burned, although it's unclear how many or just where they are exactly. But we have seen structures on fire. More will become known as the sun comes up. Pepperdine University has issued a shelter-in-place order on their campus. Mandatory evacuation orders are in place for residents living east of Malibu Canyon Road and south of Piuma Road, and all Malibu schools are closed today.
That's right. Those schools include Webster Elementary, Malibu Middle, and Malibu High School. To be clear, those schools have not suffered fire damage. That's what we've been told. However, Webster did experience a bit of a threat at one point, but we understand that threat is now diminished. So that's important to note. Webster Elementary, Malibu Middle, Malibu High, all closed today. And again, Pepperdine, all classes canceled today, all classes canceled for tomorrow as well. We know that already from talking to officials there at Pepperdine. Henry DiCarlo, we're seeing the sun come up. We're going to get to you momentarily, but first let's go down to Erin Myers with the latest from her location. Erin, you are at PCH, and I understand Webster. Are you still in that area, or have you moved?
Right now, we're still in the same area, right west of Webway, right near Civic Center Way, which you can see here behind us. And now this area behind us was burning a lot earlier this morning. It has sort of burnt itself out a little bit, which is some good news here, but we are seeing the winds come and go. The wind's still going a little easterly this way as of now, and the smoke in the air. If you see over the hillside here behind me, we see crews up there with structure protection. And then I've been talking about this condo complex. You can see it now that the sun is coming earlier this morning, they were right up against it. I mean, so close, but fire crews were out here. That was what they were working on, was keeping those condos safe. They were also working on stopping the fire from spreading across PCH to this way behind me. You can now see a little bit of the shopping center there here. It is okay at this point. When the winds pick up, we did see embers though in the air, a lot of ash and smoke, and then you can see all the crews stationed down there, all those first responders right near Malibu Colony Plaza entrance and Webb Way, just keeping an eye on everything. And now you're getting a better picture though of what it looks like here. More smoky at this point than what we saw earlier with the heavy flames, but as we've been saying earlier this morning, at least 2,000 structures are affected. About 6,000 people have been evacuated. Those numbers could change though throughout the morning, more than 1,800 acres, and we do expect that to change as well when we get this update from fire officials. Now, when I spoke to LA County Fire this morning, they said they were bringing in all the resources they could, all that were available, and we have seen several different organizations out here, LAFD, Culver City Fire, we saw CAL FIRE a short time ago. We have been seeing crews making their way up and down PCH. We saw several of them heading east earlier. We've seen some coming back west now as well, but stationed all throughout Malibu working on that structure protection. Now, visibility in the area has been hit and miss, something firefighters are also dealing with because the smoke gets so strong, the ashes in the air. We know we had to turn around while we were on PCH because you just couldn't see, you couldn't get through safely. And over the way our camera is pointed right now, that is where Sarah Retreat is as well, that area that has been evacuated. And when we did speak to this resident earlier this morning, he said about 100 homes in this community. He said he believes some were damaged, possibly destroyed. He had lived there for several years, and he said he hadn't seen anything like this recently, a very scary situation. He has a security company. He and his team were helping getting people out of the area safely. They were also evacuating horses. He said some of them, they just had to actually let them out and hope that they will be all right. Now, we know the fire started just before 11 last night and has definitely grown so much because of these conditions and the difficult conditions, obviously, firefighters are dealing with. Parts of PCH shut down. Residents encouraged, of course, to stay out of this area as crews are just coming up and down PCH right now, keeping an eye on everything in the area. As for those evacuation orders, they're all in place as well. So make sure you're out of the area at this point. But at least where we are right now, out at this point, not as windy as it was earlier. You can see right there just how many crews are out here, how many first responders have been called out to handle this. And the fire did cross PCH. You can actually see here the other direction. I'll have Ed Almonte turn this way. PCH right there, we do see some fire on the other side of it. It's above, west of where this shopping center is, and you can also see crews up there as well keeping an eye. And that's where we tried to drive through, and when it was dark this morning, it was just impossible, just very dangerous and scary conditions for people. So definitely keep out of the area, let crews do what they need to do. They're working on protecting structures, working on keeping everybody safe at this point. And we do know there will be an update by fire officials at 8 o'clock this morning. They're saying at Zuma Beach. And so we should have updated numbers on that for you at that point. But for now, I'm Erin Myers. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Erin, thank you so much for that. We'll check in with you in a bit. Now let's go a little bit down the road on PCH to Carlos Herrera, where he's in a different area being impacted by this fire. Carlos, what can you tell us now?
Yeah, Carbon Canyon Road is my exact location here, Lauren. You can see we've been at this location for a few minutes, and we've seen those flames burning downhill towards these homes, these buildings, structures as well. Just like about 10 minutes ago, we did see some crews arrive here, and they went through this driveway of this house, and they got off, and it looks like they were accessing that ridgetop by foot. We haven't seen any water drops in this area in the last hour or so, but the main concern is those flames burning down and creeping closer and closer to homes. We're hearing from residents that they evacuated as early as midnight to get away from the danger here. None of these homes have been damaged, but again, there is some concern. Let's walk over here, Sean Bird, if you can. want to speak with Tracy here. She's in her car. She lives. She's gonna get out of her car so we can talk to her. But Tracy lives at the apartment building here, right below that hillside here. You see those flames burning dangerously close to that building. Tracy, let's get you over here. So I see your car is filled with stuff, blankets, documents as well. You evacuated last night?
Yeah, we did. We were going to leave, but we decided to stay. We were just hosing down all the property around our house, trying to save our structure.
Yeah, waiting it out and see what happens.
Yeah.
What goes through your mind when you see these flames burning so close?
Just that we couldn't get everything that we own inside, our cars. All of our paintings and all of our great memories and, everything that we have. So you can only grab your photos and your jewelry and your private personal. You think, first of all, we lost power. So we were packing in the dark. So we were just trying to scramble to get whatever we could in the few minutes that we thought we had. But anyways, that's what goes through your mind,
How did you get word of evacuating?
My sister-in-law called me and she said, "Hey, are you guys okay?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" Because we lost power. So I didn't even know we had a fire. I was on my couch, messing around with Instagram because we had no power. So I couldn't watch the news. And then I jumped on my balcony and I saw this gigantic fire. And, I just woke up Redman and I said, "Mike, we got to start packing and get out of here." Yeah, so.
We saw this burn overnight, but it wasn't as close as it is now to the homes, to the buildings in this area.
Yeah.
Neighbors, as you mentioned, taking matters into their own hands, using water hoses and hosing down their homes.
Yeah, we had to. We all got ladders out. We got all the hoses out. We started watering down the hillside. We turned the sprinklers on. Yeah. And we did whatever we could just to save the structure. We all have insurance, but, nothing can replace your memories and your photos and your paintings and, things that are really important to you. No amount of money can replace that.
And Christopher, your neighbor here, also, you've been up all night. We're just seeing firefighters now going through your driveway.
Isn't that fantastic to have them here in daylight?
Yeah.
Yeah. God bless them.
Making a difference, right?
Oh, yeah. No, they can operate in the daytime, and we've made it through the night. The winds come down. So it's a relief to have daylight and have the Cal Fire here and all the other firemen here.
Smoke going directly up, which is good.
Really good. If the breeze picks up, things change very quickly. Without the breeze, they can manage this fire. They've got the resources, but with the breeze, the Santa Ana conditions, it gets out of control pretty quickly. And so, a lot of this fuel is burning right now, and that's actually a really great thing.
A lot of brush, but also we were talking about this earlier. You said the fire isn't out until it's actually out, so you never know. You're never out of the woods.
We're not out of the woods. I'm optimistic. I'm worried about neighbors and people down in Sarah Retreat, but things are going in the right direction, and it's all weather dependent.
I saw you on the phone earlier. Were you talking to people in this community too? Or?
Checking in with the loved ones, just letting them know I'm okay, and we haven't talked to a lot of people in Malibu. It's stretched out, so we don't know what's going on 5 miles down, but we hope the best for everybody in Malibu.
Sweetwater Canyon, do you guys know anyone in that neighborhood?
Yeah, I used to live on Sweetwater Mesa, so a lot of my friends still live in Sarah Retreat, but I haven't talked to anybody in Sweetwater Mesa, and I haven't talked to anybody in Sarah Retreat yet. Actually, my friend Lori sent me a little message. There was some footage from her house. Hopefully it's still standing there.
Describe the terrain in that area, because we know how difficult it is for firefighters to access it. If a fire starts there, it's practically impossible to stop.
The roads are very narrow and very windy, and so it's almost impossible to get any fire engines through that neighborhood. And it's pretty scary.
Unfortunate, right?
You can see they're taking out hoses now, and they're really setting up to defend our property. So fantastic to have them here. And
you said this is exactly what happened a few years ago when the fire sparked and it started to burn in this ridgetop.
No, well, that was 20 years ago. Yeah. The last fire we had here was 2018, the Woolsey fire, and that was at Point Doom.
Yeah.
So that was quite a ways away from us, maybe 8 miles up the coast.
And that had the wind that really made the fire move real fast. So, again, it's all about the wind and the Santa Ana conditions. And currently we have really no wind, maybe a slight onshore, and that's making all the difference. The firemen and the wind, the lack of wind, and we could be okay. But again, it's not over until the fire is out.
It looks like you're calm, you're patient, but I'm sure there's so much going through your mind right now.
Sure. Anybody that hasn't gone through a fire, this is a lot of anxiety. There's a lot of stress. You worry about.
It's called we're tired. We haven't slept. It's 6 o'clock in the morning, and we've been hosing down our property for the last 6 hours. It's hard. It's exhausting, and packing up your house and running across the street, and it's exhausting, and physically and mentally it's exhausting.
Yeah, and I see a gentleman here. Does he live here too?
Oh yeah.
Morning, sir. We're live with KTLA 5 here. Do you live in this area?
I sure do. I live right there.
In that apartment building as well?
Yes.
You were asleep when this happened. What happened? How did you wake up?
I woke up to the alerts.
Okay.
Thank God. And we've been praying all night.
And it seems like prayers have been working, at least for your building or this part of the community.
Yep, definitely.
The fire is still creeping really close to homes in this area.
Well, luckily we've got an engine right here, and they got another one they're going to bring over on the other side just in case.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Have you lived through a fire before?
Yes.
It's not your first one, so you know what you're doing.
You live in Malibu.
Yeah.
You learn.
Oh, Chris and Lauren, again, the images here, people starting to wake up, and others have been up all night dealing with this. So they said it's not their first fire, and they know what to do, and they're thankful that the winds have died down significantly compared to how they were 1:30 or 2 a.m. This fire was really bad, blowing everywhere. It pushed significantly southeasternly, and again now burning closer to Pacific Coast Highway. But we'll watch and monitor the conditions in this area. But it looks, at least now, we have crews that are stationed through this area, going through structure protection. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Carlos Herrera reporting live right there along PCH. Thank you, Carlos. And Henry DiCarlo, as we go to you, we talked about this earlier. According to fire officials, as sun comes up, we're going to start seeing a lot more effort in terms of their capabilities with this firefight. The super scoopers, as they're called, are going to be called in now. That will be happening in the minutes ahead. So that's great news there. More water dropping equipment. What do you think they're facing with these winds?
The winds are just going to be a little shifty. That'll be the big issue for them. We have seen the winds relax a little bit during the overnight hours, and that typically is the case. But about midnight, we had 50, 55 mile per hour wind gusts in Malibu. And then last report I just checked, we had a wind gust of 32. So when we dropped overnight, we anticipate that. Remember, this is all about a pressure gradient with that high and low pressure system. And if you have been with us since, we've been on all night long, but I've been here since just before 4 o'clock. I've been saying, all of the latest computer models suggesting that the wind event could die down a little earlier than previously thought. I'm starting to see that a little bit more. I'm cautiously optimistic that even though we will see the winds pick up a little bit in some areas, it'll be a little gusty, challenging, obviously, for firefighters, that instead of seeing these strong Santa Ana winds continue to the midnight hour and then taper off by tomorrow morning, now there's a good opportunity that maybe we'll see our strongest winds, or at least the potential for some more strong winds, to maybe 1, 2 o'clock this afternoon, and then we'll taper off early in the evening, and we could be done with this completely by midnight tonight, which would be a blessing, all things considered. So that's what I'm looking hopeful for, and that is the winds starting to taper off, and yes, they will come back a little bit in some areas, perhaps not as strong, and we'll get this Santa Ana condition over with maybe 8 to 12 hours earlier than originally forecasted. But that doesn't help right now. Right now we know we have hot conditions, we're anticipating dry conditions, we have very rough terrain, but the winds laying down just a little bit, that will help. As you mentioned, Chris, we can get the fixed wing aircraft in there so we can do better water drops. That will help. and to get an upper hand on things. Once we get the sun up, we can use the super scooper, so that will help as well. But right now we're still seeing, strong winds, and as we know, it wants to go up the mountainside, and we're seeing that right now at a pretty good clip. As far as other areas, I will mention this. We still have this wind advisory, and it stretches from Santa Barbara all the way down to San Diego. So I know we're focusing on the Franklin fire, rightfully so. We still have fire concerns in other areas. So be diligent. Those of you that live in the Inland Empire, Orange County, Santa Barbara, Ventura, Porter Ranch area, Santa Clarita, we know that we tend to get really aggressive winds, especially on days like this. So be smart. Make sure you have a plan just in case something were to come up, because we're not out of it just yet. We still have some windy conditions. Those of you that are affected by the smoke, poor air quality, so maybe you're not in any immediate danger from the fires, but make sure that you're taking care of yourself and keeping that physical activity to a minimum around these smoke areas. Areas not affected by the fires where the winds are not an issue, it's still going to be a pleasant day with temperatures in the lower to mid 70s. We're warm because of the Santa Ana conditions, but obviously our main focus is on fire concerns and conditions here in Malibu.
All right, Henry, thank you for that. The roads, a big concern this morning, a number of closures, which Kirk is following. Kirk in for Ginger today. Hi, Kirk.
Good morning. Now to PCH. Well, let's give you the latest on the road closures that we have. Right now, PCH, Pacific Coast Highway, is closed between Canyon Doom and Topanga Canyon Boulevard. And of course, only emergency services and evacuees trying to get out are allowed access. These closures will, of course, be in place all morning, and beyond that, it could continue throughout the day. So we'll keep you posted as that changes as well. Another major area of closures that we're tracking, Malibu Canyon, that is closed from Pacific Coast Highway to Mulholland Highway. Of course, this impacts Malibu Lake, Montanido, Calabasas, as well as nearby communities trying to seek access. And as Rich Prickett mentioned in our last segment with him, all of these closures are going to add some extra pressure to freeways like the 101, the 405, even the 10. So be prepared for more of a traffic volume on some of those freeways this morning. And just one other quick reminder, the CHP issued a wind advisory for the Santa Ana winds that are impacting LA, Ventura, Santa Barbara, the Inland Empire, and Orange County, but Newhall impacted with a wind advisory near the 5 and the 14 so far this morning as well. Well, that's the latest from the traffic center at 6:50. Lauren and Chris, now back to you.
All right, Kirk, thank you so much. Let's go back up top to Rich Prickett in Sky 5 HD. Rich, during the darkness of the overnight hours, we saw structures burning. We couldn't tell if those were homes, if those were outer buildings of some kind. Have you spotted any actual homes that have been lost?
It's been difficult to see, Chris, with all the smoke that's still laying over on the Sarah retreat area. As soon as we get an opportunity to see some of those streets, we'll definitely keep you updated. However, overnight we did see structures being lost, whether or not they were storage units, sheds. We saw RVs that were in danger. We definitely saw some automobiles. We saw silhouettes that appeared to be homes that were burning. These homes right here on the top of the basically the northern flank of the fire. This is along Piuma Road. Those homes were able to escape the flames, but you can see just how close it burned to the houses. You're still seeing some of that smoke that's lingering over those houses. Structure protection still up here at the top of the ridge, so looking good here, at least on the top of the ridge line here at Piuma Road. We'll start to make our way back down towards PCH. This is the eastern portion of the fire that's starting to make its way towards the Carbon Canyon area. However, I will say that the rate of spread has slowed down, so it's a good sign at this point. And that road right there, which is Carbon Beach Terrace Road, is actually working as a natural fire break for the firefighters. Still seeing those structured protection teams that are making their way up towards those homes that are along this area, as well as give assessment as to what it looks like to the other firefighters that are essentially in this zone. So we'll go right over here. It hasn't made it over here. We hope that it does not. However, City Fire and other county fire, all sorts of mutual aid fire departments that have come in here to assist have already set up. They are already ready to go in case we do get a any sort of big jolt in the wind, or the fire starts to act up once again and make its way over the canyon. But for right now, it has slowed its rate of spread. And as soon as we have an opportunity to show you the Sarah retreat area, we will do that. And here's a live look at PCH right now. Not a whole lot of traffic, actually virtually no traffic here on PCH. So everybody that needed to make it out of the area essentially has done so, and not seeing any sort of activity, at least on the other side of PCH. So good news there. But we'll continue to give you these live pictures here of the Franklin fire here in Malibu. Send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Rich, thank you for that. And PCH empty just like they want it to be for those emergency vehicles and all those people to get out of the area that were evacuated. It's closed from Topanga Canyon all the way up to Canaan. So that's going to be affecting the morning commute, which Kirk has a lot on, and Rich is going to continue to look out for any of the damage that we spotted overnight. Ridgemont Drive was one of the areas where we had seen some what appeared to be a structure burning. So we'll stay on top of that.
Yeah, the Sarah retreat area was the area that we kept hearing over and over again about that's where they thought the structures might have been lost. And you can see now this is new. The density of the smoke preventing us from getting our camera. The Sky 5 is flying at roughly 5,000 feet, so that gives you, and that's intentional to let the firefighting helicopters and eventually the super scoopers to get in there. So they're at a very high elevation, but you can see how broad the smoke and the haze is caused by the Franklin fire. It wasn't like this earlier this morning, overnight. Certainly the fire was burning, raging, but it wasn't like this. So that's very telling in terms of visibility and how far away people are going to be able to see it. If I was a betting man, I would say you could probably see it from space using the satellite technology we have.
Yeah, it is very dense. Let's check in once more with Henry DiCarlo on the weather conditions, because the wind has really died down is one of the things that we've seen. So for firefighters, you would imagine then things would be improving in terms of getting these flames that we see under control, Henry.
Right, and they could still be a little bit, a little helter-skelter with the winds. So just because we're seeing the winds taper off, die down, and they certainly did. Midnight, Malibu area, 50, 55 mile per hour wind gusts. We had many higher mountain peaks that had 70, 75 mile per hour wind gusts. And typically overnight, we do tend to see the winds taper off a little bit as we add a little humidity and the winds lay down. That doesn't mean that we are done. Now, there's some good news. I do think the wind event won't be as long. So I don't think the winds are going to taper off. Continue all the way into the evening hours tonight. We'll start to see them taper off this afternoon. But for the morning hours, still have some gusty winds. We will see the winds pick up a little bit in some spots, and that's going to make some more challenging situations here for firefighters. But overall, I think we have really seen improving conditions, which were not necessarily anticipated through the evening hours. So right now, keeping fingers crossed that we see the winds at least stay manageable, and I think to a certain degree they have. We still have the potential for 50, 60 mile per hour wind gusts continuing through the latter part of the afternoon. That'll be the big challenge for firefighters, staying ahead of this. But right now we're seeing the winds as the warm air starts to take hold and we start to dry out the atmosphere a little bit. The wind should intensify a little bit. I'm thinking between about 8 and 10 o'clock this morning. That would be my window where we could see a little bit more of a flare-up with the winds, creating another challenge for firefighters. But in the meantime, right now catching a break, and hopefully that continues, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, the firefighters have done an amazing job. You're talking about LA County firefighters leading the charge on this, along in terms of keeping the roads closed with LA County sheriffs. They talked about 7 different sheriff stations being involved. That's how involved, how many individuals they have out there, keeping the roads clear and safe so that the firefighters can do their job. As the sun comes up, we're seeing the structure protection areas to the south and southeast of the fire, south of the Malibu Pier, those areas along PCH, they're getting more and more attention because that seems to be where the fire is burning the most. Let me go back up to Rich Prickett in Sky 5. And Rich, the thing that's really staggering right now is how big this plume is.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, it's just like a marine layer out here. It's just, you can't see through it. It's just stagnant. It's just a blanket here all across Malibu. As far as I can see to the west, it is just socked in here. So that's just making things more difficult, not only for us to see down here, but you know, you got those fire attack helicopters that are down there that are trying to make their way through this area. They're trying to not only drop water, but on occasion, you know, we have those air attack helicopters or planes that might try and make their way into the area. And if they don't have special cameras, it's going to be hard to update, you know, acreage and give reports down to the battalion chiefs that are down on the ground. But it's just really just stagnant right now over Malibu. You can imagine the air quality down there for not only the people that are in their homes here, the firefighters, members of the press, anyone that's down there. I mean, they're all breathing this in, and it's really just socked in here. So the winds are blowing from the north towards the south, right towards the ocean. And right now what you're seeing here is the fire on the eastern side that is continuing to spread. Chris.
Rich, Eric Spielman, along with Jessica Holmes and Mark Kriske here as we continue our coverage of the Franklin fire in the Malibu area, burning out of control, 0% containment at this point, about 1,800 acres, and we understand that there were structures that were damaged or destroyed by this fire earlier.
Yeah, as Eric mentioned, it's scorched now, more than 1,800 acres. We are expecting an update here at the top of the hour, the 7 o'clock hour. We do know there are some mandatory evacuations in place from Tuna Canyon to Puerco Canyon. Those exist right now at the 7 o'clock hour here as we're watching a helicopter fly overhead. Residents who have left the area will not be able to get back to their homes due to road closures that are in place this morning. We've also seen some images overnight of structures being destroyed, though it's unclear how many at this point. And the city of Malibu is saying the Malibu Pier and structures on Malibu Knolls Road and Sweetwater Canyon they're saying are being impacted by the fire.
The Red Cross has set up an evacuation center at the Palisades Recreation Center. We have an address. It's at 851 Alma Real Drive in Pacific Palisades. And for large animals like horses that need to be evacuated, there is an evacuation site set up at Pierce College on Winnetka Avenue in Woodland Hills.
And then students at Pepperdine University, they have been sheltering in place overnight in the Tyler Campus Center or Payson Library. A spokesperson for the university, and you're seeing some images there, telling KTLA this morning that despite evacuation orders from the city of Malibu, the university has its own shelter-in-place protocol, and that has been approved by LA County Fire. The students there are safe. We know that Chris and Lauren had spoken to some students that were there on campus overnight, and as you can see there, the plan is going according to plan, which is they shelter in place, but you can see as they look out the window there, they can see those flames on the hillside.
Absolutely. Pepperdine College, the architecture designed to withstand fire, they have a very good sort of protective plan there in case of fire. They've had to deal with it many times. All Malibu schools in the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District are closed today, as you would imagine. This includes Webster Elementary, Malibu Middle School, and Malibu High School.
Want to get back to Rich Prickett, who's been live in Sky 5 HD over the fire all night. Rich, and so many have been talking about the fact that once the sun comes up, you can really get an idea of what has burned and where the fire is moving. Good morning.
Good morning, Erica and Jessica. Yes, you can see that the northern portion of the fire here. This is Piuma Road here. Fortunately, the fire did not crest over the hill in towards more neighborhoods that are north of Piuma Road and just west of Malibu Canyon Road. As we widen out here, you can kind of get a lay of the land here. You can see Malibu Canyon Road there. That's that big yellow line there that running through the center of the picture. And we'll just pan down here closer to Pacific Coast Highway, where the fire essentially had burned nearly to the ocean here. However, it did not make it quite to PCH. There's a large number of homes here, oceanside homes here, that have at this point escaped the fire. However, we know that the Sarah Retreat area was an area that was heavily affected, and once we have some visibility through the smoke, we can start to survey those streets and see how many homes may have been lost. We know there were some structures, some RVs that may have been lost. They were able to, they gave out a mandatory evacuation. Everybody in the area, including us up here in the Sky 5, continue to get those emergency alerts, telling everybody, reminding everybody who's in the mandatory evacuation area, who's in the evacuation warning areas. And we're still seeing the fire attack helicopters dropping water. We may see them back off here in just a moment. We're off in the distance. We are seeing the super scoopers start to make their way from Van Nuys Airport towards the area here. They're still, I would say, a good 4 or 5 miles out, but I can see them far out in the distance starting to make their way towards the fire here. Well, whether or not they're going to concentrate on the Carbon Canyon area or on the western portion just north of Pepperdine, we don't know just yet. We'll see once they arrive here in the next several minutes. This is one home here where not a whole lot of vegetation that was around the home, and the fire just basically just burned all the way around it. There's some other buildings here. It looked like this property might have been under construction or being renovated here. It looks like those were saved. There were some firefighters along this small street here giving updates as to how close the fire was getting, also providing structure protection for that home. Now, planning ahead, firefighters have already made their way over here to Carbon Mesa Road, Carbon Canyon. They've already set up here in the event that the fire was able to make it through that valley and into this area. This was the next area of concern. But, I'm happy to report right now that the rate of spread has slowed down dramatically within the last hour or so. A lot of it's burning up in basically an area that's not occupied by any sort of homes. It's a very rocky area, and that can also work in the favor of the firefighters. Is that as it gets into that rocky terrain, it's more difficult for the fire to burn, and then you can see the fire helicopters still pounding some of those hot spots that are tucked in there in the vegetation. So again, we are waiting the super scoopers. I can see them out in the distance. I'll give you that image here in just a moment. That's a Colson helicopter that's giving updates on the fire, helping to coordinate the Colson Chinook helicopters that are in here that are able to dump a significant amount of water. But during the height of this fire, when we had those gusts that were 20, 30 miles an hour at around 11 p.m., midnight this morning, it could only do so much. It's like putting a garden hose to a blowtorch. It's just, all you can do is the best you can, but that fire is just going to continue to move. There's their super scoopers. That is on the western portion of the fire. So I would say just due north of Pepperdine University, there was a large plume of, or a large patch of fire that was making its way back up the hill from Malibu Canyon, but looks like we're seeing more and more white smoke as that fire basically burned back onto itself, right back into the burn area that we saw early this morning. Pepperdine University, as far as we know, is still sheltering in place, but I can say that the danger is pretty much past, and what has burned over there has already burned. None of the structures were lost, and everybody is safe over there. So again, super scoopers here on this have arrived here in Malibu. We could see the DC-10 or any of the other larger fixed-wing aircraft to lay some retardant lines, those large red lines along the edge of the fire. That's going to also slow down the rate of fire, and then eventually it could run out of fuel. It could just burn out on itself, and then it's just a matter of getting in there and putting out those hot spots here and there. But there's PCH, as we mentioned, Sweetwater Mesa Road, which is very much a concern overnight. Sarah Road, we saw silhouettes of what appeared to be homes lost early this morning. And again, once we get some visibility, we'll bring those images to you. But for now, I'm live in the Sky 5. I'll send it back to you in studio.
Rich, and of course, those super scoopers are under annual contract. They come from Quebec. They are a crucial aspect of firefighting. I think this is the first major fire this year that we've actually seen them since they sort of arrived for the year in September. And you'll see them go out over the ocean. It's very dramatic. They'll pick up water there and then bring it back. Have you seen them do that, or are they just coming from Van Nuys right now?
They're just making their way from Van Nuys, so they likely, well, you know, I don't want to say they're already topped off, but I would say they likely are. They'll come in for their first run. They're going to dump some water, and then, as you mentioned, there's a good chance they'll head over here to the Pacific Ocean and take on some more water and just keep going around as long as they are needed here. So there it goes. There's one, the lead plane starting to pour some water, more or less on the northern portion of the fire along Malibu Canyon Road. So that was that large area that was of concern that was making its way back towards Pepperdine, but it looks like we're seeing more and more white smoke, and there they go into that thick smoke here that still lingers over Malibu, and they'll dip down into the ocean and take on some more water. So quite the air show here that has begun here in Malibu. Right there, right in the center of the shot. A little difficult to see, but that's the laboratories that's up above Pepperdine University. I'm sure anyone that's taken the coastline, you know, driven down PCH here in Malibu is used to seeing this perched right on the hilltop. The fire had burned completely around that, but no loss that we heard up there on the ridgeline. There's Malibu Pier that was concerned early this morning. There were some embers that were making their way down here, so they set up structure protection down here as well, but no loss down here along PCH. So again, we'll stay overhead and we'll provide images as we can.
Yeah, we really appreciate that vantage point. Those super scoopers, 1,400 gallons, give or take, that they are able to drop at one time. So making a big difference when it comes to the firefight. As Rich was saying, overnight the winds were so strong, difficult to get aircraft in the air in order to do those drops. But as we're looking at Malibu under this layer of smoke, and we were showing Pepperdine, Sandra Mitchell was there earlier, overnight hours, and was saying that she made it onto campus, and there definitely were areas that had burned as far as brush goes on the Pepperdine campus. She said buildings seem to be fine, and as we know, those students are sheltering in place there. But as daylight is now here and people will be able to assess, authorities will be able to get out and look and see exactly what has burned overnight.
I want to go now live on the ground to Carlos Herrera. He has the latest from his vantage point along PCH. Carlos, good morning to you.
Yeah, we're on PCH right between Sweetwater Canyon and Carbon Canyon. This is a community that's been really watched throughout the morning. You can see crews here parked along this driveway here by this multi-million-dollar home. Those flames coming really close to homes and buildings in this area. We're seeing those helicopters flying over this area, dropping water here as well. And ground crews also trying their best to access that terrain and build a containment line. We know that the terrain isn't the best or the easiest to get to. That is a LA County fire chopper that you're looking at right there, and we're going to be waiting. There it is, a water drop in that area. It's our understanding that what you don't see behind this hillside here, about 5 to 6 homes where those flames are either coming really close to them or damage those homes as well. So definitely good news to see those helicopters dropping water over that area. You can see the flames still burning, smoke billowing up into the air. It's going straight up into the air, which is encouraging news. The winds have significantly died down in the last hour or so, so we're hoping firefighters take advantage of that, of the conditions, because we've been hearing from crews out here that they may worsen come 8 or 9, 10 a.m. as well. So these are the conditions that they want to take advantage of and hopefully build a containment line. Let's bring in Mark, who lives at an apartment building here along Pacific Coast Highway. You've been watching this fire since last night. You grabbed your stuff and you evacuated.
It was a harrowing experience. We've been through several fires. This is the first one that has happened in the middle of the night where we had to grab all our stuff when there was no power, no lights, and as quickly as we can to try and outrun this.
What goes through your mind when you see these flames coming so close?
It's frightening because you just don't know. We're at the mercy of the wind. If the wind is favorable and goes in the opposite direction as it has, we're in luck. But it can flip on a dime, and within 60 seconds could come ripping through that canyon.
The terrain here, not accessible. Firefighters, those are hand crews that have been here for about an hour now and been trying to figure out how exactly to get to that canyon up there and put the flames out, but it seems like they've been unsuccessful at this point.
It's really tough because there are some sheer walls there and really thick vegetation. This hasn't burned since 2007, so there's really no easy way to pass through to get on top of that ridgeline.
That hillside there, what we don't see from our vantage point here, as you said, 5 homes or so that may have been compromised.
Oh, they're all pretty spread out and very new construction. So hopefully they've been built to withstand these kind of fires.
What have you heard from your neighbors? I mean, have they evacuated as well? Were they able to grab their stuff?
Everyone that we've known in the area has been able to successfully get out in advance of the fires. We've heard of a few homes burned, but I don't know anyone personally who's had a catastrophic loss today.
Sweetwater Canyon. More LA County Fire Department personnel going east on Pacific Coast Highway. That's been our understanding that the fire keeps moving in a southeastern direction. You see that helicopter again flying over that area. So you said you were saying there were a few homes up on that ridge top may have been compromised. Do you know any folks that live on Sweetwater Canyon, that neighborhood in that area?
Yes, but the ones that we know, their homes are safe. We've heard reports of a few burned, but nobody that we personally know.
There we go. Look at that chopper there, flying over the area, dropping the. That's exactly what you were asking for earlier, having a water drop in that specific hillside to stop the flames from coming even further south.
Yeah, we've been waiting for daybreak here for a while, because there's only so much that these crews can do in the dead of night.
Some folks are just waking up this morning and they're finding out, wow, there's a fire burning in Malibu. It's been burning all night. You have been without power since about 6 p.m. yesterday, and signal out here is bad already. How did you get word of this fire, of evacuations?
Well, the cell reception here has actually been fairly good for being in fire conditions. Yeah. We've had mostly good signal all night, at least enough to get text messages.
But adding a power shutoff makes things a little more complicated.
Absolutely. Just trying to gather everything in the middle of the night with a flashlight and some candles. You just don't know what you're going to do.
All right, Mark. Well, thank you for your time, and we're hoping for the best for you and your family. There you go, Eric and Jessica. Pacific Coast Highway. You know what? 30 minutes makes a big difference here. We saw this area burning significantly with embers flying around, with the wind blowing, and now it seems like the conditions have improved. We'll send it back to you.
That's some great news to hear that conditions have improved. Speaking of conditions, we want to talk to Mark right now. And Mark, someone earlier this morning, there was a reporter saying this fire started at 11 p.m. last night, just 10 acres, but due to the weather and the winds, it exploded overnight.
It exploded rapidly.
Yeah.
And in Malibu, the strongest wind gusts were at 50 miles an hour.
Okay.
Right now, though, there's still some areas that have gusts up to 30 miles an hour. We're looking behind me. That is the camera from Sky Park at Santa's Village, and you can see it's quite windy there. But it's basically, as far as the weather goes, there's mostly good news. First of all, when the sun comes up, that's when the winds usually pick up. And we're still in that window of getting some of those stronger winds. And we will continue to be in that sort of window until about 10 o'clock this morning, but we didn't see a big increase in the winds. That's the good news. Now, we could also see another bump in the winds at about noon and 1 o'clock. But once again, probably not as strong as what we originally anticipated. And we could be done with this altogether by about 6 o'clock this evening. Originally, they were forecasting all the way through tomorrow. So good news predominantly all the way across the board. As far as the temperatures go, in the upper 60s, low 70s, nothing too much to talk about there. And the main thing, though, are the winds, but the winds not as strong this morning as what we originally anticipated, and they will be possibly increasing still until about 10 o'clock this morning, and then we might have another bump noon, anywhere from 12 noon till 1 o'clock, and then after that they will start to die down. We might see a little bit of a pickup happening for tomorrow, but not as strong. The good. So like I said, it's mainly good news all the way across as far as the winds go. Let's go to traffic 2 with Kirk.
All right, Mark, thanks very much. Let's begin with those closures related directly to the wildfire. PCH continues to remain closed between Canaan Doom and Topanga Canyon Boulevard. Again, only emergency services and evacuees trying to get out are allowed access at this time. The closures are in place all morning. We will keep you posted if anything changes. Now let's talk about Malibu Canyon. Right now, Malibu Canyon is closed between PCH and Mulholland Highway. Of course, communities like Calabasas, Montanido, even Malibu Lake are impacted by this. Difficult to navigate around. And because of these major closures, there's extra pressure on nearby freeways. So you can see already significant delays on the 101, the 405, even portions of the 10 heavily impacted by the extra pressure they're getting from these road closures, drivers trying to navigate around them. And one quick note for your commute, in the Newhall Pass area, right now the CHP has issued a wind advisory. Some of the gusty winds are impacting commuters there, and as well as many other parts of Southern California so far this morning. Well, that is the latest from the traffic center at 7:19. Jessica, now back to you.
Kirk, thank you.
Kirk, and as we watch Sky 5 HD fly over the area that's still burning, you're looking at Canyon Roads, Piuma Road, and you see these homes that are scattered through there, and you see how in some cases the fire burned right up to the backyards of these homes, just as close as they could possibly, as the flames could possibly be without causing damage to these particular homes. A lot of these residents really have invested a lot of money in fire prevention. I mean, anybody who lives in Malibu knows that it's a wonderful place to live. It's the most beautiful place. However, you've got to protect your home. And so folks in this area invest in fire prevention. You know, we're talking about the same types of hose lines that firefighters use, and pumping, equipment that links up to the pool so that they have water available to them at all times. Some people keep fire retardant, tanks of fire retardant, elaborate systems that put water on the rooftops, and then just generally the construction and design of some of these homes. You look at some of these places, they don't have exposed eaves in many cases, so that the fire can't get in through the the little vents underneath in the attic. That's a way that fire spreads from home to home in many neighborhoods. But in Malibu, if you have a newer home, you make sure it doesn't have that liability, that area, that potentiality for fire to spread, and many of them have this kind of fortress type appearance because they need to be built in such a way so that they won't catch fire.
Yeah, you bring up a good point, and I know some Malibu residents, like you said, know, unfortunately, what fires can do all too well, and a lot of Malibu residents were bringing up the fact that the Woolsey fire, which was just devastating back in 2018, and unfortunately brings back some memories of that. We want to check in with Erin Myers. We know that she is live this morning near the Malibu Civic Center with more from that vantage point. Erin, good morning.
Hi, Jess. Good morning. We are just west of Webb Way and then east of Malibu Canyon Road. And you can see behind me, this is the south side of Cross PCH, and the fire did cross over. You can see a little bit of flames there on the hillside. It was burning much more a short time ago, seeing some white smoke, and there are firefighters up on the hillside. There is a structure up there, and then there are homes down below. You can't see them right now, but there are several homes down below there where firefighters are also stationed protecting those homes, working on that structure protection, and they've been doing that all night long, all morning long. Now, when we got here, fire was very heavy on the north side of PCH. It did jump over. At one point, there was so much smoke and so much ash that you couldn't even drive west on PCH for a bit. It was just too dangerous. You couldn't see a thing. But if you follow me this way too, we'll go a little bit east. You can see some of the fire crews down here. They're stationed near Malibu Colony Plaza. That is where they have several stores. It's a shopping center. There's a Ralph's. Earlier, that was a big concern as well because they were worried the fire would jump over that. And we did see a lot of embers getting in the air when the winds picked up. Fortunately, the winds have died down right now. You are seeing some smoke, but not as much active flame where we are. We're just seeing heavy smoke in certain areas. Fortunately, a lot of white smoke right there where the firefighters are above the hillside. And they are continuing to work on this structure protection. We know that about 2,000, at least 2,000 structures affected. About 6,000 people were evacuated. We don't have numbers just yet when it comes to how many buildings, structures, homes may have been damaged or lost. And they have been bringing in just resources. They said this morning, LA County Fire, they were bringing in all the resources available, and we have seen several different organizations out here. We saw water dropping helicopters earlier this morning. I haven't seen one recently in this area, but we are seeing the fixed wing aircraft come out now as well. So that should help with this battle. The hillsides along PCH, when we were driving up here, just fire dotted all the side of them. We're coming very close to the flames, to buildings, to office buildings when we were driving up here. We do have all those evacuation orders in place still, so if you are in those areas, make sure you stay away while fire crews do what they're doing. We did speak with a resident in Sarah Retreat. That's one of the areas evacuated. He said about 100 homes are in his community. He told us that when he was there, some were damaged, possibly destroyed. He didn't have numbers. He said he had lived there for several years, hadn't seen anything like this recently. And he told us that he owns a security company. He and his team, they helped get people out of the area. They were able to get some horses to safety. The others, though, he said they just had to let them out. Take a listen to what he had to say earlier this morning.
Just by chance, me living in Sarah Retreat, I was the first responder in Sarah Retreat to start knocking on doors. Our first stop was going up to the the church where there's a lot of residents that live, and clearing that out first, and then we started at the farm in the back where there's a lot of animals. All the animals we couldn't get out, we at least let them out of their pens to give them a fighting chance. But we had to evacuate. There's 30 horses that we had to get evacuated out of there, and fire, they brought in their trailers and help with that. But yeah, it's been a process through the night. Yeah.
And then what are your plans now? Are you just going to kind of sit here and wait it out? Are you going to get out of the area? What are you going to do?
No, I'm going to connect back up with my team, and we're going to make sure that everyone's out and taken care of, and yeah, make sure everybody has what they need.
And you can see there some more trees burning. This is on the north side of PCH right there. In fact, that area earlier this morning was pretty much completely on fire. They were working on protecting these condos that you can see here as well. And those condos, thankfully, they are okay at this point, which is some good news. But fire crews still coming through the area all morning, all night long. We've seen them going. For a while, they were heading east. Then they came back west again. But just all over the area of Malibu, trying to protect these structures, these homes in the area. And we do know that California, it has secured a fire management assistance grant from FEMA, so that should help ensure the availability of resources to help with this fire, the Franklin fire here in Malibu. And once again, if you have been told to evacuate, just get out of the area. Give firefighters the space they need to do what they need to do to get this fire out, to keep all those buildings safe and to keep people safe as well. Reporting here in Malibu, I'm Erin Myers. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Erin, thank you. And as we look to what's happening on the right-hand side of the screen, Sky 5 HD overhead of really one of the most active parts of that fire that is burning in the hills above Malibu to the east of Malibu. Let's see if we can get a more exact location for what we're looking at right here. Rich Prickett, are you with us?
Eric, yes, this is on the eastern portion, northeastern portion of the fire, probably the most active portion that we are seeing right now, at least due to the limitation of visibility here with all that smoke. So this is going to be just below Payuma Road that we were showing you early on, where those homes were able to survive the fire. However, the fire had burned right up to the property line of those homes. We will make our way back down here. Every once in a while we can see through the smoke, and there's still plenty of activity that's happening in these canyons. This is pretty deep in the canyon, very tough terrain, hard to access. This would be an area that really the helicopters will need to get to. We are now seeing a tanker that is overhead. He's surveying the area here, and they will coordinate and figure out exactly where they want to make a drop. I can only assume that he's got FOS check, but he could have water. Chances are he's got FOS check, and he's going to lay a line of that red retardant somewhere along either the eastern portion or the northern portion of the fire. So we'll wait to see here within the next several minutes. Back over here, PCH, Carbon Canyon, where the fire has really slowed down for the most part, is smoldering. So fortunately, that little road right there, Carbon Beach Terrace, actually worked as a natural fire breaking. You can see where it just burned right up to the road and has really kind of fizzled out, at least for right now. Did not make it into this thick terrain, thick vegetation, which would have been bad news. You can see all these homes here that are in the Carbon Mesa area. So again, this is a live view here of the Franklin fire here in Malibu. Send it back to you.
Okay, Rich, we appreciate that. Like Rich said, some of that that we saw flaring up, they're really difficult to access, hard to get to, but that's why those airdrop or water dropping helicopters and super scoopers are going to be so helpful to fight this fire this morning. Mark was saying the winds have died down a bit from where we were last night.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
We're way better off right now than we were last night. And it's usually right about now that all of a sudden those winds pick up because when the sun comes up. But we didn't, a little bit of effect. We did pick up just a touch, but we still have that window of the wind, where the winds could pick up. That goes until about 8, 9, 10 o'clock, so we still could see that. But the best news is generally the winds are dying down. This is the shot from Santa's Village at Sky Park. You can see it's quite breezy up there, but where the fires are in Malibu, the smoke earlier on this morning and overnight last night, the smoke was going directly horizontal, but it's now mostly going straight up, which means the winds have died down. Now, we could see the winds picking up a little bit later on this afternoon by about 1 or 2 o'clock. Temperature right now at LAX, 54. Big Bear at 19 degrees. Lancaster, 19. San Bernardino at about 39 degrees. Most areas right here, because of all the smoke, we're getting moderate air quality. A couple of areas up and through Big Bear and around Hesperia, you could expect to see some good air quality. So here's the forecast for the next couple of days. We're going to have that offshore flow, and that's going to continue all the way until tomorrow. And then Wednesday, tomorrow, by about 1:15 overnight, we start to see some more clouds coming in, and we start to see the systems coming in from the northwest, which means cooler temperatures, overcast skies, and hopefully that means they'll be able to get a really good grip on the fire. 55 in Las Vegas will be your high today. Bakersfield at about 65 degrees. 74 in San Diego. 46 up and through Portland. Denver 38. Albuquerque checking in with daytime high of 42 degrees. Orange County inland, your 7-day outlook. Couple of 73s, dropping down by about 10 degrees, close to 10 degrees, down to 65 and 66. Then right back up on Sunday, Monday, 70 degrees. On Monday, heading into Tuesday, we have a chance of some rain. That's right, we could see some rain, and boy, do we need it. It's been a dry November and a very dry December thus far. 73 to 74 today and tomorrow for the San Fernando Valley. By Sunday, you're at about 73 degrees. Monday, mostly cloudy skies. And once again, that chance of some showers happening on Monday and Tuesday. San Gabriel Valley, 70. That drops down to 65. But a beautiful weekend. You're right back up to 70 on Sunday. Monday, 70 degrees. And for the mountains, 48, up to 56, 50. And then holding in those low to mid 50s all the way across through the weekend. Let's go to Kirk, see what's happening in traffic.
Mark, thanks very much. The big news in traffic, we've got those Franklin fire closures continuing this morning. We begin with Pacific Coast Highway, which remains closed, a portion of Pacific Coast Highway so far this morning. The closure continues from Canaan Dune to Topanga Canyon Boulevard. And Topanga Canyon, you can see, is still in place there. Then we've got the Malibu Canyon closure from PCH to Mulholland Highway. So as you can see, areas from Topanga through the Malibu Hills, Montanito, Calabasas, all impacted by this. And of course, this is having an impact on nearby freeways, the 101, 405, even the 10, feeling the pressure from this. You can see significant delays on that stretch of the 405 just near the 101. Also, of course, portions of the 10 continue to be a problem as well. Oh, that is the latest from the traffic center. Now back to you.
Kirk, thank you. We continue our coverage of the Franklin fire burning in the Malibu area, and we want to get to the phone right now and talk to LA County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, who represents the Malibu area on the Board of Supervisors. Good morning.
Good morning.
We have heard information that some homes or structures may have burned. Do you know anything about that?
We are getting some reports that that is the case, but our emergency management office is coordinating all communication with all of our first responders to make sure that we are getting the most accurate and up-to-date information out to folks. And that site is alertla.org. We encourage all members of the public to be following there for the latest information.
We know the fire started 11 p.m. last night. There's been many evacuations. I believe 6,000 people have been evacuated. Something like 2,000 structures affected. Doesn't mean burned or damaged, but affected. Give us the latest, if you could, if you know the latest information. We know that the acreage has gone up to 2,200 acres within the last 30 minutes or so, but the latest on this firefight.
Yeah, so evacuation orders have been issued impacting about 5,000 residents at this time. We know that the fire has spread to about 2,200 acres and counting, and there are several street closures that are only for evacuation, so that way we can make sure everyone who is under an evacuation order can get out. We are working very closely also with our state partners. We're grateful to the governor who secured a FEMA grant this morning already. We know that our chair, Supervisor Barker, has worked with us to declare a state of emergency already, and this allows us to not only access necessary funding, which is critical and will be critical ongoing as we're looking to restore the area, but it also allows us to use all resources available county, statewide, and make sure that there's no bureaucracy getting in the way of us making sure we keep people safe.
Do you have any information about what may have caused this fire, how it started?
We don't have that information yet.
Wondering, too, if you have any information on the Pepperdine students. We know that this fire started near Pepperdine University, that the students were told to shelter in place. We've seen video from overnight.
I'm sorry, I can barely hear you.
Okay. Just getting an update, if you would, on the students that have been told to shelter in place at Pepperdine.
Information on the shelter in place?
At Pepperdine University?
Yes, that issue, I believe you reported, and that shelter-in-place order was issued early this morning, in the early hours of the morning, and so we are encouraging all Pepperdine students to follow the orders that they're getting from their campus, and all updated evacuation orders will be listed at alertla.org. We will continue to inform the community about evacuation. There are a lot of lessons learned at the county from the Woolsey fire, and so our Office of Emergency Management is really leading on coordinating communication to make sure you're not getting one piece of information from one place and another piece of information that conflicts with it and confusing the public. So really following those orders is the best way to stay informed and alert. And we do encourage everyone to follow. I know that there were concerns from the Woolsey fire that that when people were ordered to leave, they weren't actually able to get out. And so we have learned from that. We're coordinating differently and making sure that we're doing all we can to keep people safe.
As far as you know, does the fire department have the resources it needs to deal with this? Is there something you're lacking, or do you have what you need?
Right now, the fire department has been leading in their efforts to work throughout the region. They've called in backup from other areas, and so I know they are calling upon many first responders to join them in this effort. As of right now, we have heard that they have what they need, and we will continue to make sure they have what they need to keep everyone safe and to successfully contain the fire to the best of
We also know that some residents have been without power, some saying around 6 p.m. last night. Do we have any word on when some Malibu residents could get their power back on?
We don't have, I personally don't have that information just right now, but alertla.org will provide any sort of updated information, including the social media outlets where you can follow for the most up-to-date information. So that's the best place to direct folks.
Supervisor Horvath, thanks so much for talking to us this morning. We know that there is a news conference where authorities will be giving a complete update on the Franklin fire. That's happening at 8 o'clock, so that's just 20 minutes or so from now. We'll bring you that news conference live when it happens. Thanks again.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Want to get back to Rich Prickett overhead here in Sky 5 with a look at this flare up here. Rich, what's the latest? Where are you?
We are still continuing to look at the eastern portion of the fire here that's burning basically in basically the wilderness area. Not a whole lot of structures in this area here. Very treacherous terrain, rocky, high elevations, so difficult terrain to access. We're seeing those fire helicopters continue to drop water on here. We're still awaiting the tankers to start making their way in. Quebec 1 and 2, that being the super scoopers, are still in the area. They will be continuing to pour water onto this flank. Again, this is the eastern portion of the fire. You can see from the map there, PCH, Malibu Canyon, that basically kind of runs right down the center there, right in the middle of the smoke. So right now has the rate of spread has slowed down. Oh, there goes our retardant drop as we were just talking about. So making its way down from Payuma Road and south. So basically concentrating on the eastern side of the fire. You can see where the fire has burned and what can burn. So that is their goal right there. They want to try and prevent any of those embers, any of those hot spots, anything from making their way back into all this vegetation, which could potentially put it back basically in a direction where it could pour over Payuma Road. And you can see all those homes. I know it's there's a lot of shadows there, but you can see those homes that are just on the other side of the canyon. So they definitely want to start laying a line of FOSS-check or retardant all the way down this eastern portion of the fire. So that'll prevent it from making its way towards Carbon Canyon. But again, the fire right now has slowed down. That is all thanks to the winds that have calmed down. We're looking at about 10-mile-an-hour winds down there on the ground from what I can see here based on the data that I have up here in Sky 5. So not quite as severe as it was overnight at around 11 o'clock or midnight when this fire all began. I'll send it back to you.
Rich, and as we look at your picture that you're providing, and you see like most of the smoke in the picture there is sort of hanging in the air or not really moving that quickly. It's not blowing horizontally. And we've seen over the years when you have a fire that is burning through Malibu and there are Santa Ana wind gusts and they're gusting at more than 50 miles an hour, it's like a blowtorch and there's not anything that anyone can do to stop it. And that may have been the case earlier overnight, but it is not the case now, and that is a very good thing, and it perhaps gives the firefighters chance to get a little bit of in their battle against this fire to make some progress here.
Yeah, it certainly is. You're seeing helicopters that come in with 1,000 gallons or less and actually be able to extinguish a hot spot altogether. We were seeing the larger helicopters come in with 3,000 gallons each time, and it just seemed like it was just a small thimble of water on this fire. It just really did not seem to make a dent. However, they're still they're out here. They're going to do everything they can. They're going to assist the firefighters on the ground, try and give some added time to the evacuation zones, and they're not going to give up. They're going to work all through the night here. So now, still continuing here with those drops at LA County Firehawk here, and you can see still pouring water, seeing more and more white smoke. That's some good news here. Trying to cool down that fuel ahead of the fire, and just hopefully it doesn't make its way into this vegetation that has yet to burn. It's more in an area, a rocky terrain at this point, so that is also working in favor of the fire department. It's a little more difficult for the fire to weave its way through and make it into that vegetation, especially before the helicopters can take on more water and get here and help extinguish it. And some of these areas burning right along the rocky ridge lines here. So again, the fire for the most part is looking about the same as it has over the past hour, and that's really some good news here.
Yeah, Rich, we appreciate you kind of giving us the lay of the land here, because like you said, it's a large area. You see it covered in smoke, and it's hard to really understand what exactly is going on underneath all of that smoke. And I'm just curious, as you've kind of been flying around this morning, are there any homes that seem to be in immediate danger, any neighborhoods that seem to be in immediate danger?
Not as of right now. However, that was very much a different story. Even, you know, we had fueled up at Burbank, let's see, about an hour and a half ago, and we could hear the radio chatter. They were saying, you know, get the structure protection in place over here along Carbon Canyon, Carbon Mesa Drive, and you can see those engines that are in place. But since we have been here, I can say that it really has slowed down, if not really kind of just put itself out, you know, thanks to some of these roads here. This one, for instance, here, Carbon Beach Terrace Road. This is a new road that's being built for a home that's under construction, and it burned right up there and essentially just fizzled out. So it wasn't able to get into that small canyon there where it would have rushed uphill into those homes. Again, we're still awaiting the condition of the homes that are in the Sarah Retreat area. We know there was some property that was lost. It's just a matter of how many of those were homes, and basically just how much damage was taken on during that fire. It was very intense. It looked like at night it was just an inferno. All you could see was fire. You know, the smoke, everything. The whole sky was red. The only way you could see homes was from the glow of the fire. Ashes were just pouring on, you know, across the entire hillside here and making a rush towards anything in its path in all directions, north, south, east, and west. So right now it looks like it's just more or less burning in an easterly direction up here in the mountains, away from any sort of homes. Right here you see a patch that has caught a little fresh portion of the hillside here, some vegetation. I'll give you a little relation shot here as to what would be the nearest area here. So, you know, you got some homes that are still up here, you know, deep in the canyons, up along Payuma Road. So right now, not in immediate danger, but certainly something that the firefighters are watching for, and they are going to continue to bring in those red Phos-Check lines and slow down the rate of spread, and hopefully the helicopters can come in with water and help assist with that operation.
Rich, from your the picture you're providing now, it looks like the fire is sort of burning back onto the area that is already burned, and that's another sort of good sign here. It doesn't seem to be expanding closer to where the homes are. It's burning back towards an area that's already been scorched. And we're watching as the helicopters are at work, still doing water drops there. And we saw earlier one of the fixed wing aircraft laying down a line of fire retardant. But one of the things that we're noticing is that many of these homeowners have done a really good job of brush clearance around their homes. There was one home you were showing us earlier, Rich, that I mean, there wasn't even a bush within 200 yards of that home. And that is how you have to live if you live in Malibu. You got to take that very, very seriously. Showing you some pictures now to the right, on the right-hand side of your screen, of what it was like. And you were describing this, Rich, earlier in the middle of the night when the winds were much, much more severe and the fire was sort of blowing horizontally, embers blowing across Pacific Coast Highway there. And that type of situation for firefighters, you can have as many firefighters as you want. It's not going to do much good. There's not much you can do. You could stop it in one place, but those embers can really travel quite a distance, and they did overnight. That situation.
Yeah, they certainly did. I mean, the
Go ahead.
The entire area, it was just ambers everywhere. You know, we would push in on the flames, and that's all you would see. You know, it's much easier to see at night, of course, but it was just raining embers. And you know, there was shots near the let's see, the Malibu Plaza area. They have those palm trees down there. Those were catching fire, and palm trees are certainly something you don't want to see burning above any sort of structures. It just rains down all those prawns and the pollen and any of the seeds that are within the trees. It just starts pouring down ambers, and fortunately, you know, it didn't do more damage than it did. But yeah, palm trees catching fire as you got closer to the beach, ambers that were pouring down from the higher elevations. So just, you know, hundreds and hundreds of feet above these homes, it's just raining ambers, and you know, when you got 30-mile-an-hour gusts, you know, that can carry a significant distance. As a matter of fact, that Malibu Pier was of concern. They had mentioned there was a little bit of fire near Malibu Pier overnight, and the fire was nowhere near it, but it was the amber cast, the winds that were just pushing towards the Malibu Pier. When we were on the other side of the fire, the western portion, and we were checking on Pepperdine University to see what it looked like just an hour ago, which I'm happy to report it's looking really good over there on the western portion. We could see a section on the other side of PCH around Malibu Bluffs, and that was an area that had burned just recently. As a matter of fact, that we were covering that area just prior to the fire that broke out in Camarillo. We flew from the Malibu Bluffs area to Camarillo just during the last Santa Ana winds, and that was another, that just basically an area that had not burned from that fire had caught fire, and that's all due to the ember cast that was making its way hundreds and hundreds of feet into that direction.
When you look at these images on the right, this was from overnight. The picture there on your left is happening live right now, but many of us were maybe asleep and didn't see a lot of this footage, and it is remarkable when you see those winds and look at all of those embers. And we've talked to firefighters and you know, fire chiefs in the past who've said that can go 1 to 3 miles.
Yeah.
Those embers, and that's really a challenge for firefighters to try to think of, okay, where could this go? And like you said, the pier was of concern for a time. We're watching another scooper right overhead here.
Another helicopter which is flying over the area there is still active fire this morning. But again, the contrast between what we see happening overnight and what is happening now is extreme, and the whole difference is wind. We had winds gusting 30, 40, 50 miles an hour earlier, several hours ago. Now they're 10 miles an hour. And that is the most important difference for firefighters who are trying to do battle with this fire is the winds. And it has calmed down a little bit. That we still have winds in the forecast. We're not completely out of the woods until perhaps 6 o'clock this evening. But you know, perhaps they can make a little bit of progress. We saw in the earlier pictures, it looked like a structure or several structures burned. We still don't have details on exactly how many homes may have been lost. We know that they were in the Sarah Retreat area, but we don't have the information exactly on how many and so forth. But obviously, the fact that the winds have died down means it's a whole lot easier to protect homes in this area.
And a press conference, 8 a.m., top of the hour here. We're expected to get an update. To Eric's point, how many structures have been lost overnight? We don't have a number when it comes to that. 2,200 acres is where we're at currently, but that could also change. And when you were, you know, talking about those images from last night, when you think about many of the folks in Malibu lost power, so it's dark, you see these flames in the distance, the sky is red, and what a really nerve-wracking, scary time. And it's really hard to assess how far it is away from where you are when it is dark out. And you're just looking out and seeing the sky is red and that it could be headed your way. But thankfully, once the sun came up and the winds died down, folks in Malibu, those who have evacuated or those who haven't, have been able to kind of get a sense for where things are and how their property is faring this morning. But I'm sure there are a lot of folks who evacuated last night, 5,000 people currently evacuated, who are unclear or unsure about the status of their home this morning.
For sure. I mean, one comforting sight if you're a homeowner there is when you look at these pictures that we're showing from Sky 5 HD, you see fire engines parked in and around these homes they're in structure protection mode. So they are prepared in case the fire somehow flares up and gets closer to these homes. They're ready and they're in position there, and this is what they do in this type of situation. And it's very, very important.
Mark, you're sitting here next to us, and this is something that you were saying that this wind event was expected to last a lot longer.
Yes.
And had really seen those winds kick up today, this morning, into this afternoon, we would have seen, I think, a different scenario this morning.
Absolutely. We were expecting for this red flag warning to continue all the way through Wednesday until tomorrow until about, I think it was 6 o'clock in the evening. I feel that is going to be knocked down a little bit earlier. And the winds in the morning hours when the sun comes up, they usually start to pick up, but we're not really seeing that effect too much. The smoke isn't moving across horizontally. There you can see in the small box, if you can read it, we're looking at winds in Van Nuys at about 23 miles an hour. Camarillo, 32 miles an hour. We don't have a reading right there in Malibu. We don't have really a reading in Malibu, but those winds in Malibu are probably about 30 miles an hour, with some of the gusts a little bit stronger. But the good news is we didn't have that massive pickup as far as the winds go. And the whole thing could die down a little bit earlier. We could have a little bit of a resurgence happening around 1 or 2 o'clock this afternoon. Looks like the winds could be picking up. But then after that, they will start to die down. And hopefully overnight we won't see a copy of what happened last night. And that whole red flag warning could be over sooner than later.
Well, that would be very, very good news if that's the case. And of course, you know, what the challenge is for firefighters, you talk about containment. What does containment mean? That means that they are able to cut a line completely around the fire to prevent it from getting out of that perimeter. And so this is a lot of hard work that firefighters have to do, and at this point, they're basically just getting started. 0% containment.
Yeah. We were talking to LA County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath maybe about 30 minutes ago. She said the governor already issued a FEMA grant this morning, which can help get resources and money and things needed, and also a state of emergency as well. And she says that kind of cuts through the red tape with a lot of things in the bureaucracy that you'd have to deal with in order to make things happen in the event of a natural disaster like this. So that is something that she had mentioned this morning. Also, for anyone living in the area, alertla.org is a great resource. Something that you can access on your phone if you are in a place that is without power, and hopefully you're able to somehow charge the phone or have enough juice to be able to go online and get some information. She said that's how you get the updates as to whether or not you are still under an evacuation order, and it's more up to the date than anything at this point.
She was talking about how one of the questions was, do you have the resources you need to fight this fire? And she said at this point she thought that they did, and there's mutual aid agreements with various fire departments. LA County Fire is the lead firefighting agency when it comes to this fire here burning in Malibu. But of course, they have agreements with Ventura County and Orange County Fire to provide helicopters, and with the state to provide the fixed wing aircraft that come in, the tankers that make the drops. And of course, they're using the super scoopers, which are on lease for this part of the year from Quebec. They come every year, and we saw pictures of them earlier beginning to dump water on sections of this fire. So at this point, they have the equipment they need. They're just hoping that the weather will cooperate, and it looks like, you know, for the most part, it is possibly beginning to turn where they're not seeing the heavy wind gusts that we saw overnight.
We can check in with Kirk Hawkins in for Ginger this morning with talk about road closures, and that was something else that LA County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath had mentioned in and around the Malibu area, a lot of streets are closed to protect people as well. And Kirk, if you have any information on that, that would be helpful.
Of course, Jessica, and you're right. A lot of those streets are closed in part because there might be down trees, down power lines. There are power outages, of course, in a lot of those neighborhoods, but that's really one of the major concerns. So here's the latest when it comes to those road closures related to the Franklin fire. PCH is closed and will be throughout the morning and potentially throughout the day today between Canyon-Doom and Topanga Canyon. Again, all of these areas, only emergency services and evacuees trying to get out, they're allowed access. And then Malibu Canyon, another well-traveled stretch of roadway near the Malibu area. Malibu Canyon between PCH and Mulholland Highway is expected to continue to remain closed. We don't know how long these closures are in place, but we, of course, will keep you posted throughout the day. And then, you know, as Rich Prickett has been pointing out from Sky 5 this morning, these closures are definitely going to have an impact on the 101, the 405, the 10, providing a little bit of extra pressure, especially during this commute. We look at the 101 and you can already see some significant delays extending really in both directions near the 101 and 405 interchange there. And if you're traveling in areas like the Newhall Pass, wind advisories in effect. And of course, the strong winds are a factor in all parts of the Inland Empire, Orange County, Ventura County, Santa Barbara County as well. Many parts of our viewing area dealing with some of these strong winds. They might not rise to the level of wind advisory or high wind warnings, but you're certainly noticing them so far this morning. Well, that's the latest from the traffic center. Now back to you.
Kirk, thank you. And of course, in just a few minutes, we are expecting authorities will be holding a news conference to give us the latest update on the Franklin fire. They'll be holding that news conference at Zuma Beach in the Malibu area. You see the podium there set up, and we'll hear from the fire bosses and from various officials and get the latest information. But as we look at the picture from Sky 5 HD, a lot of smoke just kind of hanging in the air there, doesn't appear to be blowing around as much, and we're looking at Pacific Coast Highway in that shot there, as well as the Malibu Pier, and it has jumped the highway, at least in one spot. It did jump the highway, and there were pictures, or we have pictures from overnight of structures burning, but again, we don't know exactly how many of them have been damaged or destroyed by this fire. We hope to get that information from the news conference as soon as it begins. We'll bring you that live just as soon as it happens.
Here we are at the top of the hour, 8 o'clock this morning, and if you're just joining us, looking at the images here, live pictures from Malibu, the Franklin fire has burned 2,200 acres, started about 11 p.m. last night, just as a 10-acre fire, but last night dealing with some incredibly strong winds, a red flag warning, and that fire exploded, and that's what many people were saying last night that were in the Malibu area. Embers were flying, and that fire was moving rapidly. This morning, we are seeing a much different situation. The fire has slowed, thankfully. The winds have died down dramatically. We do know that 5,000 people have been evacuated in the Malibu area. Something like 2,000 structures were affected. That doesn't mean burned or damaged. That was just affected, which means maybe they had, fire trucks in the driveway or in the neighborhoods, making sure that those neighborhoods stayed safe. We don't have a count as far as how many homes or structures have been lost overnight, but that 8 a.m. news conference expected to take place at Zuma Beach Lifeguard Tower, and of course, we will bring that to you live.
Mark, what's most amazing to me is, you get the forecast that there's a red flag warning and that the fire danger is high. And the last 2 or 3 times we've had this forecast, just like clockwork, as soon as the red flag warning goes into effect, there's a major brush fire.
There is, and those winds were strong overnight, as we said. But the thing is, they're starting to die down. The whole thing is dying down a little bit faster. I mean, it's so hard to predict how many hours it's going to last. And it did last overnight, but it is starting to die down. It doesn't look like they're going to be really picking up with that sunrise. That period is almost done with. It still could happen before 10 o'clock. And we could still see an increase in the winds happening a little bit later on this afternoon. Now, towards the coastal areas, that's where the winds are really died down. But once you get inland just a touch, they're still quite strong. Van Nuys, And these are sustained winds. Van Nuys at 23, Camarillo at 21 miles per hour, Oxnard at 25 miles per hour. And here it is. Here's how your future forecast is shaping up. For tomorrow, more clouds moving in, and the winds will be dying down. This is how it's going to be looking at about 12:45 in the afternoon. And then the future cast, look at this, by Thursday, we possibly could get some showers, especially along the coastal areas where they really could use some rain. And you can see snow. That's not hitting our local mountains, but it's going to be hitting up and through the northern Sierra Nevada mountains. A little bit of clouds for Friday, but starting to clear out. Heading into the weekend, we're going to be in good shape. Also, we could get some of that rain happening on Monday. 51, it's going to be the high today in Sandburg. Santa Clarita, 65, 65 in Newhall, quite windy. Van Nuys, 71 degrees, winds continuing, but dying down hopefully, and hopefully they won't be picking up later on this afternoon. Hollywood, 71, 73 in Bellflower at about 74 degrees, 73 in Santa Ana, 73 for Irvine, and Dana Point at 69 degrees for your daytime high. Daytime high in the Inland Empire, upper 60s, low 70s, pretty well all the way across. Up in Big Bear, you can expect a high of 48 degrees. 7-day outlook, 72 today. That drops down to 64 on Thursday with the clouds moving in, and 64 on Friday. Saturday, boom, overcast. Monday, partly cloudy with chance of some showers moving in Monday and Tuesday. 69 for the Inland Empire, up to 72 degrees for tomorrow. For tomorrow. And then Saturday and Sunday, you're at about 71 degrees. Great looking weekend. Orange County Inland, 73s, drop it down to 69. Monday, back up to 70 degrees. And finally, the San Fernando Valley, 73, windy conditions. 74 for tomorrow, partly cloudy. And over the weekend, looks beautiful. Saturday, overcast skies. But Sunday, 73, clear skies. Monday and Tuesday, that chance of showers. That's it. Let's go to Kirk in traffic.
All right, Mark, thanks very much. A reminder of those closures related to the wildfire. PCH continues to be closed between Canyon Dome and Topanga Canyon. This closure continues throughout the morning now. And now to Malibu Canyon, PCH to Mulholland Highway. That closure expected to continue. Again, emergency services and evacuees, the only parties allowed to be navigating those local roadways. And now we wanted to mention something else in Rowland Heights, the 60 East to Azusa Avenue, a big issue with some debris. The debris runs across all the lanes there on the 60 East, and you can see significant delays at a standstill as work continues to clear that up. Well, that is the latest from the traffic center. Now back to you.
All right, Kirk, thank you so much. And again, in just a few minutes, we're going to hear from fire officials and get the latest on this so far. Franklin fires, as far as we know, 2,200 acres burned in the Malibu area so far. Started late last night. The cause of the fire, they don't know yet. It's under investigation. And it has burned structures. We don't know how many. You have about 5,000 people in the Malibu area who are under evacuation orders, and many of the roads, Canyon Roads, Pacific Coast Highway closed. They want to keep people off those roads to make sure that they're free for fire engines and fire officials so they can get access to this fire.
We're looking at pictures here from Sky 5. We see all of that smoke and really those areas that were, we saw flare-ups and we saw a lot of flame, very isolated, kind of desolate areas within the canyons and the ridges. We have Aaron Myers back with us. We know it's difficult to get a signal and get our reporters, but we hear you. We have you, Aaron. Where are you and how are things looking?
Hi guys, good morning. Having a little bit hard at time hearing you, but we are in the Sarah Retreat area. This is one of the areas that is under an evacuation order, and you can see they have lost some homes in this neighborhood. Firefighters still at a home located here on the 23,000 block of Mariposa de Oro. You can see the property still smoldering right now. We do know the home completely lost, and I did speak to firefighters on the way in who said, yeah, they said several homes were lost and damaged in this area. We don't know exact numbers. at this point. They are still actively battling this fire, the Franklin fire. As you said, it's burned more than 2,200 acres. Sarah Road area, one of the areas, as I said, that has been hit hard by this fire. At least 2,000 structures, though, were affected when mandatory evacuation orders were put into place. Originally, 6,000 people were evacuated. When I spoke with LA County officials this morning,
I'd like to welcome our fire chief for the County of Los Angeles Fire Department, Fire Chief Anthony C. Maroney.
So good morning. I'm Anthony Maroney, the Fire Chief of the County of Los Angeles Fire Department, here to provide a Franklin incident brush fire update. Last night at 10:50 p.m., LA County fire units were responded to a report of a brush fire at Malibu Canyon Road and the tunnel. Units reported 5 acres of heavy brush burning and being spread by strong Santa Ana winds. The fire is currently estimated at over 2,200 acres, and we have 700 of the firefighters that were on scene. We have only a minimal number of homes destroyed. However, I do not have the exact number to give your viewers. Thankfully, we have no reports of serious injuries or fatalities, and this fire is not contained, and we remain under an immediate threat because of the red flag conditions. The current red flag alert is projected to continue through Wednesday evening at 8 p.m. for strong winds and low humidities. And the cause of the fire is unknown at this time, but it is under active investigation by the Los Angeles County Fire and Sheriff's arson investigators. Lastly, I'd like to acknowledge and thank our partners, both fire and law enforcement, for their assistance this morning. We certainly couldn't do it without them. And one request from Waterworks District 29 and the Department of Public Works is to ask residents that are not in the immediate fire area to please turn off their sprinklers. We are currently monitoring our water pressure. We do have personnel on scene. That water should be used for firefighting and not to sprinkle or irrigate your lawns. And it's going to be of little use from having a brush fire start near your home. Next up, I'd like to ask our Los Angeles County Sheriff, Robert Luna, to come up and give the law enforcement update. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief, and good morning to all of you, and thank you for covering this very important event. The Sheriff's Department has been coordinating with our local, state, and fire partners and the County Office of Emergency Management to monitor the Franklin fire, which started in Malibu Canyon Road, north of Malibu Crest Road, and south of Francisco Ranch Road. We currently have well over 150 personnel, including our Malibu Search and Rescue, that are assisting with this fire incident. We currently have 18 operations that include evacuations, road closures, and security patrols. 9 of those missions are completed, and 9 of them are still ongoing. For current closures, there are several road closures in the affected area. There is a soft closure on Las Virgenes Road at Lost Hills Road. Hard closures at Las Virgenes and Mulholland Highway and on Pacific Coast Highway between Topanga Canyon Boulevard and Canyon Doom Road. Regarding evacuations, a little after midnight, we started multiple evacuation orders and warnings in between Trancas Canyon and the west to Topanga Canyon Boulevard and everything south of Mulholland Highway to Pacific Coast Highway. There are approximately 18,000 people and 8,100 structures in the affected area. Of the 8,100 structures, 2,043 structures are under evacuation orders, and 6,046 are under evacuation warnings. And I just want to throw something out to our residents that's critical. I cannot tell you how much we appreciate when a deputy or another official comes to your door, or you get a notification that there is a warning or specifically an order you need to evacuate. It saves lives, and it actually impacts the lives of our first responders, because if they have to come in to save a life, they're putting their own lives at risk, which we're willing to do. But please, the residents are doing an amazing job thus far, and I just want to say thank you to all of them. With evacuations continuing, Pepperdine University has a shelter-in-place order for approximately 800 students. Fires can be extremely unpredictable, and we highly encourage residents in the fire areas to be prepared to heed our evacuation warnings, gather all important items, documents, medications, and in case you need to leave your residence immediately. Very important. The safety of our community members is our #1 priority, and we will continue to assist all impacted residents as they are waking up this morning, and whether they're in need of any kind of assistance, even directions, we're here to help you. In regards to shelters that we're using, we have several shelters that have been established for the residents that are displaced. Pacific Palisades Recreation Center at 851 Alma Real Drive in Pacific Palisades. For small animals, the Agora Animal Shelter on 29525 Agora Road in Agora Hills. For large animals, Pierce College at 6201 Winnetka Avenue in Woodland Hills. The fire chief talked about damage. Unfortunately, we did have one black and white patrol car from our Santa Clarita Sheriff's Station that was damaged in the fire. Thank God the deputy was not injured. We are very appreciative of the collaborative efforts. If you look around me, this is a team effort, whether it's all the different agencies on the fire side, the different agencies on the police side. I can't thank the California Highway Patrol enough for a lot of the road closures that are taking place. But again, as I close here, I do urge our residents to stay informed. Stay informed by watching or following credible news sources, like most of you. Visit our Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department social media or lacounty.gov/emergency for updated information. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to introduce Kevin McGowan, our Director of Office of Emergency Services for Los Angeles County.
Thank you, Sheriff. Our heart goes out to all those that have been impacted by this wildland fire. I also want to say thank you to the residents, as the Sheriff said, but also to all of our field responders and our Emergency Operations Center responders. The county's emergency organization went into its full activation at the onset of the forecast, well before the fire actually started. We saw the significance from the National Weather Service, another great partner during this incident, describing this as a particularly dangerous situation that warranted a really sizable preparedness campaign across the entire county. That continues still at this moment. We still have a lot of risk and threat throughout the county beyond just what's occurring at the Franklin fire. We activated our Emergency Operations Center yesterday at 7 a.m. and it's been activated 24/7 since. It assisted with the Sheriff's Department and the Fire Department, along with our partners at the City of Malibu, with all of our alert and warning emergency notifications. I really want to express my gratitude and thanks to the residents for complying with all those emergency notifications. It takes a team effort for us to do effective evacuations, especially when it's nighttime. Lastly, just to echo what the Sheriff said, real-time information can be found by visiting our website, lacounty.gov/emergency. And with that, I have the pleasure of introducing the mayor for Malibu, Marianne Riggins.
Thank you, everyone. Marianne Riggins, Mayor Pro Tem, City of Malibu. I want to thank the Los Angeles County Fire Department, our Sheriff's Department, CHP, County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, and all the agencies that are responding to this incident. Currently, our Malibu City Hall is in the evacuation zone, so our Emergency Operations Center is running out of Calabasas City Hall currently. We do have staff that are monitoring the situation and reporting things out. We want to encourage the residents, please follow all evacuation orders. That is the most important thing. And I also want to thank our local fire brigades for responding to our fire here. Residents should have their Genesis app available to help with emergency evacuation notification. And I want to thank you, everybody, and please introduce County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath.
Good morning. First, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to the first responders who have been working tirelessly through this night and into the morning to protect lives, to protect property, and most importantly, to protect all of our communities. The bravery, skill, and dedication of our firefighters, our law enforcement officers, and emergency personnel, all of it is nothing short of heroic, and we're profoundly grateful for their service. To our residents, your safety is our top priority. Please follow all evacuation orders and instructions from emergency personnel. If you are told to shelter in place, please also shelter in place. These measures are put in place to protect lives, and your cooperation is critical. For real-time updates and emergency alerts, I encourage everyone to visit alertla.org. That's alert, A-L-E-R-T, LA.org, and sign up to stay informed. I want to thank our local, city, and state partners who have stepped up during this critical time. This collaborative effort underscores the strength of our shared commitment to the safety and well-being of our residents. I extend my gratitude to the Los Angeles County Fire Department, the Sheriff's Department, the Office of Emergency Management, and all of our county partners who are working to keep everyone safe. Your coordinated efforts have been essential in managing this crisis and ensuring a swift, effective response. I want to recognize and thank our board chair, Catherine Barger, for her leadership and responsiveness in responding to our request and declaring a local state of emergency. This critical step will allow us to unlock additional resources and expedite recovery efforts for those affected by the Franklin fire. We also thank our governor, Gavin Newsom, for securing additional FEMA assistance, and will continue to stay in close coordination with our state partners to ensure that all impacted areas receive the help that they need. The County of Los Angeles shares a close partnership with our city of Malibu as well as our Topanga community nearby. Especially in these challenging times, we stand ready to provide the support and resources necessary to help the community through this emergency. To those affected by the Franklin fire, please know that we are here for you. We stand with you, and we will stay with you. Thank you again for everyone who is contributing resources to this incident. Your partnership is most appreciated. Thank you very much.
With that, we'd like to open it up to anyone who may have questions for the group.
The aerosol overnight. What's changed today as opposed to years past when you couldn't use aircraft to fight a fire like this one?
Well, you know, over time, the LA County Fire Department and our partner agencies, either at CAL FIRE and also the Los Angeles City Fire Department, we've procured more helicopters with night, and our pilots have night vision goggles, so we are now able to bring the fight to the night. We've been doing that for many years, and we also have our quick reaction force that's funded through Southern California Edison. It's the big CH-47 Chinook helicopter. We had 3 of those helicopters on station tonight, and then as the sun rose, you'll see that our CL-415 Super Scoopers that we leased from the province of Quebec are out there dropping. and we're going to have a coordinated ground and air assault. We'd really like to button this fire up and get some containment by this afternoon. I believe that the winds are going to be continuing, so that's going to still create challenges for the fire department and for the LA County Sheriff's Department with evacuations. But rest assured, we are going to have a coordinated air and ground assault on this fire for as long as it takes. Yeah, it is, Pete, like you said. It's very steep terrain. As you come up PCH, you can see where the fire is backing down and being pushed by the wind. We do have enough resources, ground resources on order. We do have our dozers. We have our engine companies. We have our Type 3 engine companies, our hand crews. We do have enough resources on order, but I would imagine that over time we're going to grow from maybe 700 firefighters on scene like we have right now to possibly 1,000 or more firefighters. Because of the difficulties in this particular area, time is of the essence for us to grab a hold of the fire and start getting containment. Yeah, so we could have experienced perimeter growth. We are expecting winds at about 2 o'clock. So we're going to continue the firefight right up through the day and then back into the night. The LA County Fire Department will be here until this fire is 100% controlled.
It's always on the table, but working in unified command with all of our fire partners, we're looking at maps, we're looking at weather conditions. We will not allow the residents to go back until we are assured that they're going to be safe. And then I also want to send out this message for any residents who are evacuated. Our deputies are going to be here, very visible, and don't worry about your homes. Somebody breaking in and taking something. I know that's a lot to ask for, but we have professionals on our department, and we're not going to allow that to happen. And just a message for anyone who's thinking about coming to this neighborhood to do something like that. You're going to get arrested, you're going to get caught, you're going to get arrested, you're going to get prosecuted. Don't do it.
Yeah, that's correct. I gave you the real-time information that I have. We do not know the cause of this fire at 10:50 p.m. last night, but the LA County Fire Department and the LA County Sheriff's Department are going to join forces with our arson investigators because it's going to be critical that we learn why this fire started. And we'll make sure that the news media finds out as soon as we find out. Not that I've been told, Pete. Yeah.
Yeah, great question. It's the utmost importance, right? Preparedness is key as we walk into these dynamic situations. LA County learned a lot in the Woolsey Fire after action process, and one of the big takeaways was lean forward into these red flag warnings, these particularly dangerous situations. We just had one back in early November. We had the same posture back in that duration event too. This includes upstaffing, significant coordination across all of our county departments and our city partners, and it is critical in us executing our mission, these complex incidents.
Yeah, so LA County Fire and the other Southern California fire departments that were under the red flag did have additional crews staffed yesterday and through the night. The Governor's Office of Emergency Services did approve pre-positioning that was compensated for the LA County Fire Department. So we did have additional ground and air resources available to us last night at 10:50, but also our partner agencies that I thanked at the last part of my discussion, the partner agencies as well. We had a very rapid response of mutual aid resources into the Santa Monica Mountains and the Malibu area to assist us with this fire because of those strong winds. Not in the beginning last night. I know that for a portion of time, maybe between 3 and 4 o'clock, our aerial assets did shut down for a while because of the wind speeds, but they are able to operate even with heavy winds, especially the CH-47 and the CL-415s that you see. We will, if it becomes too dangerous for them to drop, we will cut it off, but the minute that those wind speeds subside, we will launch our aircraft once again. But we're going to be here for the duration, and it's going to be a coordinated ground and air assault. I have not had an opportunity to review the spot weather forecast for today, but I've not been advised that we're going to have a change in wind direction. I was told that it's going to remain a wind out of the north through Wednesday evening at 8 p.m. Yeah, so NVGs are not going to help us when we get smoked out, and sometimes that's going to cause a reduction in the number of aerial assets that we're deploying, because we have to make sure that we're safe and that we can continue the fight throughout the night. So if we do get smoked out, we will set down until the wind brings the smoke away and then allows us to go back and attack the fire perimeter. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, you know what, Pete? I mean, aerial operations are a combination of perimeter control and point structure defense. So we use helicopters and our aircraft for structure defense, but we also use it for perimeter control. But like you brought up earlier, we need boots on the ground. Unsupported helicopter or aircraft drops do not put out the fire. We actually have to put a line around the entire fire, and this fire at 2,200 acres or more has a lot of unsecured fire perimeter.
We've been listening to a news conference. That is LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney, who is giving the latest on the Franklin fire. 2,200 plus acres, no containment as of this point, a minimal number of homes destroyed, he says. No serious injuries or fatalities caused the fire. They're still investigating. And he's hoping, he said, one of the things he said, he's hoping that they can button this fire up and get some kind of containment by this afternoon, because winds are expected to kick up around 2 p.m. Also, one thing I thought was interesting, he talked about, he asked residents who are not in the immediate area of the fire to turn off their sprinklers because they need to conserve the water for firefighting. And as we look at this picture now that we're coming in, the super scoopers are here. They're dropping water on the fire. We've also seen tankers, including a jet aircraft that has been involved in the firefighter, as well as various helicopters as well.
Want to get back out to Aaron Myers in the Sarah Retreat area, talking to a homeowner there. And Aaron, I know you had said you had seen some homes that had unfortunately been lost overnight to the fire.
Hi, Jess. Yeah, when we came into this area on Sarah Road, we saw at least one home destroyed on the way in. We saw another one damaged, and then we see this one here. You can see the carport there behind me damaged, and then if you look over, pan this way, you can see firefighters still here on the property. A lot of smoldering. We saw some light flames a little earlier, but they're still hosing everything down, and this home just completely destroyed. You can see the chimney there. So a couple homes that we saw, at least. This home is on Mariposa de Oro, which 23,000 block. We do want to bring in Alec Gellis. He lives here in this neighborhood. He did not evacuate. You've been here since 2017. Now, you stayed, and you said you guys actually took action while you stayed. What did you do?
Yeah, you can't evacuate. When you're in Malibu and you've been through a couple fires, you know you have to stay, because the ember, it'll float a mile. It'll land on a roof, it'll land on a lawn, and you can put it out with a garden hose. So what we do is we get gas-powered water pumps that we put in our pool, and we super soak the whole house. We turn it into a tropical rainforest where nothing will catch on fire. And then that frees us up to save the other houses. So we saved 5 houses, $100 million of real estate. And, you know, if you stay with, you have hoses, you can save the neighborhood.
But talk to me about the danger, though, because I know they really encourage people to leave when there's this kind of fire, when the smoke and the flames are this heavy, and we are getting a lot of smoke right now.
Yeah.
Talk to me about how bad it was when this fire broke out.
We were completely surrounded. It was like 11 p.m. We hear people screaming. I walk outside. The sky is bright red. Drive around the block, fire's coming down the hill. Within 45 minutes, it's coming down the hillside over here. We see it, and then within an hour after that, we're fully surrounded. Houses burning down on one side, ridges burning onto the other side, mountains all around us, and we're putting out fires, and it got pretty scary at one point. I mean, I thought I'd have to literally drive through the fire just to get out of here.
And when it was that bad, why did you not leave? I know you obviously you've lived here for several years, but was there a moment when you said, we really need to get out, like we should leave now? Or?
Yeah, I mean, the thing about life is you can't be a victim. That's how you make something happen. So, I stay until I have to leave. And it never got to a point where we had to leave. We have high-powered water hoses, and we made it happen.
And I know this area, obviously, roads, they're narrow, a little difficult. But fire crews, they're out here. I'm sure they've been working hard all night. I've seen them at several homes. When did you first notice them? They're here still on this property as well.
The firefighters did an incredible job. It's amazing. They showed up. They're everywhere. Starting at maybe 11 p.m., so many fire trucks driving around. I mean, the whole entire hillside was on fire. A whole entire mountain was on fire. The whole backside of this canyon looks like Utah now.
Now, you were saying you were here for the Woolsey fire. How does this compare to that?
Not even close. Woolsey, 1,000 people or more lost their homes. Here, we won. I mean, as a neighborhood, 1 or 2 homes burned down. And I think it was amazing.
And you said the people who live here.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, really sad. And when this house caught on fire, our house had trees on fire, and we were putting those out. And we couldn't get to this house, and would have loved to be able to save that house.
And I know a majority of people, did the majority of people leave? It seems like there's a handful that stayed, but majority got out, or?
Pretty much everyone left.
So you were one of the handful that stayed,
yeah.
and you guys been up and working the whole time.
There was 2 of us here.
2 of you. Okay. Well, thank you for talking to us this morning. I'm glad your house is okay and that you're safe. But you can see here just one of the homes that was lost. As they said, minimal homes lost, though they don't have exact numbers at this point. That's something officials are still working on. But of course, most people did leave this neighborhood for safety reasons, but unfortunate situation for this homeowner here. Reporting live here in Malibu, I'm Erin Myers. I'll send back to you in the studio.
Aaron, thank you. And I think what you heard from that homeowner that Aaron was talking to there is a common attitude in Malibu. People have invested in fire suppression systems. They have hose lines, the same type of hoses that firefighters use. They're connected to their pools. Some of them are not going to listen to evacuation orders. They're going to stay and try and protect their properties, as that man did. And on the other hand, you have people like Sheriff Robert Luna, who we just heard just a few minutes ago, saying, you know, when a deputy comes to your house, if you live in the Malibu area, the fire is close, you need to evacuate. It saves lives. It not only impacts your life, but it impacts the lives of the first responders, because if people get trapped with a fire, then you know, the first responders have to put their lives in danger to go in and help people, and they're willing to do that, but you know, obviously they'd rather not have to do that. But people are you know, they don't want to leave. They've got you know, their whole lives wrapped up in their homes. They don't want them to burn down.
Carlos Herrera in another part of Malibu this morning, Canyon Beach Estates, with a look at what's going on there. Carlos, good morning.
Hi, yes, and thanks to the heroic efforts of firefighters here, a handful of homes were saved here this morning. This estate is really right off of Pacific Coast Highway near Carbon Canyon Road. A handful of homes saved here. You can see how this hillside is now charged. Still some hot spots burning. Firefighters here this morning making sure those embers are out and not flying around. You can see the home to the left here. Those flames burned right into the backyard of this home. We heard homeowners were doing their part, trying to make sure that the flames didn't damage the house itself. Of course, that was until those firefighters came in here at around 6, 7 this morning. They're still working on this as well. Let's talk to Carlos Murillo. Carlos, hi, good morning. You're a project manager. You helped build these homes just a few years ago. They're relatively new. And we know that these homeowners invest a lot of money in making sure that these structures are protected during critical fire weather like this.
Yes, sir. Yeah, no, right here, man, Petro, Coco, and all the team tag, they always make sure they clean all the areas here for something like this. We don't want it to happen, but yeah, man, we're on it every day here. Yes, sir.
There's about 3 to 4 homes in this area?
Yeah, there's 3 houses right now. We're building one more, so.
And what do these homeowners tell you? They're okay?
They're okay, you know, thank God the homeowners, everything's okay right here, but yes, we're here under control.
Yeah. And they've cleared brush as well. They did everything they could to prepare.
Every day for many, many years. Since we did the roads here, they make sure it's nice and clean every day.
Malibu is a fire-prone area. Folks who move here, who build here, they know that. So homes are built strategically to be protected for that reason.
Correct, yes, sir.
Tell me about the structures and how they're prepared for that, how they're built.
You know what, it's designed right here with all the engineering, with Petro and everybody, and Coco, and you know, to make sure for fires, you know, their basements and really solid, everything around it. And you know, as you guys can see, you know, take you up there and you guys can see how everything's
more ready. More homes up this hill as well. They say they were saved by those firefighters.
Yes, what was that again? I'm sorry.
There were more firefighters up this hillside in this private road.
Yes, sir.
And that home was saved too.
Yes, sir. Thank God. You know, gentlemen, everything was saved and everything's under control. And you know, those guys are doing a good job, man.
Oh, Carlos, thank you.
You're welcome.
Eric,
You're welcome.
Jessica, you can see still several crews stationed here along this private estate. They've been here for quite some time. They're going to stay here even longer. They say they're not done. These hand crews have been walking up that steep terrain, not easy to walk on or access, to clear that brush, put those hot spots out. I spoke with a firefighter just a few minutes ago. I was asking him, look, like, as bad as this is, what do you expect later this morning and into the afternoon? He said, we are in a red flag warning, but he actually thought that these conditions would be even worse, and they haven't. We've noticed that the winds have died down significantly since about the 5 and 6 a.m. hour, and that's exactly what firefighters have been taking advantage of, building that containment line, especially to meet it on the southeastern end when we saw the most growth overnight and into early this morning. So these firefighters now going into what they call structure protection, several homes in this area to try and save them. They think that the worst part of this fire is over, but of course they know that the fire isn't out until it's actually out. So we'll see how this fire goes throughout the day. We're seeing, there you go, those aircraft flying over this area. We've been seeing them do that all morning long, and of course daylight really helps them with visibility and making those accurate water drops hitting the target. Earlier this morning at around 4 or 5 a.m. we saw those choppers flying over this area dropping water, but number one, visibility was very poor due to the smoke. It was dark as well, and then you had the wind blowing in this area, very strong wind gusts. They dropped the water, but the wind ended up blowing it away and then missing the target completely, which made it even harder for them. You know, the terrain isn't accessible, so most of these hand crews had to access the affected areas by foot, which had them take them longer as well. So we'll see how these conditions continue to develop. These fire crews are ready for it, they said. It's far from over, but they're optimistic that these conditions will get better. We'll send it back to you.
Carlos, thank you so much. Appreciate your reporting there. And as we look to the pictures that we're getting in, right-hand side of your screen there, and you can see that on the eastern edge of this fire, it has grown a little bit bigger. The column of smoke looks a little bit bigger. It's burning some brush that looks like it hasn't burned in quite some time, so more fuel back there. Again, the winds aren't as powerful as what we saw overnight, but it is reaching canyon areas which have heavy brush, and so there's plenty of fuel there that the fire is consuming. Yeah. The firefight is by no means over. There's a lot of work left to be done. That is for sure.
Even when we zoomed in on that house there, because sometimes it's hard to tell just how those winds are blowing. Those palm trees were whipping around a bit. So I think throughout the day we will see moments where we see those winds pick up and die back down again. And like Carlos was saying, the firefighters saying, you know what, this isn't quite as bad as we expected, and we hope that continues to be the case throughout the day. But as the LA County Fire Chief Maroney said, we are not leaving until this is done. But at this point, 0% containment still, and we're over 2,200 acres burned after starting around 11 p.m. last night. And we've seen so many different aircraft kind of crisscrossing through the sky. We have helicopters, jets, super scoopers. It's really remarkable to see the attack from the air.
No, and the fire chief was mentioning that this is going to be one of their focal points today, is the aerial assault, and we've seen it in the last hour or so really pick up with sort of a parade of jets, of tankers, of helicopters, of the Chinook, and of the super scoopers, which are making regular drops, and all of this is being controlled by spotter aircraft, and there's a fire boss in the air. You know, it's like a tap dance. You want to make sure that you avoid any potential problems. So, you know, you have to navigate from the air to make sure that everyone can get in and attack certain points, and that it can all be done safely. And so it actually becomes even harder the more resources you have, because there's more people to keep an eye on. And you've got smoke, and you've got wind, and so there's a lot of considerations. It's quite an extensive and complicated operation.
You can see how that is looking. It's got that eerie kind of yellow haze and thick brush that maybe hasn't burned in a very long time. Once you start to see that thick, dark, black, gray smoke, that means something that's got a lot to burn there. Aaron Myers, want to get back to you. You're in the Sarah Retreat area. Producers are telling us you've got another homeowner that you're speaking to.
Hi, good morning, Jess. Yeah, I want to bring in Linda over here. We'll come this way, Linda. I know there's cars trying to get through, so I want to bring you in. You were here last night in the Sarah Retreat neighborhood when this fire broke out. Talk to me about how you noticed it, what you saw, what you heard. You were describing this earlier, and very scary.
Yes, it was very scary. It was about 12:15 when I woke up. The bedroom windows were shaking. I thought it was the helicopters from the Navy base. Finally, it came out, and I opened up the window, and the property's backed up against a mountain. It was all engulfed, and I jumped in the truck. When I stay in the guest house, ran up to the main house, got the family up, got everybody in the car, and had them get out of here. I stayed back, tried to save the horses. I got one horse out, 2 horses stayed back. They spooked, but I got out of here. At the very end, we probably only had like 45 minutes to get out of here. The smoke got really heavy, the winds picked up, embers were falling all over around us, and sheriffs were in front of the property And they jumped in their car. They got out of here real quick. I was right behind them. It was really, really scary.
And talk about that response with the sheriff's department. You said it was quick. People came in quickly. The fire department was here quickly, and they're not dealing with easy conditions with the hills on each side, the narrow roads.
And the winds, the high winds, very high. So, you know, the fire department, everybody was here. There's so many fire trucks from all over the place. They're all parked up and down PCH. They were in here. They could not be in their retreat anymore because it was highly dangerous. Like when I got out of here, it must have been like 1 in. So, you know, but they were all around they were everywhere. Not, I'm just saying, not Sarah Retreat. They were doing their job. I went to the pier, fire trucks there, fire trucks everywhere. You know, I heard some people saying that they weren't many firemen, fire trucks. That's incorrect. Many, many fire trucks, a lot of sheriffs, everybody was here to help Malibu.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously the situation has to be taken so seriously. You were saying, you know, once you got out, you slept in your car.
I slept with some strangers, a family, an older couple. They picked me up and they let me stay in the back seat of their car. And we just watched the Malibu burn all night long.
And then now, what are your plans for today? You said you were going to go get food for the horses.
Yeah.
What are you guys going to be doing to kind of? I know firefighters still out here; they have their work cut out for them still. But what?
We should do. There's some palm trees still on fire, some hillsides, as you can see behind you. They're still going to be here. I'm saying for like another day or two. I'm just assuming because there are fires, and but right now I'm going to walk to one of the barns and ask for some food for the horses and try to take care of them. And talk to my boss and say, you know, you're good, and we're going to be okay.
Well, thank you for talking to us this morning, Linda. We really appreciate it. It's so nice to meet you, and hang in there. And thank you for everything you did too to save those horses. And we do know those other two, as she said, they are okay when they came back to the property. But as you see here behind me, we know at least this home here destroyed. We saw one other one on our way in here on Sarah Road as well, and then at least one other that was damaged. This is the 23,000 block of Mariposa de Oro, and firefighters with LA County Fire are still out here on this property. It's smoldering still. We did see some small flames earlier, not seeing that now, but we still have a lot of smoke here. They're just making sure everything is out. But fortunately, as firefighters said in that news conference, not as many properties lost that could have been. Firefighters were here in the neighborhood. They were doing everything they could to save these homes, and no serious injuries reported as well at this point. So firefighters still have their work cut out for them, but at least now with the sun up, we can get a better idea of what has happened and what everyone is dealing with. And on that, I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Aaron, thank you so much for that. And again, hearing from the fire chief this morning, he said a minimal number of homes were destroyed, and he didn't know exactly how many, but based on your reporting, Aaron, 2 homes that you saw that were destroyed, 1 that was damaged. The homes that were destroyed are on Mariposa de Oro, which is in the Sarah Retreat area, sort of above Malibu there. And I want to bring you an update on what's happening at Pepperdine University. Earlier, the university had a shelter-in-place protocol. You see a lot of the students inside there. They have a very elaborate plan for what happens when there's a fire nearby, because trust me, it happens often in the Malibu area. So they had a shelter-in-place protocol, but most recent information is that they've lifted that shelter-in-place protocol. Campus conditions are safe for members of the community to return to student residences and on-campus homes. This is a statement from Pepperdine. The community is strongly encouraged to remain on campus and stay off Malibu roads as first responders continue to respond to the Franklin fire, which continues to threaten Malibu. Additionally, ongoing fire suppression efforts on campus continue, and residents are encouraged to limit driving on campus to allow first responders to respond to spot fires, which continue to flare up around campus. Power remains out for much of the Pepperdine campus and the Malibu area. The red flag warning continues as gusty winds remain. If conditions worsen, we may have to reinstitute our shelter-in-place protocol. And that is a statement from Pepperdine University.
We want to check in with Mark Kriske right now, who has a look at our conditions, especially in Malibu, what the winds are looking like here at 8:50, almost heading into the 9 o'clock hour mark.
All righty, thank you very much. Yeah, the winds right now sustained at about 28 miles per hour. The strongest gusts overnight up to 50 miles per hour, but the main story right here is it's dry, dry, dry. Relative humidity at only 6%. And when you consider we really haven't had any rain in the month of November, December, we had massive growth after all the rain we received last year. There's a lot of brush to burn, and there's a lot of fuel for this fire. But the good news is the winds are not as strong as what we thought they would be this morning. We still have another window later on this afternoon between 1 and 2 o'clock or so where the winds could pick up. Everything's still coming in from the northeast, offshore flow, but that's going to be changing by Thursday. And as a matter of fact, we're looking at those winds dying down hopefully a little bit faster. Originally, they were looking at that red flag warning continuing all the way through Wednesday, but it just might be canceled a little bit earlier. Strong winds also up in Porter Ranch. Those winds gusting at about 43 miles per hour. Simi Valley 48. So you have to go inland just a touch to get some of those stronger winds. Camarillo with gusts up to 51 miles per hour. Now getting back to Thursday at 2 o'clock right there, we could get some rain. That could be the best news. We really do need rain. We're falling short. And then Friday it starts to break up and clear out. Temperatures across the southwest or even the northwest. Portland 46, 44 in Seattle, overcast skies. Reno partly cloudy 44. Las Vegas 55 degrees. And in Santa Barbara, daytime high this afternoon of 69. Phoenix at about 68 degrees. Couple of 7 days for you. 71 this afternoon. That drops down to 61, drop of 10 degrees by Thursday. And then when you head into the weekend, it stays in the low 60s. It's going to feel like fall with some clouds. And as I said on Thursday, chance of those showers moving in. San Gabriel Valley, 70, 72, down to 65, 66. Over the weekend, beautiful 69 and 70 degrees. Mountains, cold, but hey, it's wintertime. Look at the overnight lows down at 21, 25, and winds still gusting at about 40 to 35 miles an hour. So the wind chill factor is going to make it very, very cold. 48 will be the high on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Beautiful skiing weather, 54 and 52 degrees. High deserts, 58 for today and tomorrow. Thursday, chance of some of those winds picking up in the high deserts and then holding in the low 60s all the way through the weekend. Kirk, back to you.
All right, Mark, thanks very much. We got an update from officials with that last press conference, so we're adjusting slightly some of our traffic and road closures here for you. So PCH, of course, remains closed again, and now it's between Canaan Doom and Topanga Canyon Boulevard. Now, Topanga, the update that we got is that it's closed from PCH to Mulholland, and it is closed to all but local traffic. Basically, this closure is fairly extensive, extending from PCH almost all the way to the 101. Another major closure now, this is Malibu Canyon Boulevard. Malibu Canyon, I should say, continues to be closed between PCH and Mulholland Highway. And as we've mentioned this morning, this is having an impact on other local freeways. We'll zoom out and give you an idea of what things are looking like on the 405, the 101, even a portion of the 10. And it is a really slow going as those traffic volumes continue to build. Of course, if you're driving through Malibu, they reminded us in the news conference as well, the risk of those down power lines and down trees that could be an obstacle to deal with as a result of the winds and the fast-moving wildfire. Well, that's the latest on your morning commute for now. Back to you.
Kirk, thank you. As they said, stay off the roads in Malibu, if at all possible today, just to keep roads open for firefighters. And Eric, this shot, as we've been watching, looking a little more threatening, a little more ominous over the last several minutes. Especially we were looking at that massive house. It almost looked like a compound.
Right.
And that fire appeared to be kind of coming up that hillside. And they just did a drop.
It's amazing. You just saw a helicopter dip down below the ridge line and fly into one of those canyons. It's just remarkable what these helicopter pilots will do, how they navigate around, the topography, the hillsides, the power lines, and get around all these obstacles and make these targeted drops. It's very, very dangerous. We take it for granted because we see it so often, but this is really one of the areas that they're focusing on now. It's one of the canyons to the east of Malibu, and the fire is burning down in the canyon. It's hard to know exactly how close it is to those homes that are up at the top of the ridge, but it seems to be an area that they're focusing on now and making these drops here to prevent the fire from moving up. We know that fire burns uphill, and so the homes at the top of the ridge look like they're the ones that are most in danger. And that's Saddle Peak to the left there. There's a lot of communications equipment up there that is used by television stations and by the Sheriff's Department as well. And so you're looking down on the fire from the east here, and that would be Pacific Coast Highway to the left-hand side of your screen. But the area of the fire that now seems to be growing the most is right to just to the right there, and that is east of Pacific Coast Highway, and these are the homes that we're talking about. Very large structures, top of the hill there. Again, we can't really see how close the flames are, but they look like they're getting pretty close.
Yeah, it's such an interesting vantage point, and like you said, from the sky, it's a little difficult to see just how close it is to that home. You can see the palm trees kind of whipping around there at this hillside home, and
it's huge.
It's massive. It looked like there were people, possibly firefighters, kind of standing on the edge of the perimeter of that property, kind of looking over. And we've talked to Malibu residents today who have said it is incredible how firefighters and personnel have been able to get into these neighborhoods and really, I mean, be ready for anything, because that's what they're bracing for now, is what is this fire going to do? And they do have crews, it appears, up there, standing right there on that ridge.
That's a good vantage point.
Yeah.
Not only to protect that property, but also to see how the fire is doing. So yeah, the firefighters are there and keeping an eye on it, watching it, and really getting a sort of a good vantage point so that they can see where exactly it's going.
And like you said, the bravery of the pilots that are in the sky doing the water drops, and the bravery of these firefighters that find themselves in the middle of a situation like this, looking down at a fire that's possibly coming up that hillside. And we saw so many images from last night when the winds were really kicking up, and that's when this fire started, and how you saw firefighters in the middle of a situation that was terrifying.